is the Rangers Journal Night.
Afternoon, everyone. We're on a bit earlier today because it's transfer deadline day. So this is going to be a bit of a marathon for us. I think we're going to be on here till maybe 8, 9 o'clock, depending how much we've got to talk about. So thanks everyone for joining us so far. First of all, if you could like and subscribe if you already haven't, that'd be great. We'd really appreciate it. Helps us buy all the software and keeps obviously the quality of the channel up. So joined first of all tonight. You're going to have lots of people dropping in and out all night, but I'm joined first of all by Ross. Doing okay, buddy?
Doing all right. I don't think you would normally have a pod this popular for a 0-0 draw with Celtic any other time, but I think transfer deadline day, when Rangers have got a bit of money to spend, perhaps makes it a little bit more exciting. Glad to be
here. Yep. Jock, doing okay, pal?
I'm good, mate. It's good to be here. It's going to be a good day, I think.
Yep. Bill, you look all right. You get a wee injury on the go there?
I do. I'll say it's a work-related injury, but actually it's just me being an idiot out in the garage. Bash my head with a hammer.
Sober?
That's how bad Russell Martin is, mate. I'm hitting myself with a hammer.
Stevie, thanks for joining us, mate. You're out and about, aren't you?
Mate, I'm at the transfer hub watching my daughter play hockey here, so I just tuning into you, so all good.
You're not at the gates of Murray Park watching who's coming and going, no?
Aye, that's exactly where I am. Sorry, aye.
Brilliant, guys. Well, listen, we'll talk about, we've got some slides and whatnot to go through. We're obviously here today to talk about transfer deadline day. Wouldn't surprise most people that Rangers haven't actually signed anyone yet officially. We're obviously sitting with bated breath, and you'll get news as and when it comes to us. But we're led to believe that there's a young striker coming in from Everton. I think it's Chermiti, it's pronounced. Keep me right on that, please. Bit of an unknown quantity, but he's given an £8 million signing, which would actually represent the second biggest transfer in our history, overtaking Ryan Kent, but still sitting behind Tony Angelo's floor. And the boy Cornelius from Marseille. Not too sure how happy I'm doing business with Marseille, but anyway, we'll let old dogs lie on that side of things. So we'll talk first of all with these two. We'll talk a wee bit about the game tomorrow, and I've got to get something off my chest as well, which is always, nothing surprises you with that. So we'll come to you first of all, Ross. What do you know about these guys? We'll start with Chermiti first of all. What do you know about them?
Very little, to be brutally honest with you. Not any more than what I think we've all seen on social media over the last, kind of 3 or 4 days when the name broke. And they obviously a player that is known by Kevin Thelwell, because obviously he's the guy that signed them from Sporting Lisbon. Obviously a good academy. The big clubs in Portugal have always got a good reputation for bringing through talented young footballers. He is on paper, when you explain it, he's a young centre forward, a Portuguese under-21 international from Sporting Lisbon. That sounds all good, but when you look into the kind of bigger picture of where he's been over the last 2 or 3 seasons, it's not looking, the kind of greatest reading, if I'm being brutally honest with you. We don't think he's not really played, he's not scored, and if we're spunking, the best part of £8 million on him, that's, for me, honestly, it's a little bit of an alarm bell.
Yep. Joe, this seems to me a wee bit of kind of, this is an all-in transfer where we've not had the greatest of starts. We're very much up against it. We're out the Champions League. We've drawn our first 4 league games for the first time in, I couldn't tell you how long, if we actually ever have. But we're putting all the chips on the table, an £8 million signing here. Is this too big a risk?
I would say financially, if this was us, without a takeover, then yes, massive. But because we've got new owners and because we've got a better financial footing, shall we say, behind us, it's maybe not seen as such a big risk. I think us as fans, obviously looking at it on paper, there's red flags left, right and centre with this, isn't there? And I think there's a general anxiety. We're spending serious money since the last biggest number that's been Kent. We're spending more than that on this guy. I think they can understand the fans a wee bit worried about this, but we're in a different ballpark now. We've got a different financial footing. There's also you've got to deal with inflation as well. This is the sort of territory we're going to be in now, buying players. Granted, it'll not be 2 or 3 of these big buys a season, but you're going to have at least one. Obviously, if we got the Champions League, we might have seen maybe another one. But this is just where we are sort of looking now, and that's the money you're going to have to pay. Even though this guy hasn't really played much, that's the sort of money that Everton are looking for for a talent like this, because that's what we're led to believe. This guy is a serious talent. He has a lot of ability. He's just not been able to showcase it. Are we the platform for that? Fingers crossed.
Yep. Billy, was a name that you were familiar with? It seems to just... I don't like this idea that we're going and we're doing so much business with Everton. I think there's better clubs out there to do business with, and there's always that kind of concern. Is it going back and doing favours for old friends when we're doing business like this?
That's one of the concerns, mate. But I would say the main concern for me, maybe it was Jock mentioned that he's a big talent. I think if he was a big talent, they wouldn't be letting him go permanently. They'd be wanting to go out on loan. So I don't know the circumstances. It is very worrying that we are spending our second highest transfer fee on a player that has really nothing we can go on to see if he's worth this. There's a comment in the side there, like if he doesn't do well with us, we're getting nowhere near 8 million back for him. So it's all very well saying, he's a talented player or he's got potential. We could make 20 million off him or whatever, but if he doesn't do well, and it's just as likely to go that way. In fact, I feel Rangers' luck recently it always seems to go on the bad side when we take these chances with players. It does seem to have had some injury problems as well. So it's a very worrying thing. Whether it comes down to Thelwell's relationship with Everton and doing them favours, I don't think so. I think the ones above him will be perfectly aware of big business and how to avoid that kind of thing going on. But it's a worrying signing. I mean, I'd love it to go great, and I'd love him to come and hit the ground running and be scoring 5 goals a week. But call me a pessimist, mate, but I'm just not so sure of this one. I'm alarm bells are ringing for me.
Yep. Stevie, you get any thoughts on the matter?
I'd echo what the lads have said. It's a huge gamble. I mean, £8 million to like an English Premier League club is peanuts. But to us, it's the second biggest transfer in their history for a guy who's completely unproven. I mean, I've seen the clips on YouTube, and he does look the part. 6'2", I think he is. Looks pretty physical, pretty fast. But he's not done anything in the game, really, to kind of warrant us spending that much money. I was thinking about £8 million could have got us, Kieran Bowie and maybe Lennon Miller a few months ago. Guys who've proven it domestically in Scotland. I kind of want like immediate success, win trophies, but guys are going to come in and hit the ground running and make a brilliant impact. This guy nobody knows, so it's a huge gamble. I guess it's a case of wait and see, but yeah, to me it does seem like a really expensive bit of business for who knows what we're going to get.
Yep. I think it's maybe forgetting about Dort Argument as well, who we were led to believe was very, very close to signing, is now part of the New England Revolution in the MLS. So you could be talking, Miller and him, Bowie as well, possibly putting in there. He's obviously hit a rich vein of form, and it might be silly to throw kind of a few million quid at him just on the basis that he scored a few goals. But it's still somebody where obviously we see if we do shop for young Scottish talent. See with Cameron, how well he's obviously started. It can be done. And Barron yesterday, who was fantastic. Ross, did the boy Cornelius, was he on your radar at all? I've never heard of him myself.
No, it was certainly one that came out the blue a couple of nights ago when we got the old Fabrizio Romano, who's admittedly not been as reliable over the last few seasons, I think, as he used to be. But it's probably a position that we've been absolutely screaming out for. A left-sided defender. The John Souttar experiment has to end, and I know they weren't the worst yesterday, and will probably come on at the game at some point over the next wee while. But this can't continue. The defence that we've got, it's been absolutely unacceptable. The state of play over the last 10 games that Russell Martin's been in charge. My issue with it is, I know it does say it was a loan with. There's going to be a loan with some degree of, if it's an option to buy an obligation. We don't know. We don't really know the ins and outs of that yet. One of my concerns is it's another defender on loan, and we're going to come to the end of next season potentially not having a single defender on our books, a first choice defender, because Tavernier's out of contract. Aarons will go back. Hopefully he goes back in the next 3 years if I had my way. John Souttar's out of contract. Giga's on loan. Magoma's on loan. And Cornelius is on loan, and we might not exercise the option. We don't know. So come next season, we might again have a whole rebuild to do, and that is a concern. In terms of obviously him as a player, I don't really know much about him. Obviously, he was at Malmo previously. I don't know if he played against us for Malmo. I don't know if the times overlap. But like I say, he's obviously a good, decent left-sided defender, good strength, full international. That's kind of what we're looking for. Says he can play left back, but I really, really hope we don't we're not signing him to play left back. If he's a centre half, play him at centre half.
Yep. Joe, just looking there, obviously passing access seems to be something good, which is something that I think defensively we've let ourselves down so far this season. A lot of heart attack moments. A lot of people are describing it as car crash TV. This boy seems to be able to play the ball a wee bit there. So do you think he's somebody that could possibly just come straight into the team? Do you think he'd be someone that would be bled in slowly?
No, he should be straight in the team. We need to throw him in, and we need to see what he can do with the ball at his feet, because this is what we're wanting to see, is the ball being moved about quickly and accurately out from the back through the midfield to kickstart attacks, because we're too slow and our pass is not accurate enough. And as you say, it's caused us how many heart attack moments over the last competitive games we've been playing. So you can see the chart there. His stats look decent enough for our league anyway, at least. And he's an international player. See, if you're signing players that are starting players for the international team, then you know you're getting a sort of a level of quality that's coming into the squad. So for me, get him in and try and get the ball moving quicker from the back to the front, because it's only going to help us in the long run.
Yep. Billy, have you got any concerns over the amount of loan signings we're bringing in? It just seems to be that every guy that's coming in appears to be a loan signing. Personally, for me, I've got quite serious concerns about it. I think we're just setting ourselves up for another fall year, another potential rebuild, especially in defence. Is that something you would echo?
To a degree, I feel that the level though of players we needed out and back in, we were always going to have to rely on the loan market quite heavily, mate. So as much as I don't like it, I would prefer to get our own guys in. Hopefully, a lot of these players that we've got on loan, we may have options in the future of. Maybe not something like Max Aarons, obviously, but players coming in there, maybe they do well for us, and we can go right. Okay, well we can take a risk on them now. So that's my hope with the amount of loans. It also means if they're rubbish, we don't have to keep them. Whereas with maligned players like Rabbi Matondo, maybe not Bayrami too much, but NCL or some like players that we've signed and we can't get rid of particularly easily. So I just felt it was just par for the course, mate. There wasn't really I didn't think we were going to sign 10, 12 of our own players. We were going to have to at least be half and half.
Yep. Stevie, do you think this is the answer as far as left back cover is concerned? Obviously, we've got Makoma. I've got it from a really good source that Makoma actually couldn't even get a game for Brentford B prior to his loan coming here. So he was very much out the plans at Brentford, and all of a sudden he's became Rangers' first choice left back. In fairness to the boy, he's done quite well. But has he just got this? We have seen players come in who start quite well. They seem to get this bug that kicks him out of Ibrox. Ant-Man, for example, who came in all guns blazing, and now seem he can't even kick his own backside. So the boy is only 19, I think, Makoma. So again, are we leaving ourselves short of options here that we could end up this boy Cornelius, an unknown quantity? Makoma goes off the boil. Are we just leaving ourselves that bit short when there were kind of players out there? Other left backs. I think Ollie Beck was one that was there. They were talking about coming up from Liverpool, possibly as an example. Do you think this is the right move?
I'm glad we're signing this guy because, as you've covered there, his actual pedigree is good. Done well in Sweden, done well in France, like both really physical leagues. I know the French league gets a bit of pelters, but it's a really tough, demanding league physically. So he's got that behind him. So that's good for me. But yeah, I definitely want to see another body in at left back. Magoma's done well. For the few games he's played, he's actually quite impressed me. Seems to try and keep it simple. But like you see, you don't want that getting coached out of him. Ant-Man, everybody else, they seem to kind of go off the boil after a few sessions with Martin. So hopefully he keeps going the way he is. But yeah, I agree. I'd want one more body in at left back. Cornelius, maybe he's going to go to three centre backs. I wouldn't mind that. Potentially just changing it up a wee bit. Only done it at Southampton and it worked well there. So maybe I'll go 3 centre backs. But yeah, we still need another body at left back for the guys we've sold. Ridvan, Jeffrey away. You can't just rely on a 19-year-old to play 50, 60 games in a season. That's ridiculous. So yeah, I think maybe we'll see another body in at left back tonight before the window closes.
Yep. Ross, where are you in the Russell Martin scenario? Where are you with this? Are you stick or twist? There was a poll 4 days ago. This poll was, I think, was announced on Friday on Rangers on Tour. One of the Facebook pages I follow, and it was basically like if you would like Martin relieved of his duties, or an angry face if you would like him to stay. 10,000 people wanted him gone, and only 51 people so far wanting to stay. Where are you?
I'd be seriously questioning the credentials of those 51 people and where they go and watch football every other Saturday, to be brutally honest with you. The
Well,
thing
Celtic
is, the really,
fans,
exactly. The thing about that is that you could probably have done that poll when he was appointed, after the first league game, after the second league game, after the third league game, after Wednesday night, and after yesterday, and the results would all still be very, very similar, because he's not the man for the job. He wasn't when he was discussed. I remember I was on a pod a wee while ago and we were obviously discussing the managerial candidates not long after Philip Clement got the sack, and Russell Martin's name get mentioned. At the time, I think he was a 40-1 outsider, and at the time I'd said I would not have him anywhere near the job. I just don't think he's got the mentality. I don't think he's got, if you want to use the term, the philosophy for the Rangers job. And it's been, I don't want to say nobody wants to be proven right when talking negatively, but we all had the same concerns that we don't think this idea of this philosophy that he wants to put on translates well into Scotland. And we've been proven right, because these are his players now. I don't buy the excuse of it's not his guys, it's not his players. How many of the starting 11 yesterday went out that were his players? I think there was, was it maybe 11? Sorry, 11. Was it maybe 8 or 9 of them, I think, were his players? So there's no excuse now for them not to integrate into what he's claiming he wants in a philosophy. The guy's just not got it. In the length of time he's been here, he's undermined the players, he's undermined the supporters, he said his team's leaked, he said everything. He's fell out with the best player on the team, who even at this point, with a couple of hours left in the window, we thought he was leaving. He's not leaving. We don't know. It's just been an absolute farce from basically from the get-go, and there's no amount of buzzwords at this point I think you can spout to make anybody believe that he's going to turn it around, regardless of the support that he claims to have gotten from the owners. And I understand that they've got they've put a lot of money into this and they want to make it work, and that's fair. And that's fair enough. But I think sooner rather than later you're going to start to see, maybe you might see attendances drop. He's an incredibly unlikable manager. And, I think the guys would all probably agree with me. And you're allowed to be arrogant as a football manager if you get the credentials to back it up. We've all, over the last couple of days, we've heard about, Josie. And we all love Josie, but he's arrogant, but he's got the credentials to back it up. Russell Martin does not have the right to be as arrogant as he is as a football manager.
Jock, I'm going to obviously say right at the start of the show, I've got something to get off my chest, so I'm going to go through. I've created a kind of list of things. If I was, Thelwell, Patrick Stewart, and I was looking to employ a Rangers manager, I've got kind of certain key things. I call them KPIs, which is your key performance indicators, or things that actually make you want to be the Rangers manager. Things that are very, very important. Here he comes. Wait till he's ready. So, basically key things that are important for the Rangers manager. I'll give you two first of all. And I'll tell you that I don't think he's shown them. And if you feel free to disagree with me, if you think he has, okay? First thing is upholding traditions and values of the club. Things that are important to us. We're obviously a very traditional club and a very traditional fan base. As much as obviously we're up for change and we all follow things that will change in football, there's certain things for us that are non-negotiable when we look at Rangers managers. So the fact that he showed up for his job announcement in a pair of trainers, for me, was unacceptable. The fact that he's allowing players to show up for their work and show up there in match day and they're walking in with tracky bottoms, tracky tops on, for me is unacceptable. I don't believe that. And the second one I'll come to is showing leadership qualities. You don't throw your players under the bus under any circumstances. You don't turn around and say that your players aren't willing to play. You don't tell lies as well in your press conferences and avoid questions. You take things head on, and see, by taking things head on, you gain the respect of the fans and you gain the respect of the players that play for you. So I don't think, for me, showing up value, showing respect to the fans and the traditions of the club, and I don't think he's shown any leadership qualities so far. What would you say to that, mate?
Yeah, I agree with the match day side and the suit and tie and the brogues. It's a tradition that we have. All our managers have upheld that. Steven Gerrard upheld that, even though he complained about it, but Steven Gerrard embraced it and understood. Foreign managers we've had come in and embraced that and understood that, and I think it's just part and parcel of being Rangers manager. Now, he's been here before as a player, so these traditions will have not, he's seen that, he's been here. That's the bit I'm sort of annoyed at, is like, you knew what you were getting yourself into because you've had the experience and you're expected to behave in a certain way and dress a certain way in certain situations. Particularly for the matches, and I expect the players to follow suit from the manager. But if the manager's not leading by example, why the players going to follow example? If you know what I mean. So a mate of mine said the same. He says it's not the done thing anymore. He's a big Liverpool fan. He says they all wear tracksuits and stuff, and it's just what all it's just the younger generation of footballer. And I argued the point. I said, but that's not Rangers Football Club. Rangers Football Club have set standards that other football clubs over the years have followed, and that's just we were the benchmark for a long time in these sort of match day traditions and stuff like that. So for me, I'm fed up. I want to see him get back to basics and just uphold that standard and just show a bit of pride, because there's other managers around the country, particularly other teams that they're the same. They don't uphold that, and particularly for things like cup finals and stuff. I think if it's a cup final or a cup semi-final, you should be suited and booted and representing your club, and you should be representing your players. Secondly, then coming on to throwing the players under the bus and stuff. Yeah, who'd want to go and want to play for that? You want your manager to have your back, and if there's things going on internally, keep it internal. Now, granted, he's got team leaks and stuff. That's a separate issue. But if there's unrest, keep it within the club as best you can. If the situation with Egeman on the bench, that's fine. If he's done that, you deal with that internally. You don't come out 20 minutes, 30 minutes after the match and do that. As you said, Ryan, earlier in the week, that totally potentially could have scuppered any value we had on the player, because the contract clause came as a surprise. I don't think many people knew there was a buyout clause there. We were all expecting a higher bracket of money, but potentially what he did affected that. And then if you look at the carry on with Raskin, as you see again in the press conference, he did as much as he could to say everything's all right, but it wasn't, because it took an hour later it came out that 2 hours later it came out that he's not part. He didn't even train as part of the squad, and he was off somewhere else. Why lie to your fans? Why lie to the ones that you're trying to get back on your side? Keep it in house, or be honest. Don't lie, because you're only digging yourself a deeper hole to try and get out of. Particularly coming up into a big game such as an Old Firm game. I mean, that was just, and again, it's another red flag for a manager at our football club that just doesn't seem to have any sort of control of the dressing room and what's happening within the dressing room. That's what it screams to me. There's just too many different things coming out, and that's been across since he's come in the door.
Yeah, brilliant. Billy, I'll come to you next. The next couple of these aren't in particular order of importance. I was kind of just throwing down things in a wee bit of a tantrum before I actually come on. Before I come on to these guys, there's over 1,600 people watching just now. I can guarantee you not everyone will like and subscribe to us on YouTube. Really appreciate it. We're trying to get to 4,000 subscribers tonight, guys, as a bare minimum. So if you'd be as kind, like and subscribe, share it if you like what you're seeing. We're here to talk about Rangers. We're here every single night of the week. So please like and subscribe. It'd be very much appreciated. Thank you. Billy, right, this is the next kind of two. This probably falls into kind of Raskin and Egeman as well. Developing young talent is something as well that I believe a Rangers managers should be important for them. And I think that a lot of Rangers managers go in the past, and this isn't particularly a slate of Russell Martin. I think we've had managers probably going back as far as we can remember that haven't been particularly great at developing young talents. It's not something as a club we've done very well. We've obviously seen the scrapping in the B team, and that was done for a reason. But this is the kind of main one for me. It's installing a winning mentality. Russell Martin came out yesterday and said that he was happy with the performance yesterday when we were at home in an Old Firm game and not registered a single shot on target. I think we only touched the ball, if I'm right, if I believe the stat that I've been given, 11 times we touched the ball in the opposition box yesterday. So for me, that's not good enough. I don't think that is installing a winning mentality. What's your thoughts on that, and obviously youth development as well?
I'll start with youth development. It's maybe a wee bit too early. It's obviously not a great sign. The special things Jock mentioned with the Egeman situation, the Raskin situation. He's not maybe been here long enough for us to really see him have like a good few, 4 or 5 months with some of the younger players to see them come through. I mean, Finlay Curtis looks a good player, but I think he probably was already a good player before Russell Martin came in. But to go on your main point of the winning mentality, that's the poorest Celtic side I've seen come to Ibrox and probably since 55 season, and they were already down, and we didn't register a single shot on goal against them. And he can be happy with the way the players responded to the midweek. Can be happy with the way the players, showing a bit of dig. That's the minimum requirement for a Rangers team. The minimum requirement is what they did yesterday in an Old Firm game, and then you build on that and you go and get some shots and goal early doors. You put them under pressure, but there was absolutely nothing to be scared of that Celtic team yesterday. And I don't just to put them down just because they're Celtic. They've came with good teams over the last few years, and and given us a good hiding sometimes, especially in the kind of early days in the way back. But we should have went out there and, as you say, to have 11 touches in their box, to not register a single shot on goal. If that's what's coming for the top, if they're going home that night thinking, well, the manager thought that was okay, then we're going to win nothing with them. I mean, we're preaching to the converted here, because every single one of us, and probably every single one of the people watching, want Russell Martin out. And we've had to hear on various outlets that he's been, the owners have come in and given a rousing speech to the squad, and now they're all buying in, and that was the reason behind that performance. The reason behind that was because of an Old Firm game, and every player can get up. Usually, every player can get up for an Old Firm game, but it's we want him. He's not going to be gone, not in the short term anyway. But if it comes to November, October time, and we're out, we're halfway down the league still, and we're still coming out after games saying, well, the performance is really good, it's going to click at some point. No, it's not. I don't think it's going to click at all. The players are going to have to take it into their own hands if they want to start winning games, I think.
Yep. Stevie, just before I come on to you, mate, I just want to highlight this a fantastic donation here from Colin Morrison, gifted 10 Rangers Journal memberships. That's much appreciated, Colin. Thanks very much, pal. Stevie, I'll give you the other couple I've written down here. I was rabbiting a wee bit when I made these ones up, but protecting the club's reputation, I feel taking that absolute scudding last week in Europe hasn't done the club's reputation across Europe very great. People used to talk about coming to Ibrox, not wanting to come to Ibrox. In fairness, I think everyone had been looking at us in pot one of that Europa League draw, thinking that will do for me. I'd fancy that. And the last one here was making the club money. Getting us through these things like Champions Leagues. And then obviously, as Jock was hinting to earlier on, I obviously believe that he's potentially devalued Raskin by the stuff that he's made. He's portrayed him as a bit of a bad egg, and he certainly did that with Igamani. The way that I would have done the Igamani thing was, he was warming up. He obviously really to come back from an injury. He felt something within his, the same injury was flaring up. There was a couple of big games coming up. We didn't want to risk him. We left him on the bench. There's a bid come in. There's a transfer clause. There's a release clause, sorry. It's not been met. Until such time he's been met, he's going to be a Rangers player. He didn't have to come out and say that he's not willing to play for us. That's losing the club money. If you lose your employer money, that's pure. It's misconduct. In my opinion, regardless if you're winning games and stuff like that, if you potentially cost your club £10 million in lost revenue, that's not good enough, in my opinion. And obviously the Raskin situation, there's ways in which he could do it. He's taking a knock. He's not going to be available for Sunday, or there's an internal disciplinary matter that will remain private and dealt with in house. What's your thoughts, mate?
Everything you've just said there, mate, is common sense, and Russell Martin seems to lack basic common sense. He goes into interviews and he says things you're thinking you should be saying the opposite of that. Telling lies. I mean, he doesn't have to tell the whole truth. You should maybe be a bit more economical with the truth. Like you said, it's like you keep your cards close to your chest. Situations like that where players are getting transferred, you keep it in-house. Jokes saying there about red flags. This guy's got more red flags than the Chinese Olympic team. Seriously, it's a huge concern for me. He shows weak leadership almost every time he opens his mouth. And as you've said, it cost us money with Igaman. He's devaluing Raskin. Like you say, he's thrown him under the bus. It's just, like you said, you've got you've got a list of stuff to go through. It's like, I don't see anything he does well. Even Billy there with the young players, he mentioned obviously Curtis is doing well this season. Look how he's treating Curtis. Sorry, I'm going off the point here, but Curtis has done really well. Scored a great goal against Panathinaikos. Came on against Alloa, scores. Comes against Dundee and scores. But he doesn't get a start. I mean, even that, it's like, what are you doing there, mate? But I think, you said it yourself, we're on the same page here. It's like there's no really much from his perspective that you could say, he's done well in this regard. Butland's improved, but how much of that's down to Russell Martin? Not much. Maybe the goalkeeping coach or whatever. But yeah, he's devalued players. He's thrown them under the bus. He's lost trust with everybody, and he's still there. I really genuinely hope that the club are just getting this business, like these transfers, over the line tonight, and then they can look at the manager situation tomorrow, because we are trying to sign better players. I'm hopeful that he's gone in the next couple of days, and a new manager can come in and work with what they've got, because there is talent there. But yeah, he's. I mean, honestly, if he keeps going, I don't know if we'll have European football next season. Never mind Champions League football. That's the concern I'm about Russell Martin as Rangers manager.
Yep. This is the last thing I'm going to talk about this negatively. Let's start talking about things positive and looking forward. Ross, is there a genuine concern from you that we could be split? The Old Firm could be split this season?
We hear this every year about the Old Firm being split, and there's always a team that starts well. Last year it was Aberdeen, and then when it came to the nitty gritty and the winter time, they just fell apart and collapsed. It's not going to be Aberdeen this year. The early runner seems to be Hearts, but even then Hearts have been ridiculously inconsistent this season so far. They've already been knocked out of the League Cup by St Mirren. They did manage to pull a result back last week when they were 3-0 down to against Motherwell. Apologies, but we hear this all the time, and it's whether or not they can actually get the consistency to top even us at our least. When we're incredibly inconsistent, we're still better than other teams, and that's how we essentially finish a clear second every year. This is the year that it could be done, because only if we continue going the way that we're going, and that's something that I agree with Stevie, is that we're on a really, really, really slippery slope at the moment, and we're really teetering on the edge of we could have a complete collapse here if the way that it's going continues. We could. I mean, we've had 4 games. Well, you probably couldn't ask for a better start. Motherwell away, St Mirren away. Admittedly, St Mirren have given us some troubles, but Dundee at home, and the weakest Celtic team in years at home, and we've scored 3 goals, none of which have came from direct open play or through Russell Martin style of play. One's a set piece, one's a penalty, and one was I think it came for a corner kick. That's not good enough, and that's not going to get you European football, because you don't deserve to get European football out of that, regardless of anything else. So it's not. I don't want to say that it's not. It's going to get better, but we're talking. Russell Martin keeps talking about wanting it to click. There's been absolutely no evidence that it could click. This is what we've spoke about throughout the whole summer and throughout the early games of the season, is that if there was evidence of some decent play that the players have been working on and what we were expecting from this fast-paced, aggressive Rangers team, then he would have more time. I genuinely believe he would have more time, and people would buy into it. It's the same excuse, and I hate harping back to it, but everybody keeps talking about Postecoglou. Russell Martin's nothing like Postecoglou, but the principle is that you could see what was happening, you could see what they were wanting, and once you could iron out the kind of glaring negatives, which was their defensive issues, they got better, and they were able to. And what they did have was exceptional attacking talent to basically blow teams away, and they were 3-4 up before any team had a chance against them. We're not like that. We want to be more possession based. We want to be more patient, but we don't have the ability to play that way. We're not good enough to do it. We've got too many brain farts. We don't have enough energy in the team, which is something he does keep talking about. And to be brutally honest, it's just turned into an absolute disaster. We've been told we're getting so much stuff, and we've been given the complete opposite. And you're talking about being lied to. We've been completely sold, an absolute fraud. We've had nothing of what we've been told we're going to get. Even the players that have come in, we're talking about how we need experience, we need strength and numbers. And who's been our most senior player? I don't even know who the most senior signing we brought in is. We've not worked on the spine of the team. We've essentially every single week we've been linked with another winger. Even today we've been linked with Rak-Saki again. We don't need another winger. We need centre halves and midfielders that can dominate games. Do you know what I mean? And I just don't understand what the thought process has been behind it. And on top of that, you've obviously got the manager is just not the right guy, and it's really, really, I think it's going to go downhill quicker than even the most negative people expected.
Ryan, can I come in?
Of course you can, Billy. Crack in.
There was some news that Rak-Saki is away to Coventry, so it might not be a strong link to us. But what has been kicking around the internet is this this picture of someone that we are supposedly linked with I have no idea who it is, but I wanted to give you some kind of transfer news that there is someone getting picked up by the club at Glasgow Airport. The people have been following the plane, come from London. So, yeah, if anybody can make out who that is, feel free to put in the comments, because it's not somebody I recognise.
That's definitely the Campsies behind him, innit?
Oh, aye, you can definitely see. I mean, the guy had the guy's got more pictures than that of being at Glasgow Airport and stuff, so it's definitely at Glasgow.
Yeah, that's it. Jocko, come on to you, mate. Let's try to talk a few things positive if we can, all right? Before we do that, I think we're about 170 subscribers away from 4,000. If we could get to that in the first hour, Scott would be a happy boy with me, so I'd appreciate you help us out, please, guys. We're nearly actually 2,000 people watching us live, which is fantastic, so we'll not have numbers like this for a wee while. So keep it going, please, if you can. Jock, one positive to take from the weekend, I thought Connor Barron was absolutely fantastic. And I need to issue a public apology to the young man for describing him as having a touch, like I say, at railings. So I thought the wee man done himself, a great turn at the weekend and done himself no harm as far as the possibility of replacing Nico Raskin in the team. What would be your thoughts on that?
Yeah, he done the basics, and that's what we want for all the guys in the team. And I think as Billy said earlier, it's easy to get yourself up, fired up for an Old Firm game. It comes hand in hand. You'd be struggling, but certainly he did a good job. And I thought Asgard did a good job as well, because his job was obviously sitting on Conor McGregor. How you imagine? Callum McGregor. He did a good job as well. So, but it was good to see Barn back in the team, because I didn't give much hope for him this season, if I'm being honest. But he's come in and he done himself no favours. And I say, obviously, we assumed that Raskin was going. That was what we were led to believe before that. So, he's done really well, and it'd be interesting to see how he kicks on going forward. Because I say, my fear was that Raskin went, and then we'd be left with Dio, Barn, and Rothwell for three in that midfield. And I mean, that'd be scandalous, wouldn't it? So thankfully, hopefully that bit of form's a kickstart that can kickstart his Rangers career, and he can maybe make that position his own, and we can use Raskin somewhere else in the midfield and take advantage of his abilities, because he's got he's a fantastic player.
Yep. Billy, were you pleased to see the return of the Diamandi that we know and love at the weekend? I thought that was probably his best game of the season so far.
I think it's one of the best games, maybe other than the European games, it's one of his best games for us, I think. And you're saying return, it's so fleeting that he plays, especially in the SPFL, that he plays like a good game. I'd say good in Europe from time to time, but it feels like his head's not really in the league games. But the big games, obviously Celtic, he's turned up in them. Where I'm hoping he continues this run is if he starts against Hearts in a couple of weeks' time and he builds in this momentum, because I know Ross earlier on was saying he doesn't think that we'll be split this year. Hearts are doing all right, and I fancy that's maybe a harder game than the Celtic game. So we need him to step up and be consistent. This is his problem so far.
Yep. Stevie, how would you rate Bojan Milovski's debut?
I thought he did really well. He actually offered a proper physical presence, ran the channels, put a real shift in. Something that Danilo's nowhere close to. Dessers similar. Doesn't offer. I know Dessers scored a lot of goals, but no one that really mattered. And he also threw himself about the pitch. People come near him, whereas Milovski just does not quit like a real competitor. And I think that's been missing, that competitiveness. The fact we've got him there now is great. He had the least touches in the first half of any Rangers player, but that's an existing problem. We're not getting service to the front man, so we're already aware of that. But I think once we do get a manager who can actually coach the team, he'll be a great player for us. I think he'll score a barrelload. I mentioned before about signing players domestically. This guy's already proven it in Scotland, so to me there's no risk with this guy. We know he'll get goals. He will be a success. Like I say, hopefully the new guys that are going to come in to give him a bit of support, he starts to get a bit more service. But yeah, I've got zero concerns about Milovski. He's a cracking striker. Smart signing.
Yep. Ross, there's a wee comment here from Nicholas. Asgard hasn't showed much yet, but it's early. A lot of people are saying that it was, he's had a great game. He's Mark McGregor at the game. In the game, in the stadium, I don't think he offered much. And it's maybe one of those performances where, you need to kind of highlight, you need a kind of match of the day analysis on it. You need to track his run and stuff like that. But whilst I was in the stadium, we didn't see much. He had a bit of a kind of couple of shaky passes. One in particular towards the end of the game was a back pass to Butland, and Butland had to kick it up into the stand to get rid of it. It was put me in a bit of trouble. Quite a few people were asking for him to be substituted around me in a polite way. Words weren't used to that effect in the stadium on the day, I can assure you. But there, how would you rate Asgard's performance this Sunday? Was it one that you thought he done the work that we didn't see, or do you think there's more to come?
At the time, when he got hooked, I was kind of a little bit underwhelmed, and I thought he's maybe not made the impact in the game that we thought he might have, especially playing in more of the 10 position. But as it's kind of been explained, I think he has done the job of kind of man Mark McGregor out of the game. And whilst that obviously makes sense in terms of I think we actually were expecting to be under the cosh more by Celtic than we were, based on I think everybody was going in expecting perhaps a little bit of a hiding. My concern with that is that by doing that, you're then limiting his creativity as a footballer, and we've done the same last year. Everybody talks about Nedum Bazrami's best game for Rangers was last season against Celtic at Ibrox, where he banned Mark McGregor, and that's all well and good. If you basically tell him follow the player that all Celtic's work goes through and mark him at the game, that's fine. But then when you need somebody to actually be a 10 and influence it as an attacker, I thought he was then limited by that. But you have to obviously bear in mind that he's only played, I think he's played a grand total of about 2 games worth of football. He hasn't been fit, and he's still taking time to integrate into a team that's not playing well, and that is difficult. So I think that for the job that he had to do, and he was clearly asked to do, he done it well. And I think to be extremely critical of him is probably a little bit harsh at this stage of the game.
Yep. Scotty, before I come to you, Jock, Scotty, how you getting on, mate?
Not bad at all, mate. Not bad at all. It's Christmas Day to me. I love a good deadline day pod, so I do right.
Can you give us an update where we are on the subscribers, please, mate?
Last I checked, we were... hang off, mate. Hang off 2 wee seconds.
I'll go to Jock. I'll come back to you on it when you come in, mate. I'll come to you with the next question after Jock. All right?
Right,
Jock,
cool.
For me, Anthony Ralston was probably Celtic's weakest link. Probably a toss of the coin between him and Scales. Gassama, probably one of our most successful summer signings, but was played up against Tierney. I thought it was a bit of a mistake, a strange decision. Obviously playing Moore, who hasn't done too much so far. Obviously, again, early days, young 18-year-old now, boy. Would you have lined Gassama up against Ralston? Would that be an area of the park you would have tried to exploit against them?
Yeah, I was surprised that I thought that this style would maybe meant they would switch and they would try and, as the word they keep hearing is cause chaos. Why don't they switch and give them 10, 15 minutes at one side, switch them over, because they're both capable of playing on either side. I maybe thought he was hoping that he could maybe do Tierney's hamstrings by putting Gassam up against them and hoping that he'd take out the game that way. But as you say, that was our area where we should be attacking either side, because that's where we've got the pace to take advantage of. And yeah, we just didn't really. There was a couple of times Gassama had space to run into and used that, but to be fair, I thought we just didn't exploit it enough. But then again, it just sums up the whole game, really, doesn't it? That there was nothing really created much, and it just kind of sort of fizzled out. I was disappointed we didn't take advantage of that, or at least try and rotate them and give them, as I said, give them chances on either side and see how they fare, because it costs you nothing to flip and run 45, 60 yards to our side of the pitch and say one will swap. But again, yeah, disappointing.
Yep. Scott, you got that lucrative number for us? You're on mute, pal.
Sorry, I had to mute and turn my camera off because the wee man seen a pod on the telly and seen me on the telly and come in the room. So I had to turn everything off and put him back out. Right, so 156 away for 4K. We've currently got 2,209 watching, so 1,800 of them are on Twitter. So if you could head over to my YouTube page and hit a like button, subscribe to the channel, it'd be appreciated. If you're watching on Facebook, please do the same thing. In terms of where we're at today, it's, as I says, boys, it's Christmas Day. I was thinking of bouncing down to Tesco for a yellow tie and a shirt and a new suit, man. I love deadline day. I'm a journals, Jim White, summer. Where we're at, we've got guys coming off of aeroplanes. We've been linked with a French midfielder for League Two. Cornelius and Shamiti, I would imagine they two are definitely going to get done. Kenny McLean's no signing, Raskin staying. Hollers and hollers of stuff happening, man. This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about.
See when you're saying League Two, can you clarify if that's League Two, as in the French League Two? Or is
French League Two, it's the same Etienne midfielder.
I was about to say, I don't think we're going to get anyone too excited if we're signing players in the English League Two, to be honest with you. There. So, since we've been live, Scotty, so we've not been, probably the last 45 minutes, we've not had anything happen in the last 45 minutes.
No, there's been nothing, mate. There's been nothing. All it's been happening is what Billy posted about the boy that's come off the plane. That's it. I'm trying to do a wee bit of digging into that now to see who it was or who it might be.
Mate, for all we know, that could be a rapper playing at the Hydro the next. Get any idea?
Dessers has completed his move to Panathinaikos via Sasha Tavolieri. That's been confirmed. So that's Dessers away.
Steve, I'll come at you on that. Dessers obviously came on at the weekend. And Martin confirmed after the game it was his last game. But how would you rate Dessers' time at Ibrox? Are you sad to see him go?
No, I'm not, mate. He hid in the shadows at Parkhead when we needed him to take a penalty. I'll never forgive him for that. I know he scored 50 goals in 2 seasons, which, if you look at the stats, that's a good number. But there's lies, damn lies in statistics. I'm glad to see the back of him. He was too nice a guy. Every time you saw him interviewed, he came across really well. But I don't want that as a Rangers striker. I want an absolute, I'm not going to say rhymes with dastard. You want a guy up front who's really going to put it about. And it wasn't him. Wish him all the best. Hope he does well in Greece. I mean, ending your career 3 or 4 years in Greece, it sounds all right. It sounds pretty good. But nah, I'm glad to see the back of him.
Yeah, I think he went out to Athens during the summer. There was obviously talk of a bid being accepted by AEK Athens. I think he's went out there and just fell in love with Athens, a city, and decided that's where he wants to be for the next few years. So, fair enough to the big man. Ross, will come to you. He's a guy that split the fan base for the 2 or 3 years that he's been with us. What would you say is your best Cyril Dessers moment and your worst Cyril Dessers moment?
I mean, there's certainly plenty to choose from on both sides, and you could probably have a lot of them from the same game because he was a guy that could be an absolute 9 out of 10 or a 1 out of 10 within the same passage of play. It was an absolute enigma, and I thought when we get rid of Fashion Sakala, we would never see a player as bipolar again. And then in the same summer, Cyril Dessers popped up, and by God, he was something else. Listen, I totally agree with Stevie. The penalty thing for me, putting a player like Yilmaz under the caution. I know he missed a penalty, and I'll never ever criticise a player for missing a penalty.
See, just to interrupt you, not just Yilmaz, Jack Butland hit a penalty that day.
Jack Butland hit a penalty, I know. That's right, he took the 5th penalty, so he did, that's right. And I'll never ever, and I know bringing up old wounds, I don't even have a go at Aaron Ramsey. I'll never ever criticise a player for hitting a penalty unless he sticks it 20 yards out of the bar, which is unforgivable for a professional footballer. He had moments of brilliance. Some of the goals he scored, the goal at Old Trafford, I thought was absolutely out the top drawer. I even remember there was a goal in his first season at Easter Road where he seemed to take a couple of touches and he passes it, and it just happens to, it's like a trickle pass between 3 guys and it just rolls in, and you go, how have you done that? And then you go to the game against Ross County, the season that basically derails their title bid, where he's missed, Christ, I don't even know how many sitters he's missed, and he's laughing, and with a goalie like, oh, good save, mate, whilst our title bid's gone down to Swanee at that point. And that leads back to, is it nice guy? I don't know, clearly a really, really nice man. You've seen a lot of videos, anybody that's ever spoke to him, it's all said how much of a wonderful guy he is. So we've got our money back and we can get better. And I think that's doing it. That's the end of it, especially at that stage. And I know you don't want to talk about, you can talk about his numbers. He's a goal scorer, and I'm of the opinion that I think a successful Rangers needs to have a 20-25 goal a season centre forward. Maybe I just have that belief, and maybe I'm a bit old school. But if that's from a guy that might get, you might have, maybe he might score 2 or 3 chances, not a guy that's going to score 1 out of 7 or 8 chances, because that's what he was like. He would go through spells where he would genuinely miss 6 or 7 chances, and you go, well, basically on his statistics of what he always does, he'll score the next one, and lo and behold, he pulls up and scores the next one. The game at Dundee, is him in an absolute nutshell. And we need better if we're going to compete for trophies. So like I say, I wish him all the best. And Athens is a beautiful city, and it's ever been. It's an absolutely fantastic city to go and live. And I wish him all the best, but we can get better.
Jock, for me, probably his best moment, Man U, Old Trafford, the goal that he scored against us. So close to what would have been a great result for us, although it's a draw and we don't like to celebrate draws. But given the fact that we had a left back at right back, a right back at centre half, and 2 18-year-old boys in the park at the time against guys that are earning millions and millions of pounds a year, I thought that we were so close to that, and he took his goal well. Any thoughts on he's leaving now? Any thoughts on Dessers?
Like Ross says, we've been, there's been not just us have discussed Dessers for the best part of 2 years now about how frustrating he is and how you could fire so much more in terms of his goal return and that. But he's an enigma. He's just an enigma. You just didn't know what one you're going to get. My standout, as you say, the United game, but also the Betis game as well. Where he had a short stint where he turned into Messi for about 15 seconds, and but as we all know, he's a stand-up guy. He comes across really well. Anytime you see folk interacting with him, you can't fault that side of him. It was just we just didn't deliver enough, particularly in big games against Celtic and that. There was a couple of gilt-edged chances he's had in games where early on, if he scores, games like that can change, and we can be in different positions, and we can be talking about different things. It's just one of those things. He just never really had that killer instinct as a Rangers striker that we've been crying out for a while. But he goes with our best wishes, and I hope he does well over in Greece.
Right, Scotty, we've dug out Warburton's magic hat, and I'm going to give it to you. You've got a choice. Doesn't matter about form, doesn't matter about fees, wages, past injuries, flat. You've got a choice to either sell Danilo or Dessers. You class to say here, sorry, wrong one. James Muir, sorry. I wish we sold Danilo and it was instead of Dessers. What would your thoughts be? Who, if you could get rid of one and you had a choice, free reign, who would it be?
I'm going to get a politician's answer and say both of them, because both of them are not good enough for Rangers. I think it's as clear as a nose in your face, mate, to be honest with you. Hi, pal, good to see you. I think it's as clear as a nose in your face in terms of the two of them just weren't really good enough. Dessers at Dundee kind of summed it up for me. In terms of the fee we got back, $3.5 million, good. More than happy with it. That, for me, makes Dessers a good signing. 50 goals, £1 million outlay. Solid signing, always available. But if we're trying to move on and go to a higher level, then you need better. Because his wages and stuff he was on was too big an outlay for me, for somebody that would have been part of the striking department. Now I know there's the striking department, something we're going to do a pod on at some point this week now, given that there's been so many changes to it. So people can look out for that. But interesting times ahead. Out of the two of them, I would probably going to need to go for Dessers, to be honest with you, Ryan, because there was too many inconsistencies for me. Danilo, I probably should say Danilo because his injury record alone should be enough for me to say Danilo, but I just can't cave in and say it and admit to it. If that makes any sense, I just can't. I think Danilo is a better player, but Dessers was always available, so I should pick Dessers, but I've kind of buggered up my answer here, haven't I, mate?
Very well. So, not a very good politician, mate. You've been the Rangers manager soon, don't worry.
I know.
Stevie, Paul just highlighted probably, I think this is the only bit of business that's been confirmed today, is that Corte is away on loan. Sporting Gijon in the Spanish second division. Have you got hopes that he'll come back a better player? Do you see a future for him at Ibrox, or is this just put him in the shop window?
Yeah, he's finished. He'll never be back. I'm not quite sure his length of contract, to be fair, but no, I think that makes sense for everybody. Let the guy go out and try and play. He's got a few chances this season, but he just looks a bit like Danilo. He's had a couple of really bad injuries, and he's really struggling to get about the park. I mean, even just doing the basics, he's You know the answer. I think it's obviously disappointing how we agreed to that deal. We'll just pay £4 million for him and he's straight away on loan. But I think this is a classic case of cutting your losses. He'll not be back. I mean, again, hope he does well over there. Maybe he gets a full season and plays and gets a move somewhere else, a permanent transfer to there. But I don't think anybody really expects him to come back to Rangers.
Yep.
Can I just say about Dessers and Danilo, by the way? Sorry to jump back a point there.
No, mate, please, we're here for talking, absolutely.
I think you'd be able to get £3.50 for Danilo, so Dessers is the one to sell, actually get a bit of cash in for him. That sounds a bit harsh, but again, he's not offering anything. Very poor service all season. He scored the one goal there in the first leg against Bruges, but he just doesn't offer anything up front. So if I could have chosen, I probably would have kept Dessers just for the goals he scored, but Scotty's right, neither are good enough long term. I'd be glad to see it back at both of them.
Brian was just at it, putting me in a spot, Stevie. That's all he was doing there. What about you, Ryan? Who would you sell? What one of them would you sell?
I'd have sold Danilo, personally. I don't see any goals in Danilo's game. The fact that he couldn't handle Alloa scared me, to be honest with you. You would have thought that would have been a game that he could have gone out and maybe got a couple of goals. But Alloa's centre-halves had him in his back pocket. The guy could have taken him up the road and introduced him to his wife. It was that bad. It just simply just wasn't good enough. And if you can't do it against part-time League One teams from Scotland, I wouldn't expect you to be able to carry it on to a Champions League campaign. That didn't happen. I wouldn't have expected you to take out a Europa League campaign. I struggle to see what Danilo's best attribute is. Sometimes you say some guys, his best attributes is pace. Some people say skills. Some people are great in the air, holding the ball up. Some people have got a cracking shot, like George Albertz used to have a rocket launcher. I don't see anything in Danilo's game that makes him good enough to be a striker for Rangers. And certainly a starting striker, which he has been for the last few weeks. We've been relying on it to try and bring us some goals. And it just simply hasn't done it. So I've got, but we'll see by the end of tonight. He might actually end up being the third choice striker by the end of tonight. So we'll see how we go. Paul, welcome to the show, pal.
Hi, folks. How we doing?
Not too bad. Ross, I'll come to you next, mate. Cortez, we were just having a wee chat about him there with Stevie. Obviously, he's away. Have you got any thoughts on Towser? I thought the boy started great. I was unfortunately at the game down in Kilmarnock that he got injured. You can see on the plastic park that he just wasn't happy that night, run about the plastic park. Do you hope he comes back? He's going to obviously go out and play in a better climate for a while. He's going to hopefully get a lot of game time. Again, but probably something that's probably an easier climate to adjust to. There's not going to be a language barrier or anything like that to play with. Do you have hopes that he's going to come back the player that we first signed?
I mean, you'd like to think so, but again, I think it's just been an absolute disaster of a deal. And to be honest with you, I think it's the deal, as much as we've been talking about, making massive profits on Eagleman and Jeffrey, I think that's the deal that got caught in his daughters. I think it was an absolutely ludicrous deal to sign up for in the first place, signing a guy with an option, which is fine, by the way. I don't have an issue with signing him with an option. Him then spending the entire, most of that 6 months post the injury at Kilmarnock. And he did look good. He looked like a decent winger. He was very positive, very attacking, and he scored a decent goal against Hearts. He showed he could finish. But after that, the injury, if you took him again on loan with another option and tried to rehabilitate him, then that's fine. But coming in and wanting to, commit to obligations and then get injured in the first game at Tynecastle is just us all over the back, and he's just not had enough. And then when he has this season, I feel for him this season because he has been played out of position. I think it was against Middlesbrough in the friendly. He was played at right wing back. And it's not his position. So how can you expect a guy to make an impact and make a good impression not playing his position? So I do feel bad. But like you say, if you can't, it was the same as your argument there, Ryan, about Danilo. He didn't produce against Alloa. I didn't think he was all that good against Alloa. He didn't have a couple of moments, but we're playing a team that's 2 tiers lower than us. And if you can't make an impact, and you're a £4.5 million player who's, before he came here, was on the brink of, Colombia, who are a good national team. If you can't make an impact, then, what's the point? We deserve better than that. So for me, like I say, I probably have to agree with Stevie, and I think that his long-term future does lie elsewhere.
Cheers, mate. Welcome back, Billy. Lost Scotty now.
Fine. Thanks.
We've actually had more announcements in this pod than we've had in the whole transfer window for Rangers. So we've had more incomings and outgoings than Rangers have had today, believe it or not.
Well, these pods are always popular, mate, for us jumping in and out. It's quite fun.
Aye. Mate, you've uploaded a wee slide there for us. What have you got?
I was actually hoping Scotty would be here to tell me if this is when he wanted it, but this was Doug created this for us. This is last year's team to this year's predicted team, and whether we wanted to have a wee chat about that. So that's what that's there for. I think he's come back. Aye, so Scotty says we can talk about that. But there you go, mate. If you want to dig into that.
Yep. Okay, right. Well, let's. The left back's there. So we're talking about Proper here, Jigger, Cornelius. Right, okay. Can you see where we're going with this? Right, Jock, I'll come to you on Cameron to start with. Sorry, I'm just trying to. He's not giving me any names here, so he's
I know. I don't know what it is.
He's relying on my first-class Rangers knowledge and my also poor eyesight because I can hardly see these guys there. See, when I go to hand them behind the goals, I'm absolutely hopeless. I need somebody to be standing there telling me what's going on. Anyway, Jock, come to you. Cameron, I believe, is the only player we've signed domestically. For you, is that a mistake? Should we be looking to try and get more domestic players? You know, I'm pointing kind of fingers towards the likes of Lenny Miller's the obvious one, but you know, there's guys even. You know, if my mate had said to me one more time at the weekend, we should be signing Alex Gogic, I was actually going to phone Alex Gogic myself and tell him to sign for Rangers. He wouldn't shut up about him, right? Even though he's calling him Alex Gorgic, so he doesn't even know what his name is, right? But should we be shopping the Scottish market more? I think in years gone by, it's some of them have done reasonably well. More so when the likes of Smith was the manager. Even Advocate, to a certain extent, shopped the Scottish market. Should we be doing more of this rather than going out to unknown international markets?
No, 100%, because you're signing people that are performing at a top level at the club they're at. So there's no reason why they can't come in and do a squad duty for us. As you talked about there, Walter Smith's done it, Alex McLeish's done it. You know, the successful managers at Rangers Football Club over the years have dipped into the league and picked up talents and players that can come in and help out and contribute, because that's ultimately what wins you a league is your squad. It's not your starting 11, it's your squad. Everybody chips in, everybody helps, and there's talent in this league that we've seen has walked out the door. Then I was going to bring Hearts back. We all talk about Ferguson, but I firmly believe that if Ferguson came to Rangers, he wouldn't be the player he is now at Bologna. You know, I think there's just some players. Look at Hickey as well. I don't think Hickey would be operating at the level he would be if he came to Rangers. But certainly we have lacked, I think, the ability to either engage with these clubs, or we've just point blank refused to look at these players and can even consider them until obviously Cameron's come in there. So I'm hoping going forward we keep looking and trying cherry picking the best we can from the different teams around Scotland, because there's talent there and there's value there as well that we can bring in and turn them over for money, because that's ultimately what we need to try and do. But also hopefully we're winning trophies at the same time.
Thanks, mate. Thanks. I'm going to take a wee break just now, just before I hand over to Billy to do the hosting. We are over 2,500 people watching live. Unfortunately, though, there's 2,000 people watching X, which, I'll be honest, doesn't make the channel any money. So if you could please jump over, I'm not going topless, Curry. If you please go over, like and subscribe on YouTube, because YouTube will make us money. And if we do make us money, things like bringing up graphics and bringing up, videos and scouting and stuff like that will make things a lot easier financially. The more you subscribe, the better we get. The better we get, the better we're going to be for you. So I think we're 140 short for 4,000, which is the first target. So I'm going to take a wee break. I'm going to be back with Billy's going to take over. But by the time I get back, guys, if it could be up at 4,000, I would greatly appreciate that. I'll speak to you all soon.
Thank you, Ryan, for taking that first hour, and welcome, Colin. I know that Ryan had welcomed you, but I've just seen that you've joined us as well. So thank you very much for joining. What I'll do, the whole purpose of this was because we're early on in the kind of evening. We are hoping to get a few breaking news as it happens. But right now, what we're going to do is discuss team last year versus this year. So, Colin, I'll start with you. Jack Butland last year, does he look better this year?
He certainly does. And we've obviously laid out quite a bit of money so far, but Jack Butland's early season performances have been very encouraging. And if we're looking at the positives, he's certainly probably the biggest one so far. In terms of, he's probably saved us, I don't know, £4, £5, £6 million on a position that, is one of the most important in any team. So it's certainly very encouraging to see him back to, or perceived to be back to, the performance he's putting in his first kind of stint at Ibrox. Obviously, towards the end of last season, or probably for the majority of last season, he was pretty poor. But then so were we as a team. So I would flip that on the side and say he's had to be at a top level, given how we've played in the first few games. He's had a lot to do, probably a lot more than he would like to, in terms of keeping the ball out of the net. I think Russell Martin's probably, I think it's fair to say, probably chilled the jets in terms of what he's asking the goalie to do in terms of playing out. We seem to have seen Russell Martin kind of adapt. Dare we say it? Certainly yesterday, anyway. We were going a lot more direct and not taking as many chances at the back. So that again will help Butland. So yeah, Butland definitely been one of the biggest positives early in the season, Billy.
Scott, if I can stay with you on Butland for you, he apparently went and did his own kind of pre-season before the pre-season started. They had coaches looking at identifying the issues that he's having. I think a lot to do with confidence. We did see yesterday, as Colin was saying, him clearing the ball, just getting up the park, which, it just makes us feel a bit better because we're not seeing it them passing it around at the back. But there was one instance in the second half where him and Giga really didn't, communicate at all. If you remember rightly, Giga has put out for a corner. That's still in the game there. A lot was a wee bit better yesterday. He still kind of got that in him.
It needs to get ironed out. See whoever's closest to that ball, they need to take charge of it. It's as easy as that. I think the one you're talking about yesterday, there was some coming, was it for a corner or something? Butland was coming to collect the ball. It might not have been for a corner, but there was a loose ball in the box. There was a loose ball in the box, and Butland was getting ready to pick it up, and Giga put it out for a corner. Things like that, that's a communication thing. Giga's been playing in Britain for January. He should have a grasp of the language. Butland needs to get louder. He needs to be heard. It's basic English and it's basic communication. The two of them need to fix it ASAP, if I'm being honest with you. Especially because of how we play, Billy. It's huge. Mm-hmm. It's absolutely massive. The two centre-backs and the goalkeeper are probably, on evidence so far, the most important people in the team because they get the most touches of the ball. So they need to be able to talk to each other, and they're the ones that are responsible for setting up attacks. So sort out your communication, and you can start an attack properly and also defend the game properly.
Yep. Ross, it is. I'll come to you just for a kind of final say in Butland. I do want to move along the back line though in a wee second, but it's the very basics that seem to be missing in this kind of, okay, Suter's still there, but this centre-back pairing and goalkeeper, as we've seen in Europe, cost us the goals. We've seen it in the St Mirren game. Jack Butland's basically on his line when he should be a bit further forward. Have you seen enough improvement because we have been linked with a goalkeeper? It doesn't seem to be coming to fruition now, but would you have liked to have changed them in the summer?
It would really depend on who was coming in, to be honest with you. I did see the name that was mentioned was Melier, who was at Leeds United, and that would have been an absolute no-no. I think he's going to France. Is it Lorient? I think he's going to. And to be honest with you, I did breathe a little sigh of relief when that got announced, just because you just never know. But if that's the case, then I don't think Jack Butland was the highest priority to replace in the summer. And we've probably been proven to be justified in that decision at the moment because he has been the standout for Rangers. And probably not in the way that you would think in terms of how the manager wants to play. He obviously wants a goalkeeper that can pass the ball. And Jack Butland's been meh at best at that. That's not his distribution. But what he has been good at is the most important thing, really, for a goalkeeper, which is keeping the ball out of the net. And he's had some great saves so far. And we probably wouldn't have even got that far in Europe were it not for him. And even to talk about Wednesday could have been even worse. Was Jack Butland not playing at the level that we know he can, but we haven't seen that enough. And we understand that probably for the best part of a year, probably post rumours of bids and stuff, he wasn't at his best, whether that was confidence people talking about, Andy that's had a young child will understand how disruptive that can be. And if you're an athlete at the top of your game, it can affect you. And I did have some sympathy for him for that. But I think what we're starting to see now is Jack Butland being the best version of Jack Butland, doing what Jack Butland can do best, if that makes sense, which is, he's a good shot stopper. He's a good communicator. I think he is a good leader. I think he does talk really well. He's clearly a very intelligent man. The problem is that if we had a manager that was a bit more pragmatic and he was more focused on the goalkeeper just keeping the ball out the net, Jack Butland wouldn't be a problem. And I don't think we'd even be discussing replacing him, to be honest with you. And let's just say in a hypothetical scenario, if some people had got their wish and we had Derek McInnes in, just hypothetical, Jack Butland would have not been anywhere close to getting replaced, because that's exactly what you want. It's a guy that can keep the ball out the net and be focusing on other things. Do you know what I mean? So I'm glad he's here because he's a good goalkeeper. He's been one of our standouts this season so far. And to be honest with you, I'm grateful that he's been there instead of, like I say, Mellier, because if he was there, you talk about guys crumbling under pressure. He couldn't hack it at Leeds, who have been under a lot of pressure last season. They've been under pressure a few years to get promoted again. That would have been a disaster for me. So I'm glad he's there at the moment.
Let's do a little bit of recap. I meant to do it at 6 o'clock actually, but what we've heard in the last wee while. So Cyril Dessers has left the club. We believe Cortez has also left the club. Some people will be happy with that. I think I am fairly happy with that. I don't know why there was any debate over Danilo, though. Danilo would be the first out the door for me if I had any option over the striking options. You can do that face all you want, Scotty. The other news, Derek Cornelius is apparently past medical. Sky have reported that as well. Ross, what's the name of the striker we've signed from Everton? His name's just gone out my head.
Yusuf Chermiti.
Chermiti, sorry, that's right. And we've apparently tied up. I mean, we've all seen the photos and video of Chermiti in Glasgow. So that's the kind of 4 top stories at the moment. I'll reiterate what Ryan was saying. Guys, please, there's lots of people watching on Twitter. Can you head over and watch us on YouTube? That's actually YouTube pays some money for this. And it does cost a lot for cameras, microphones, scouting software to keep you up to date with everything. So please go over to YouTube, like and subscribe, and watch us over there. Scotty, we'll go back to Doug's graphic about the back line. And what I'll maybe do, if you want, is I'll just cover the back line and leave you to cover further forward later on in the show. So last year, I think it might have been Ross that you said, but forgive me if it wasn't, that we sold our 2 best left backs. I don't know who those 2 best left backs you're talking about are, because I think the Tea Lady would be a better left back than the 2 we had. So we've upgraded, in my opinion, with Mahoma. I think he's looked promising in the opening games. Definitely an improvement on Ridvan Yilmaz, purely because he's been able to play these games. I'm getting my cheat sheet up as well, just for the whole team. So Doug's chosen Jeffy though as the one to compare it to. Have you seen enough so far with the improvement in the left back area?
Aye, definitely. The only problem I've got with this, Billy, is Magoma's alone. So
yeah, we have discussed the loan thing, but feel free to rant about it as well.
I'm not ranting. I don't want to rant about it because I'm wanting to kind of stay, because I'm dead excited about tonight and it's a 6-hour pod and it's deadline day and all the rest of it. But loans in certain areas of the pitch are fine if you're trying to get a stopgap, but we've not got another left back. I know Cornelius can play there, but he's primarily a centre back. So I'm really hoping. I know we're linked with the boy at Juventus last night, the left back. Hi, Ross is Doug. He's not the first Doug to make an appearance on the pod. I think we had Jocks on a couple of months ago as well. He had his dash hound on. But back to Magoma. Magoma's just a better player. It's clear for all to see. You can see he's a rampaging left back. He'll take on his men. He's good defending. He's just an overall better player than what Jeffy was. He's more turned on in terms of concentration. He's just a much better all-round footballer, but he's not ours and he's not going to be ours because he's going to cost us too much money to keep him. And that's the sad bit. That's where you think, he's a really... They say don't fall in love with loan players. We've fell in love with Abdallah Sima, Malik Tillman, Cherny. And I think Magoma is going to come under that bracket, unfortunately, for us. I don't think we're going to get to keep him. I mean, Tommy Scottish just said 3 loan players in the back four is outrageous. As we need to kind of, me and Dino were having a wee bit of chat in the bear pit earlier on, and we were talking about it, and it was right that you shouldn't have 3 loans across. And Souttar's in the last year of his contract, Tav's in the last year of his contract.
Did anybody else lose Scotty? Fair enough. Well,
Yeah.
he's frozen on my screen. Anyway, I'll
sure to be
come
back
to you,
soon.
Colin.
Yeah.
Sure, but are you back, Scotty? Oh no, he's away again. I'll come
He
to
won't
you,
be far
Colin.
off.
Feel free to comment on Jeff Day and Mahoma if you want, but we can move on to the centre halves.
Yeah, I'll quickly touch on the left back situation. I agree with Scotty. I think Makoma, from the first game, he came into a very difficult game and he showed a bit of leadership, took responsibility, took accountability. He got on the ball, tried to make things happen. And for someone who hasn't played that much football, who's 19, I think he really he performed really well from the first minute, the first game. So he carried that on yesterday. It was very good. I think Scotty made the point. I think the biggest difference that we've seen between Makoma and Jeffrey in particular is his concentration levels. He hasn't been caught out the back post. Jeffrey was caught out so many times in the back post, just sleeping. As good as he was going forward. So Makoma looks like he's got a bit of both. He looks like he's switched on defensively, and has also got the pace to drive forward, get to the byline, get crosses in. So really encouraging signs there. The centre halves. I completely agree with Fer made the point about 3 lone players in the back four is a bit scandalous when you consider that most successful Rangers teams have been built from the back. That spine of goalkeeper, 2 centre halves. I suppose you'd caveat that by saying Cornelius, who's coming in, is a loan, and if we think there's an option clause in that contract, so obviously if he does well, we could potentially purchase him on a permanent deal, which would be good. And from what I've gathered, he's good in the air and he's very good in the ball, having played in a De Zerbi team. We all know what De Zerbi's philosophy is like. He demands that his defenders are very good, technically gifted, as well as being good defensively. So yeah, that accurate passes stat on that wheel sums up what I was just saying there. So himself and Giga, again, Giga really impressive yesterday. I thought it's been a long time since I've seen Maeda so quiet in an Old Firm game, and I know it was a bit of a bore fest, and both teams didn't perform to the levels that they can. But I thought the way Giga was able to, because of his pace, he wasn't scared about going in with Maeda and pressing him and nicking the ball from him. So yeah, I think he's going to be really strong. But I think the other thing in that back four, I know I don't want to steal anybody else's thunder, but having Tav as your strongest right back, he's still there. As much as we've signed Max Aarons, and I think we have missed one in Josh Mulligan. I have to be honest. That's just my own personal opinion. When you talk about domestic players and whether they're first team players or they're squad players, I think Mulligan would have covered quite a few boxes for us in terms of being able to play right back, being able to cover in midfield if you need him. He's certainly had a good start to the season at Hibs, so that's potentially one we've missed out on. But I think the defensive options are certainly better than what we had last season, Billy.
Well, obviously, John Souttar is still there, Ross, but Doug has chosen to replace him in this team with Cornelius. John Souttar, last year of his deal, I remember when I started taking note of him before he signed with us, because we were obviously got him in the pre-contract, specifically the cup final, and I thought he's a fantastic defender, but for most of our games, we don't play that siege mentality or siege defending that he was, shown to be quite good at. So he's maybe just wasted in our team, but we're hoping Cornelius is an upgrade on him.
We'd like to think so. I wholeheartedly agree with you that when we signed John Souttar, I thought he was excellent. I thought he looked absolutely outstanding, and I don't think it's a coincidence that his best games for Rangers have came when he's had to defend, proper old school defending. It's probably why he's been so successful, relatively speaking, for Scotland, because that's the kind of way that they want to play as well. They want to play kind of old school style under Steve Clarke. But John Souttar's a decent footballer, but to be at the level that I think that we want to be at in terms of as a football team, he's clearly not got the ability with the ball. I think he does have too many mistakes in him for that top level club, and that's okay. You'll get away with that, and you're allowed to have that when you're at a club that's maybe not challenging and you're under the pressure constantly, and every game, every minute matters, and every small mistake can punish you. Whereas at club, let's use the scenario that he was at Hearts. You can make a mistake 1 in 3 or 4 games at Hearts, and that's okay because it's not going to really affect you long term. For us, we could make a mistake and drop points, and it costs us the title. And it could be a mistake that John Souttar makes. If he makes that same mistake 3 or 4 times a season, that could cost us 10, 12 points, which could cost us the title. So in terms of obviously that side of it, I just don't think he's at the level that we need. That being said, it's not been, like I say, it's not been a surprise that we've been in Europe against better teams, and we've had to defend, and he's had to throw himself at balls and throw himself at players and tackles and last ditch tackles. Is that he's great? What we've obviously been caught on is that he doesn't have that blistering pace to cover that perhaps Leon Balogun had. Leon Balogun had that excellent recovery pace. Calvin Bassey had excellent recovery pace. So if you're going to play defenders, you need to have one that's got that. And you can see obviously in the diagram that Doug's made up, it was John Souttar and Robin Proper. And come on, let's be honest. Do you know what I mean? I've seen two pensioners walking down the street quicker than Robin Proper and John Souttar together. So that's why it wasn't going to work. And if you think, I hate to keep harping back to it, but if you think about the great defensive partnerships that we've had over the years, and I'm not even talking about in the 90s, but if you even look at guys like Weir and Queller, Weir and Begera, Golson and Hollander, there's one that takes command and one that can cover and use positioning or use pace. So it's not always a necessity, but you need to have that intelligence and that ability to work together. And I don't think that John Souttar's ever had that, because one needs to be the leader. And in the case of John Souttar, over the last two seasons, especially with Connor Goldson being gone, he's had to be the leader. And I just don't think he doesn't have it in him to be the leader at the level that we need. But like I say, when he's at a club like Hearts, it's not a coincidence that he was a success, because he could be a leader at the level that they need. But to be with us, you need to be so much more than just, being able to throw yourself at stuff. You need to be able to play. And I just don't think he's good enough to talk players through games. I think he struggles with communication with Giga. I don't know if it's a language barrier thing. I don't like to use that excuse, because football's the same everywhere. Do you know what I mean? And learning positional play isn't about the language you speak. It's about just knowing where to be. And I think we've had that issue between the communication between himself, Giga, and Jack Butland.
I just want to make a quick apology to everyone for the fact that Doug has used Russell Martin's face on this graphic. It certainly could have been doing without it this evening. Scotty, can I ask you your opinion on what Shona was saying there? I'll pull it back up again. That reason that Souttar hasn't been a steady partner, he hasn't had a steady partnership for a good 12 months. Is there something in that?
It could be. I think this whole situation where Souttar plays on the left side of defence really troubles him. I don't believe it should. I think it's just a patch of grass and he should defend wherever he's set to defend. I'm old school that way. But I think it does. I think it was the same with Connor Goldson as well, to be honest with you, Billy. I don't think Connor Goldson ever had a long-term partner. If you think of Hollander and Souttar and the amount of players he had playing next to him. Obviously, the idea was Proper was to come in as a budget centre-back last season and sort it. But he never managed it. So a load of players shoehorned in there as usual. It didn't really work. So I would say it's definitely the zonal marking and stuff doesn't suit him. I don't think John Souttar's the best organiser at the back either. I think we need I'm hoping Cornelius can come in and really, really do that in terms of organising players and where they should be. And we're badly missing that bit of leadership for Goldson left. Somebody that can organise a backline.
Colin, I want to touch on Robin Proper a wee bit. I was quite happy when he was announced last season, because all the kind of talk was he was one of these guys that gets in the ref's ear and winds the referee up a wee bit, a la Callum McGregor does for them. but we never seen any of that from him. It was like he just lost complete confidence coming to us. I guess one of these times that the shirt was just too big for the player.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when he came in, he had a bit of a reputation as being, like you say, someone who's in the ref's ear, an aggressive defender. But he just really struggled to come to terms with the physicality of our league. And he was supposed to be a leader. Don't think we ever really saw that. But when, of course, you have to read between the lines when players are leaving the club. Everybody was saying how well liked he was around the dressing room and around the club, but that's not enough, and certainly not enough at a club like Rangers. So that was certainly an area where we had to strengthen. He didn't do enough. I mean, I think he had his best games probably in Europe, and he had obviously a New Year when he scored in the Old Firm game. He had a good game that day, but unsuccessful stint at Ibrox, and I wasn't surprised to see him leave. See the question about leadership there, Billy. I was surprised a couple of weeks ago, or was it last week, when Russell Martin came out in his interview and basically made it very clear that we had missed out on. He was alluding to Conor Cody, basically, that we had missed out on a guy who could come in that position and be a leader and a voice. I was quite surprised how open he was about telling us that we were telling everybody that we were obviously after Conor Cody. But it's good to see. It's good to see the owners, going into the market again today, strengthening the centre defence. That's absolutely needed. I think one of the comments there, just alluding very quickly to right back, it is a bit of a disgrace that we still have Tav in there, and he's probably going to be our best right back heading into the season, which means whenever our strongest team's on the pitch, he's going to be in the lineup. I don't think anybody's been that impressed with Max Aarons. We probably gave him a bit of leeway at the start when he was being asked to cover left back, which is not his natural position. But even at right back, he's just not hit the heights. And it's obviously early days, so we're very quick to jump to conclusions. But I'm proper had to go. We had to strengthen the centre defence. I think we've done that, and hopefully we can keep more clean sheets this season. But I think the biggest issue is we have to start scoring goals.
Ross, I'll come to you on the Tavernier question. I talked to a mate today actually about it, that we've tried to get other right backs in to be able to kind of either take the mantle a little bit, not necessarily always take over from him. But I think this season we were looking for Max Aarons to really push on and take over that, make it his own. He's just, I don't know if he just completely lost confidence, but he didn't look like he was comfortable crossing the halfway line, and obviously Tav does so much of that. Of our attacking play comes through him.
It does, and I was getting flashbacks to Borna Barisic, getting to the halfway line and turning back, to be honest with you, and I just don't know how many times we're going to have to go through that before we learn it's not going to work, especially for a team that, if we want to be so progressive and so dominant with the ball, you need to have fullbacks that have got the ability to do that. The one thing I think we're seeing is obviously James Tavernier is fit, which I think he probably didn't have last year. I think he was carrying a little bit of a knock, and he probably suits the Russell Martin style more than the other fullbacks, because he's always been a player that has had the ability to come inside and play almost as an extra midfielder. How many times over the years have we seen him kind of pull into the kind of inside channel and be able to drive the team forward? And that's one of the things that he does have, and that's never ever been in question, his attacking ability and his control of the ball. So the problem is that it's become a sad state of affairs that he's at 33 years of age still the best option. But at the same time, and I've been a massive, massive Tavernier critic for years, and I still don't think he should be there. But I quite like the idea that it's come full circle to the point that the majority of support now are saying we need Tavernier on the team because he's the best option, whereas for years we were talking about needing to get him out. So I think there's maybe a little bit of a redemption arc in there for Tavernier that he's had, and he's been a kind of, having to stand up and, you try not to read too much into conjecture, but there's kind of rumours that there has been recent debates with the manager about style of play and things like that, and how much of that's true we don't know, right? And you can't read too much into it. But even if it's remotely close to being true that he's had discussions and he's stood up for it, then I don't have a problem with that. The problem is at the moment, is that James Tavernier at 33, having so many miles on the clock, is still the best option for Rangers at the moment. and that's a damning indictment on the recruitment, because Max Aarons clearly isn't going to cut it. He's not even, he's not even been in the building for a couple of months, and he's already come out and said, "I'm struggling with the pressure, the intensity." He's get himself sent off against Club Brugge, which for me was unforgivable. I thought it was ridiculous, and it was totally unnecessary. And it was a guy that didn't want to be there. It was Philip Senderos at Parkhead. It was Chris Sutton at Ibrox. It was trying to get yourself sent off because you did not want to be on the park. And that for me is just, it's unforgivable. And that's another situation that we've got that leads up to that's involving in the bigger picture, where you've got guys that don't want to be in the park, you've got guys that don't want to play. That's a bigger issue that needs to be dealt with. But we needed a left back in the window. I still think we do. We probably needed another right back as well, because if I had my way, Max Aarons would have been, he'd have been on the first train back down to Bournemouth come Thursday morning. But again, I don't want to take it away, because James Tavernier has not been the problem this year. He's been good so far this season, and like I say, I've been a massive critic of him. I wanted him sold. I wanted him sold last year, but like I say, I'm liking, and I feel good for him that there is a redemption arc with some of the support. Have maybe went, he shouldn't be here, but I'm glad that he's here just now, because who's ahead of him, or who should be ahead of him, isn't good enough to lace his boots.
Yeah, I agree with most of what you're saying there, Ross. Well, we do have a breaking signing, not for us, I'm afraid, and that's that Middlesbrough have just announced that they've signed John McLaughlin. So good luck to John there. I actually went to Disney on Ice, and he was sitting a couple of rows behind me, so I got to say hello to him one time. Ross, welcome to the pod. How are you this evening, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, lads. Yourselves?
We're just chatting away, waiting for the news to come in. Where do you stand on James Tavernier? Are you happy that he's still a right back, or do you think he should have been replaced by now?
50-50. I feel like he should have went 55, but the amount of fans that are now glad that he's here instead of Ross said with Aarons, that's your options. Tavernier or Aarons, what would you prefer? Tavernier every day of the week. He just offers a lot more experience with the week or whatever. What about yourselves?
I think we're all on board that it's not ideal that we've not been able to replace him, and it's quite a failure in the scouting department side. And it seems to be calling not just a failure on this particular scouting department, it's a scouting department going over four managers.
It is, and Ross touched on it there before he left. In terms of being a damning indictment that Tav is still our strongest right back. And I think, obviously coming towards the end of another transfer window, deadline day, and it's exciting to see so much activity. But I think, the old saying, you don't know what you've got until it's gone. I mean, Tav is one of those who's taken a lot of stick over the last few seasons. Niles Coppin was another one who got a lot of stick for some of the signings he made. And yet, we've seen Jeff de Goey for 6 million this window. We've seen Igaman under a cloud, albeit head out this window for over £10 million. So there were a couple of gems in there. We seem to be shopping in a different market now. And, the recruitment of this Chermiti boy from Everton is one that is going to be under scrutiny, intense scrutiny, not just from Rangers fans, but across the country, in terms of the money we're putting out on this boy at his age, and given his history of, I think he's had a couple of injuries and he hasn't scored many goals, he's going to have to hit the ground running, because I think that's going to be their second largest transfer ever behind Tore Andre Flo. So today is significant on so many levels. But Thurwell is taking us back to shopping down south in a market where clubs are selling players not just based on their value, but based on reputation and the club reputation. Not to move too far away from the point, Billy, but you look at Liverpool, the signings they've made in this window, but also the players that have gone out. You're seeing guys like Tyler Morton, who hasn't played a senior game for Liverpool, go out for 10 million, where we've got a Moroccan international striker that we're selling for 10 million. So we seem to be shopping in a market now where the prices, the evaluations for players are inflated based on where they're playing. So yeah, it's interesting, and I do think that moving back to this kind of championship and shopping down in England, it's one to keep an eye on because it hasn't succeeded for us. We haven't succeeded in it the last few seasons before Niles Copman came in, and he had started moving us away from that. With the likes of Diamande, Egeman, Jefty. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. So it's not just Russell Martin that's under scrutiny. I mean, the likes of Thirlwell and these guys are going to be under the microscope as well.
Ross, if I can come back to you, we discussed Russell Martin at the beginning of the pod. Ryan had mentioned quite a few concerns that he had, KPIs as he called it, key performance indicators. Has Russell Martin met any or done anything in your opinion that justifies him still being in position?
No. Been four-week games, no wins. I don't know how any Rangers fan can be happy with that. It's an absolute embarrassment. I get the argument we can't keep sack managers, but we can't keep letting this go. Yeah, the team played for him on Sunday, but is that maybe because the owners were there? You know what I mean? The next game would be interesting whether the players still going to play for him or not.
It was also an Old Firm, Ross.
Well, I know, but the thing is, it shouldn't just be Old Firms turning up though, Billy.
Mm-hmm.
You know? We've
No,
got the same
right.
we turn up in Europe. We should be turning up every game. Shouldn't just turn up for Europe. So me personally, I would have sacked him. Sacked him by now. I wouldn't even give him a chance. I don't know. As I said, you can't keep sacking managers, but we're 6 in the league. Come on, let's be honest. Rangers shouldn't be 6 in the league. It's an absolute embarrassment. I don't care who it is, but I don't know. I just hope we get the players in. But as you guys have said before, this striker, that's a lot of money, but is it because it's come down from England? That's their valuations? Or what? I keep working at maybe a couple of players up there. The Hibs striker, the name escapes me. Why don't we shop them on the Scottish market where we actually know the players and we're risking it down south? The prices are just ridiculous down south now. Again, just because of the league that played. So as Colin said, that's what it's down to, I'm afraid.
Ryan, welcome back. You're in for the long haul tonight, I see.
I mean, that's me fed and watered, so I'm here. Yep.
Well, I just plan to do a couple of hours and let somebody else take over, but maybe I'll come back on later on as well. We'll see how the window is going. Let's talk about Chermiti for a minute, if I can stay with you, and I'm sure you will have covered it. But 8 million, second highest, if we're led to believe that's the fee, second highest transfer fee. The highest transfer fee player, maybe slightly unfairly, is looked back upon as being a failure. He did score some important goals, but Tory Andrew Flo, sorry, I'm referencing. Are you worried about this 8 million for an English player untried? And was there anybody you've seen that we've been talking about recently in pods that maybe would have been better value for money in another league?
Yeah, well, I like the boy Turgeman. Obviously, me and Scott done an interview with an Israeli journalist, and I watched a lot of the stuff. Obviously, these clips on YouTube.
Is it not me and you, mate? I thought it was me and you.
Forgive me, sorry. I thought it was me and Scotty. Sorry, forgive me. Sorry. It was me and Scotty that did the Italian one. Sorry, forgive me.
Right.
But I watched a lot of his. He just looks like raw talent. He wasn't particularly great in the air, from what I can see. But he looked like a really difficult player to play against. He was one that, he would run at you, left or right hand side. He would find himself into the box and get into a lot of shoot positions. There was a fantastic opportunity to coach a hungry young player there. And not to say that this boy isn't, but why we always speak about us trying to sign players when they're on the upward trajectory rather than the downward trajectory. There's always we always seem to believe that we can fix players. We sign players and we think that we can bring them in and we can fix them. Kamar Roof maybe is an example there, who had a long injury record. Aaron Ramsey maybe is another one where we think we can fix these guys and turn them into great players that they once were before. We need to be trying to identify, players on the up rather than players that we think, coming down. So Turgeman for me would have been a great one. Half the price that we're believed to be paying for this boy from Everton. I keep saying it, and I know it's probably going to piss a lot of people off when I say this. Lawrence Shankland would be in a blue jersey for me at the moment. I think that represented a real low-risk transfer, and the fact that he was Scottish-based, he's going to tick a box for the UEFA squad that's going to be coming up, knows the league, all these, everything that I don't need to say that we haven't said before, but he would be playing in blue rather than playing in maroon for me. And it just there's loads of guys out there. I like the boy Casper Ho at Bodo Glimt. I think he's probably out of reach at the moment now, considering Bodo obviously qualified for the Champions League. But could we give him an opportunity? And you go to these guys and say, listen, if nobody's coming to get you from the Premier League, come to us and we'll put you in the window that's close to the Premier League. If you're showing you can perform here, there's loads of guys that have left Scotland and went down south and had successful careers down south. Bassey, for example. I think O'Reilly from the other side of the city's been moved on to Marseille or Napoli or something now. So there's a window of opportunity there to go down south. Ho's a very different striker. You're not going to get the same industry. You're going to get the likes of Majovski. I wouldn't class him as very much. He's not going to give you 10 or 15 kilometres every single game, but he's going to score a lot of goals from you. He's one of these guys that will just basically feed off of chances. And if you've got guys, willing runners and guys that create chances and about him, Ant-Man, we signed believing he was a great guy for assists. Gassama's obviously shown good opportunity as well. So they would have been one. I think, I don't know what Ho's value is. I know Bodo Glimt can sometimes be quite difficult to deal with. I think that they like to kind of try and hold on to the players as much as they can. Knutson, I think, actually kind of holds them to ransom sometimes as well. So, but he'd have been somebody certainly I would be looking at him to see if there's an opportunity there. I'm concerned about our net spend. So I think our net spend's less than £1 million at the moment, considering the amount of money that we've brought in compared to the amount of money that was spent. I think if you actually look at it, we've only spent something like £1 million, which you can turn around and say that's great business. Okay, there's a lot of people who say, well, we've rebuilt an entire squad and it's only cost us £1 million. But what have we built? Because see, at this moment in time, it's not good enough. I would have rather have seen us actually have a net spend of somewhere around about kind of £15-20 million. Spoke about the cash injection that came in at the AGM when the guys first came in. Where's that money gone? So there's quite a few questions. We're 18 minutes to go. At this moment in time, we haven't actually signed anyone yet.
Colin, Turgeman was a player probably based on the interview we did with the Israeli boy, and he was someone that thought we were on the verge of signing. Certainly that was what we were pointing at. He has went to the MLS. What do you think of the MLS quality-wise? Is that a market we should be looking at?
Can't honestly say I've seen too much of the MLS, Billy, but I did see Luis Suarez spitting at coach last night, so it seems to all be happening over there at the moment. I think the bottom line is, and good point there by Fraser, I think the window in Scotland doesn't close 11, but I think England closes in 50 minutes. And Scotty made a good point earlier on about the fact that we might see more deals after 7 o'clock when the English window closes. They might have inflated squads that they want to get a couple of players out the door. But I think the bottom line on Turgeman, Billy, is, and I watched the breakdown you guys did, and I was one of them. I was really excited by Turgeman. But I think if we wanted him, we'd have had him. So I don't know what's happened there. If they just didn't fancy him, or could they not agree terms on a contract? I can't imagine that would have been an issue. But I'm pretty certain that if we wanted Turgeman, he'd be at Ibrox. So it's the recruitment in the front line is just as fascinating as it is at the back, because we've obviously strengthened the wide positions, which was desperately needed. And I heard you guys before I came on, you were discussing, Billy, about Dessers and Danilo. And I think you were having the discussion about, if you could keep one or the other, which one would you keep? I think I would personally have been one to keep Dessers just because of his durability and the fact that we know he can play 30, 40, 50 games a season, whereas Danilo's very, very injury prone. So, we could potentially be in a position now where we've got Miovski, who I'm convinced is going to be a success for us. Absolutely convinced. And, the fee we've spent on Miovski is minuscule when you consider if we had bought him from Aberdeen, they'd have been charging us double that. So I think that's a really, really good deal. And, he showed glimpses of, real promise yesterday. So we'll have Miovski, we'll have Danilo, and presumably we'll have Chermiti. But obviously Danilo been injury prone, and I don't think any of us think he's the man. He's not good enough. Chermiti, if we're shelling out 8 million, let's be positive. It's great that the owners are willing to back us and spend that much money on deadline day. And I don't know if that's included in your next spend, Ryan, or not. Presumably not. So by the end of today, we'll have you do your sums.
Put the finger up.
Yeah, he'll check it out. By the end of today, I'm pretty sure our net spend will be well over £10 million. So I think personally quite a lot of money has been spent on the front line. When you consider 8 million for Chermiti and you've spent 4.5 million on Miovski, I'd almost be saying, are you really going to have one of these guys on the bench with the outlay? You know, is Russell Martin considering at points playing two strikers? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there because obviously the season we won 55, we had a plethora of striking options. We had Defoe, we had Morelos, we had Cedric Itten, we had Roof. So you do need that. It's a long season. We've got the Europa League, we've got the cup competitions, we've got a league games. You know, they're all going to get their chance. But I just wonder, you know, with the financial outlay on two guys like Miovski and Chermiti, would they play together at points?
It's an interesting one. I guess we'll see. Yeah, I'll bring that back up again. Sky Sports are now reporting that the Chermiti deal is done, and obviously I don't imagine they'll be disclosing an 8 million fee, but we're led to believe it might even go up as far as 10 million, actually, just with add-ons and stuff like that. Guys, there's nearly 3,000 people watching us. You should be watching us over on YouTube, please. That helps us out so much if you're watching over there, because they actually give us some money for this, whereas all the other ones just skim off the top. And Scott is saying if we don't get to the 4,000 subscribers this evening, then he's going to cancel our night out, and we really want to go to that pub in Glasgow to have a night out. So, guys, please go over to YouTube, like and subscribe, bring our subscribers up to 4,000, but hopefully by the end of this evening. We always seem to do well on these transfer pods, get a lot of viewers coming on. Ross, there's some feeling that maybe these owners would be along the lines of the Charles Greens and the Craig White and the asset stripping side of things, but they've just spent £8 million on a player. That doesn't seem to me that they're here the asset strip.
No, it doesn't, but a lot of fans won't back them until they make a signing which they think is acceptable. Because let's be honest, no matter who we bring in, a lot of fans won't be happy. You know, it's just the way it is when a Rangers fan, unfortunately. We could bring in Isak, for example, the people will still complain. You know, but I'm hoping they'll back the manager. Yeah, I did say 7 o'clock, but I agree. 11 o'clock here, I feel like we'll get a lot more in after 7. I don't know if Rangers are not holding out until after 7, when they've got a free run to all the teams down England, for example. But again, I just feel it's a risk with that striker from Everton. But I haven't personally seen him, so I can't comment how he is as a player.
I don't think any of us have, mate.
Yeah, so I don't know. Thermel says he's seen him, so let's just say hopes for the best. Aye, that's all I've got to say on it.
Ryan, are you free to talk?
Yes, mate, I'm up to date. No, the less than £1 million spend wouldn't include the money for Chermiti.
Oh well, they've made you eat your words a wee bit. This modern day football thing that if it was Colin or yourself that mentioned the 7 o'clock deadline in England, maybe frees up a few players that were kind of on the fence about whether they wanted a move to an English team or to us. That a wee bit worrying that you wouldn't want to come to us, but maybe it's understandable if you're from down south. That market, you might wonder, or not the market, sorry, the way modern the transfers happen, that they don't necessarily have to be at the training centre. Medicals can be all done, a bit like a house survey can be done, and other teams can use that. And then also you've got, well, basically probably fax machines and email now. So there is a possibility of getting one or two other players after the 7 o'clock down in England deadline.
Yeah. Remember, they've obviously got restrictions on their squads as well down there, that they've got to have so many homegrown players, they've got to have so many academy-based players within their squad, which we don't really have up here, apart from obviously the restriction on the European side of things. So listen, you might just pick up one or two that just say, listen, we actually need to deregister a couple of players to get, you know, one player that we've signed onto the books. So you never know, you could pick up something. Maybe strengthens our hand as well as far as negotiations are concerned, because if they're coming to us saying, listen, we need this guy off, would you be able to take him on and say, aye, okay, but we're not paying his wages. Like, if you want him to come up here and play, then, you know, you're going to have to cover the financial outlay for it to happen. So maybe kind of strengthens our hands in that respect. That's obviously has been really positive. They could all be sitting up there just now having cups of tea and talking about what happened at the weekend and not actually be there. So we've obviously got to be hoping and trusting that there's things going on in the background that we're not privy to. And I think quite a few of the transfers that have came through, we've not really been privy of them until the kind of last couple of minutes. I think a lot has been kind of dealt with in-house. A lot, certainly as far as the transfer fees are concerned. Everything that we're seeing is obviously going undisclosed as well. So The numbers that we're maybe seeing, I'm saying was spent a net £1 million. I could be completely making that up. I'm only going by information and trusted sources like Transfer Market and stuff like that, which are usually accurate, but obviously we're not privy as Joe Public to do it. I think Scotty's saying we're 9 subs away from 39, so we're nearly at the 4, getting there.
Colin, let's talk about some outgoings. There's 2 notables that are probably still going to be there. That's Kieran Dowell. Well, stay on Kieran Dowell first of all. He was certainly one. I mean, I think he might have picked up an injury, whether that's just a convenient injury before the transfer window because he doesn't want to actually leave. He's quite happy with the contract. It's quite clear, though, that we have tried to get rid of him, but his wage demands is, you know, I can understand why would you want to give up a decent wage you're on to go for less. So he is, I'm assuming, somebody you'd like to have seen out the door.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we're all in agreement, Billy, and probably all those watching are in agreement as well, that getting players out the door and certain players out the door was just as important as the recruitment in this window. Kieran Dowell is one that I think we would have liked to have gone. There's been others who have left, the likes of, obviously Ben Davis was another one. Robin Propper would also. I don't know what the situation with Matondo is. I think he's got an injury. So, yeah, Kieran Dowell is certainly one of the ones that we would have liked to have seen out the door because they're just not, well, A, they're just not up to Rangers standard, and B, they're carrying a wage that, we just can't carry. And I think, obviously we've only got, 4 hours left in the window. I think whatever we see now, the squad is going to be bloated. And on one hand, you're saying, had that been under the previous regime, we would not have recruited to the level that we've recruited. I think that has been a positive in this window that we've seen the 49ers and the owners. They have backed the manager. We have gone out and signed players before we've been able to get players out the door. Now, under previous regimes, we would 100% have not seen that, and we would be scampering to get a couple of loan deals tonight, probably over the line. And we've seen that in previous windows. So I think that's certainly been a positive, that they've been proactive. They've taken players in before we've got them out. But I think we are going to have a bloated squad. And I think Ryan mentioned it earlier on. The net spend, whatever it is, will not probably encapsulate the fact that we're spending a lot on wages per week. These loan deals, I know we've done, that's great having a finance slide. These loan deals, yeah, good timing. These loan deals will not be free. I know Mikey Moore's wages are being covered in full by Spurs, or we're led to believe that his wages has been covered in full by Spurs. But the likes of Max Aarons, there's a couple there, there's another couple there on the list. These loan deals, Giga, I would imagine that we're paying quite a substantial amount of their wages and possibly a loan fee as well. So I would imagine that the net spend, when you take all of that into consideration, is probably more. But if the 49ers are willing to carry that, then I think that gives you an inclination or an indication, of the fact that they are going to back the manager and they are here to succeed. And that really fills me with confidence. Russell Martin does not fill me with confidence, but these guys are determined to make a success of Rangers, to make us successful. So that comforts me.
Ross, who are you most happy to have gotten out the door so far?
I wish I could say Dowell, but Ben Davies. Just feel like... Sorry, I tell you why Ben Davies isn't with you, that's a lie. Oscar Cortez, forget that. In his game time, he's a cracking young player, but I don't know if he just doesn't suit the Scottish game or whatever it is with him. Hopefully he'll come back and prove why he went on loan. But I'm also glad to get rid of Sofentos. He was still in a wage as well.
Ben Davies is away, is he not? Am I wrong there?
Yes, I believe so. But yeah, I believe the big one ready is Sofentos and Cortez. Just get especially off the wage with Sofentos. I mean, you can't handle Scottish weather, but you go to Canada. Come on, it's even colder in Canada. It's Scotland. You know what I mean?
It certainly can. It certainly can be.
But yeah,
let me. And Robin Propper's not one that you For me, that was one I wanted out even more than Ben Davies.
If I'm honest, I kind of took him out my memory because I was kind of scared every time he played. I read off my memory. Every time you see him in the team sheet, you're like, oh no. Just Robin Proper again. I'll go back. A lot of players can't play Scottish football. Robin Proper was one of the players, I'm afraid. Just
I think this is
or whatever.
This is a message for me, I think, guys. I'm going to have to push the subscriptions. Please come over to YouTube and like and subscribe. I don't know where we're at yet, but I know we wanted to get to just before 7. I wanted to get to 3,900 subs and then get four by the end of the night, hopefully. But guys, we appreciate you watching and appreciate the comments on the side. Thank you very much for that as well, because it makes us it's easier for us to talk about things that we know you're interested in it. So thank you very much for your comments as well. But yeah, please like and subscribe the channel on YouTube. It's what actually makes a difference to us. Let me see if I've got any more. I do apologise as well. I realise when I see myself on the screen that I'm looking down all the time. It's because of private chat and then the Twitter feed is just kind of going 9 times to the dozen, whatever that phrase is, and there's just kind of news coming in about loads of different things, not just our signings, other signings as well, and maybe lack of signings elsewhere that might be important to us as well, Ryan.
Yeah, we're sitting here with bated breath, just waiting for it all to happen, but it just doesn't seem to be at all yet. So I wonder if this new American thing, we're going to have like a kind of big 40 like draft day that they get in America, with is it the NFL or the NBA, with the kind of the big announcements and stuff like that. So I guess we're just kind of waiting to see what happens there. I don't think there's any other kind of announcements that really affect us as such. So we're just sitting.
Well, I'll bring the finance back up, because you were obviously talking about the net spend, and I never got your opinion on the slide Doug had made for us.
I'd point out there's just a wee slight mistake in this. That Dessos is in the middle column and the left hand column. I just kind of picked up. It's maybe scaffed the figures a wee bit here.
Oh well, we'll get on. Well, Doug's uninvited to the work night out if he's made that mistake.
Never want to slag the big man works. The big man his work is absolutely exceptional. So. Just in case people are just kind of picking that up wrong, but I don't know if there's that Rak Saki, we put a bid in for him last night apparently, but I don't know if it was a loan or a permanent. Probably a loan, knowing us.
Yeah,
that would be an interesting one.
He's been linked with it, not just us, quite a few teams, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's seen. I think a team across the road was linked with him as well, apparently. But the NCL one, I think he was going to Dynamo Kiev as well, was another one. It's a shame for him. It's not worked out for NCL at all. I do believe there is a player in there, but somebody needs to give the boy a shake and just make him stronger, just make him more. I think we were doing a one to watch pod for Heart and Hand, and the whole thing with NCL is that he's technically brilliant. His range of passing is fantastic. He's got all the physical attributes that you need. He's fast, he's big, he's strong. But for whatever reason, he's just so timid. He doesn't, there was one incident last season where St Mirren beat us at Ibrox, we could beat 2-0. And I think it was either Mandro or Ayunga just had them on toast. And he just needs to find a kind of different level. Somebody needs to make him angry. And if you actually get a wee bit of aggression out of him, just a bit of strength out of him, develop some sort of roar, I think there is a player in there. I don't think he would have ever found himself on the books at AC Milan if there wasn't. He's obviously not impressed at either B team level or first team level for us. So it's a shame if that one doesn't work out, because there probably is a half decent player in there. But I think it's maybe just it's a coaching issue for him.
Let me just bring this up again. It's purely to invite Baz. Baz, I didn't realise you were watching, mate. If you want to come on, please feel free. Okay, give me a text and I'll send you the link over if you want to come and join that. It's an open invitation to any other podcasters as well. If you want to come on, reach out to me, Scotty, one of the other guys, and we'll get you the link over to come and give your opinion on things. Certainly happy for the help on a night like this. I believe I'm going to pass over to, is it Jock? Or is it Doug? Who's going to be passed over to? Jock, I'll bring you on. And you can confirm. You taking over?
I think so. I know the 2 years is here, so I'm sure everybody else will make it work. We'll keep you entertained.
Doug, if you're coming on, bring yourself onto the stage. I'll bow out for just now. Hopefully I can join again later on. Thank you very much, guys, for all your comments. Please go over to YouTube and like and subscribe to us. Thank you very much, guys. Catch you later.
Right, these are me now. I'll do the same thing as Ryan says. Please like and subscribe. We're sitting here with almost 3,000 people watching, and 2,500 of these on Twitter. Go and do us a favour and just jump onto YouTube and just give us a wee like and hit the subscribe button as well, because it does massive things for the journal, and it means that we can invest and bring you better content, particularly stats and stuff on potential future transfers and the current things that's happening on with our own players. Doug, thanks for coming on. I'll just ask initial thoughts then. It looks like we've got the two players in, Chermiti and the defender Cornelius. How do you find it? How do you think these two guys will do?
Yeah, hopefully positive. I think Cornelius looks like a decent option. We needed obviously someone for that left-sided role in defence, so that's a plus. I do part of me does wonder if they are signing him with one eye on left back. So maybe we end up with him at left back and Suter and Giga still as the centre backs, but because we've not seemed to be linked with any other left backs, which I do think is odd given that we literally have one, and he is a young lad, inexperienced, and he'll almost certainly have a dip in form at some point, although I have been impressed with him thus far. He looks like he's a really good purchase. And then I think, as people have said, obviously there's a little bit of trepidation with Chermiti, just with the stats and things that are there, but I did an interview with Ryan, who runs an Everton fan site and podcast, and he was really enthusiastic about him. He thinks that he's going to go on to big things. He says he's got all the tools, and that he has shown signs of being a good player. He's just been a little bit unfortunate in his time at Everton. He's come in, he got himself an injury, which obviously meant limited his play time. And while he was out, Everton have bought other strikers. And so I think he's maybe a little bit like Danilo in a way, in that he's kind of ultimately found himself at the bottom of the pile. And so that's why they're obviously potentially open to let him go, because ultimately they've just brought in other options. I do think, obviously, there was a sort of chat earlier on about, are we doing Everton favours? I don't think it's so much that. I think it's more that, it's the team that's now at Rangers that brought him to Everton. So they were keen on him then. So they're obviously still going to be keen on him now, presumably. So I think it's maybe more that they've looked at that and went, well, we liked this boy and there's an opportunity to bring him here, so why don't we do that? So ultimately it then comes down to how good are their instincts as to whether he does, kick on. So I understand the trepidation, but at the same time, I'm also kind of excited that we're spending significant sums again. I think there's a little bit of an aspect of that we're so. Well, I mean, some of our higher spends have been the worst spends that we've made, which probably doesn't help either. It's been the cheaper players that have worked out better for us, either financially or otherwise. But I like that we're getting back to a place where we're spending big money and buying players that are, that notch above, because that's where we want to get to. That's where we need to get to. We've been shopping in this kind of 3 to 5 million bracket, I think, in terms of like upper end of purchases, really the only players that have kind of gone above that have been Danilo and Ryan Kent. Excuse me. Otherwise, they've been in that, as I say, 3 to 5 area. Whereas, them across the water, they shop in that 5 to 10 or slightly above area, because obviously they've got the money coming in and have had the money coming in from like repeated Champions League forays. So I'm also excited to see us going for players at that high end. I do agree with those that would like to see us, maybe looking a little bit further afar. We have shot very heavily down south, but I mean, that's maybe just again, we've got a new board, a new team, new manager, so they're kind of starting with what they know, and hopefully we'll see that branch out over time. Like, I think that happened a little bit with Leeds as well. They kind of shopped kind of local to start with and then branched out. So hopefully we'll see that, because I do think, particularly places like Germany, for that kind of money, you can get some really good players. Like the second Bundesliga is a wash with players that I think would absolutely smashed this SPL. And for that kind of money, you know, when we've done our scouting stuff in the background, I've often went, oh, well, they're a bit out of our price range right now. But if that's where we're now getting to, I'll be starting to bring them to Gordon and the scouting team going, oh, what about this guy? He's only 9 million. Maybe we can do a bit of that. So yeah, I'm kind of excited about them.
Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately where we want to be trading in, is in that market. And I said it earlier, it's not going to be 2 or 3 players at that value, but you'd like to think you'd have one sort of marquee signing like that. And as you said too, you're talking to Ryan. I actually, when I first met Ryan for the pod, we were doing a potential Sean Dyche taking over the Rangers job. I saw you back in April, and Chermiti was the one guy he actually was chatting to me about, and he said he wouldn't be surprised if we took him on loan. Now, obviously, as you said, Thelwell and Purdy brought this guy to Everton. They're now bringing the Rangers. They obviously believe this guy has the ability to do a job here. And then, obviously, the goal is to turn that 8 million into 16, 20 plus, all being well. Colin, just then on the window itself, 2 almost confirmed signs. We're obviously just waiting on the club to confirm. Is there another position you would like to have seen as target today?
Yeah, Joe, I think Doug touched on it there. I would have quite liked us to go after a left back, or even somebody who could cover both sides of the defence. If you could someone who versatile. I think they must be just thinking we'll hopefully have Sterling back in October. I think, led to believe, hopefully be back from injury then. And it might just be a case of the squad being too big, but I certainly would have liked us to go after a left back. I have got a feeling, and I'm just going to pop off in a minute. I have got a funny feeling this transfer deadline day podcast is going to turn into the Rak-Saki one, because as far as I can see on Twitter or X, Leicester and Lyon seem to be the competition that we had for Rak-Saki, ourselves and our friends across the city. So it doesn't look, their window has slammed shut in France and England at 7 o'clock, I believe. So I think this is going to be a straight shootout between Rangers and Celtic for Rak-Saki. So hopefully that can be one we get across the line. I'm seeing as well on X-Jog just now, fan media saying that the 2 signings we know are coming in, Cornelius and Chermiti, and Rak-Saki is the other possibility. So this could be a long night. It could be a stressful few hours for us waiting to see if we can get Rak-Saki with a line. He's one who's been linked with us throughout the summer, and I can't remember who exactly did the breakdown, but again, he was one. He sounds really exciting, a left-footed right winger. So that's something we don't have. Obviously, we had Cherney last season, who was a lone player who we fell in love with, always dangerous. And we've always taken Antman in for the right wing. But you saw yesterday when Mikey Moore started against Celtic at home, we had to move Gassama out to the right. And he is clearly our best winger, but he is more comfortable on the left-hand side. So I think it would be fantastic if we could secure Rak-Saki, whether it be on a loan with an option or a loan with an obligation. That would really top off deadline day for me. But just before I go off, Jock, I just want to repeat what Billy and Ross and yourself have said in terms of asking people to subscribe to the channel. I'm relatively new to the party, but you will not find better content on Rangers on YouTube. We're on every night, and the boys commit so much time and effort. So again, just a plea to everybody who's watching, whether it's on X, to move over to YouTube, or if you're watching on YouTube, please take the time to subscribe. It costs nothing, and we're very pleased to have you all watching. So thanks for your support, and I'm going to pop off now, Jock, but I'll catch you guys hopefully later on after we've signed Rak-Saki.
See you, Colin. I think the Rak-Saki situation, I think earlier in the window, I think we did put a bid in for him for loan. I think we were turned back, because I think Palace were looking for a fee, was what we were led to believe. And they've obviously waited right until the end of the window, because nobody's come in with a high enough fee, or things just haven't worked out. And it's now a case of if they can try and get rid of him after the window's closed. We obviously shut at 11 o'clock, but if you take a look at the likes of Turkey have another 10 days. So we could bring in players and then think for instance, say look at Raskin. Raskin, we think we could be sitting secure here, and then somebody from Turkey could come in, Besiktas or for Fenerbahce, or somebody could come in and try and pinch somebody. It's just one of those things. It's just a strange setup. I think that the Turkey window's so far away. You think they try and condense it all down, particularly for the European competitions and the internationals coming up. Ross, I'll get your take on then. Is there any other positions you would like to have seen the club target over the window or towards today?
Right back, and the first thing I would put is Aaron's back there train down south. Tav needs competition. Just feel like Tav's got to the age now that he needs a rest. He can't compete every game. But we've also got to remember this is Tav's last year his contract. So for me, I would ideally get a right back in, which we know could sign, I don't know, maybe a 4 or 5 year deal. Yeah, left back as well. It's staggering that all we've got is Mengoma. We did have Fraser, but we shipped him out. I personally think we should have kept Fraser. I think he was a cracking wee player. But I'm just glad we're getting rid of the deadwood and hopefully bring more in. But yeah, right back to remind. And I said, Tav needs some support. He needs the rest at times.
Well, I think we'll have Sterling, I believe, is due to be coming back. So he's, probably going to need to get minutes into his legs really to get him up to speed because he can't go out on loan now. So you'd like to think he's going to be given an option. I understand that everybody's got their views on Aaron, sorry. It's a difficult situation for the guy. I feel for him because he came in and he got turfed into a position that's not his natural position. And that left side's been a pain in Rangers' side for I don't know how long now, really, isn't it? They've just never really found somebody that's Go ahead, Ryan.
I was saying goodbye to Curry.
Oh, right, sorry. Yeah, I said it's been a pain in our side, really, that we've never really had somebody that's been comfortable at doing the defensive side and doing the offensive side at the same time. With Barisic had his moments, but Barisic's strength was crosses and stuff. His defensive side was quite poor. Jefty came in, Rivdan came in, both never really cemented the position as their own. Rivdan full of injuries, finally managed to get rid of him in this window. So yeah, I think for me personally, I think starting left back would have been a priority for me. I know that Cornelius can play that position, as Doug says. That could be something we could see him on the left side, Giga, Suter, and then it'll be between Tav and Arns as the season goes on. Yeah, so Ryan, going forward then, do you think that this centre forward we're bringing in has got what I'm trying to say here? Do you think he's going to get the service required in this league, judging by what we've seen maybe the last couple of games? Or are you looking at what we've seen in sort of European games where that's probably where we've created more chances? Obviously, we're looking at the pleasant result and things.
Yeah. I mean, if you were going to ask me where I think we should have strengthened, I would have been looking for somebody creative in the middle of the park. I'm looking, we've got a very much a heavy reliance on our wingers now. We're pointing towards Kasama, we're pointing towards Antman. We're bringing Finlay Curtis off the bench for 15-20 minutes to go, hoping that he can do something to create for us and score the goal and take on that super sub role. So I think there's too much of a reliance on the wingers. And obviously, as we've seen at the weekend, where we didn't even create a shot on target on the back of a 6-0 drubbing, that we're missing maybe a little bit of spark in the middle of the park. That kind of, and even if it's a deep lying playmaker, I'm not necessarily saying that we go out and sign that number 10 who's going to go out there and get your 10, 15 goals a season and 15 assists and stuff like that. I'm just looking for someone where there's not always the option that we'd have to get the ball wide all the time, always get wide, because teams will just get used to that. And, if we're throwing ball after ball and ball after box, I think it was Davy Martindale, either last season or the season before, said, we're just going to let you cross it because we've got guys in the box there, we're just going to keep heading it away. We'll actually give you the space out wide and give you the freedom to cross it because we're confident enough that we're going to defend it. So if we don't sign good enough strikers that are going to be there to finish these off, but I think there has to be an option to get from the middle of the park. And we've been crying out, is Lyle Cameron an answer? I hope so. there's concerns that he seems to be picking up quite a few kind of niggly injuries quite early on in his career. He came in first of all and he was out for the first couple of games. You know, he's obviously missed the game at the weekend and stuff like that. So you've got to kind of think about his long-term thing, that you don't want to rush him back. He's just a young boy at the end of the day, so you don't want to overplay him and ruin him. Has Asgard get that creative spark? Jury's still very much out on him. You could ask 100 people at Ibrox how well did he play at the weekend. 50 people would tell you he played great and kept McGregor at the game. There would be 50 people who tell you he was absolutely shocking. He should have been off the park a lot earlier than what he was. So we are probably still needing that kind of elusive, kind of creative guy that can get into the box and score goals. Somebody like Todd Cantwell that does it like social media would be great. Who you're going to get a right good player that is talented, that's going to drag people all over the park, who's going to draw fouls, who's going to score goals, but likes to conduct himself off the park in a better way. Because I thought Cantwell could have been a great player for us moving forward. It just turned out he was just a bit of a crap employee more than anything else, bad professional. So I'm hoping that that's maybe on the cards tonight as a wee bit of a wild card signing. We'll see what comes of that. But at this moment in time, if you were to ask me, I wouldn't be too fussed about a left back or a right back at this moment in time. But forget it was Xander Hutton, who's come through the academy, who's still in the building as well. Yeah. You know, what does Max Aarons do that Xander Hutton couldn't do for us? He's certainly not going to get himself sent off after 10 minutes out in Bruges. So we've got to make sure that we are giving these young guys a chance as well. Obviously, we need to be careful that we're not kind of sacrificing youth development for success. We need to try and find that balance where we're doing both. But I wouldn't be breaking my heart over another left back or another right back at this moment in time. I think it's more important we solve the goal scoring side of things, because we need to score goals. Goals win games. You know, and defence, yes, at this moment in time isn't right. But if we lose 4 goals, we score 5, we still win the game.
Like, we've hit the nail on the head there. I think that's obviously what we're missing, is the goal scoring and even the goal creation. And you know, a trait of Russell Martin's teams, every club he's been at is, yes, they concede goals, but they've always scored more than our team, and that's seen them over the line. Doug, I'll come to you then. Do you think that what we've got in the midfield is capable of supplying, you know, the strikers we've got at the moment, and obviously the wingers as well? Because the wingers, their job is to create, but also to score. Because when you look at Ant-Man, we brought Ant-Man in obviously because he got 17 assists last year in the Dutch Eredivisie, which is no mean feat for somebody that's not playing for PSV, Feyenoord, or Ajax.
Absolutely, and I think this actually reminds me of something that came to my mind during earlier on when you were talking about Cyril Dessers. So, like, Dessers gets a lot of heat, obviously, for not scoring as many goals as people would have liked him to, despite the fact, you know, he still did get a really healthy amount of goals, you know, top scorer in the league last season. In my mind, part of that blame is unfairly put on Dessers, because nobody else, when it comes to the attacking wingers and the midfield, and you can even go back to the defence, who last year, there, other than Tavernier obviously aside, you know, they didn't chip in with sort of 3, 4, 5 goals you would expect to be getting from your centre backs from corners and things like that. And that puts an unfair onus on Dessers as the striker then, because you're expecting him to score all the goals. If you take a game like, say, for example, the game against Dundee, that we won 4-3 when he got the last minute winner. So that was, you got sort of equal levels praise and grief in that game, because obviously he showed traits that strikers have in terms of, you know, he never gave up. He was constantly getting himself in position. He got to places to get the chances he got, but at the same time, he got 12 of them before he scored. He obviously scored the winner, so that he gets a bonus for that as well. But you see, if you've got, now, admittedly, maybe this is not the best example, given it's a game we scored 4 goals in, but if you sort of blow that out to other games where we were winning by 1 goal, or most importantly, drawing games, because that's where I think that's where the real issue is. If you've got your wingers and midfielders scoring on a more regular basis, then Dessers comes out of that game in a much better light, because no one, you know, say that game had ended 1-1, people wouldn't be focusing so much on the fact he missed 12 if we'd actually won 3-1 because Suter scored from a header from the corner, and Hadji, you know, swung in a free kick, say. there's not as much onus on those things if you've got goals coming elsewhere and the team is contributing to our wins. And I think that's it's been a big issue. It continues to be a big issue. Gassam looks like someone who might buck that trend. He's come in, obviously, flown in, scoring a bunch of goals. I think he will rack up more goals in the season to come. I think we noticed it when we had Cherney, because Cherney scored a whole bunch of goals and got a whole bunch of assists. And obviously, there's so many people that when just before Kent went off to Seattle Sounders, you could find plenty of Rangers fans that had taken him back. Why did they want him back? Because he scored goals and because he got assists and because he did what sort of Gassam seems to do, and that is scare teams and bulldoze his way through, and he affected games. And that's what these players that we've had in these positions haven't done enough of. And at times, I think we've sold the ones that did. For example, Fashion Sakala. He got like 12 goals and a handful of assists. And now I'm not saying we shouldn't have sold him. I personally would have loved to have kept him. He's a very popular guy. And he was similar to Dessers in that people got frustrated at the times that he didn't do well. And unfortunately for him, those two sitters against Celtic, if you make your mistakes against Celtic, that's an immediate sort of nail in your coffin. But he was kind of similar in that you could bring him in and he would affect games. And some people, another thing, some people level at him that I think they also level at Dessers, and in particularly unfairly at Dessers, was that but you'd only did it against games against Motherwell. Well, newsflash, we need to beat Motherwell too. We need to beat all these other teams. And again, if we're going into Old Firms, putting everything on this one guy to score goals, then it's going to cause him to not live up to expectation unless he's borderline perfect. Nobody's borderline perfect, and that's why when you get those special players that are borderline perfect, you're like Ali McCoist. That's why they're so special. It's because they do it time and time and time, and there's very few blips in between. But even then, Cloyster would go through games missing 101 chances as well. It's just that he would in the next one then score 5 at the same time. So as I say, I do think he gets a little bit unfair grief, Dessers, at times. I said in the group chat the other day, I'd be interested to know how many other fan bases would be so keen to be selling the league's top scorer, whatever league they may be in. So the big pressure will be on these new guys coming in, and it kind of adds a little bit to the jeopardy of the new signings. Because, we've sold Dessers and Nickerman, who were our top 2 scorers last season. We've obviously not re-signed or not kept on Cherney, who was our 3rd top scorer. And between them, that's like about 40-odd goals that we are not going to have in the team this season. So that's immediate, huge pressure now on Miovski, on if he comes in, Chermiti, on Gassam, on Antman, to replace these numbers. And that's... I'll not turn it into a point about time. Actually, I'll stick on the wingers, and that's why, as I say, I think at times we've occasionally let players go that I'd have liked to have kept a little longer because they were players that get numbers. And one of the reasons I'm big on numbers is because ultimately the numbers are what you see on the pitch. When people talk about eye test versus stats, stats are what you see on the pitch, just represented on the page. You can see extra things that you can't see on the page, in the same way that you'll get things from stats that you won't remember seeing on the pitch. And you need that combination of the two. So when you're seeing Dessers, so for example, one of the annoying things I think someone mentioned earlier is he can be a bit quick to go down looking for a foul. I do think that's a failing. The thing about him being a nice guy, I don't think that's necessarily that big of an issue. I mean, McCoist is about the nicest guy you could see in the world. And again, he's the grade A model to follow. But I think it's more fair enough if he's nice. But, again, just does he do the job? And most of the time, I think he did. He also did score in big games as well. Like I think we forget that he would have about 3 goals against Celtic if it wasn't for incorrect refereeing decisions. Yeah. So although his record against Celtic maybe isn't as good as some would want, not all of that's his fault. And he's obviously the best game, Man United, Tottenham. He did score in big games. This season, he improved in almost every metric to the season before. He scored more goals. He was more clinical. His conversion rate was higher. I think we saw better hold-up play from him, things like that. So there's a lot of pros to Dessers, but having just blown smoke up his arse for the last 5 minutes of conversation, at the same time, with his age and the value that we could get for him, similar to Sakala, I don't think we're wrong to be selling him, because if you can get a good fist of a few million in for a player that's, as I say, a bit older, then that's a bonus. But I think it just comes down for me is that I'm weighing this up against, well, what do I want from my team? I want my team to win the league. How can we win the league? By scoring goals. In the last 5 to 10 years, who's been our most reliable goal scorer? Cyril Dessers. So part of me does still think, money aside, I'd have kept him because he'll help us win the league. We'd want another striker to complement that, and maybe a better striker that would be first on. But again, the other big, massive thing that people touched on earlier, I think it might have been Ryan himself actually that touched on it. He was always available, pretty much. I think he had one injury of any significance, maybe a little knock here or there. But similar to Tavernier, always available. And again, for us in particular, given our history recently, that's a huge thing. So to have someone like that on the bench that I can almost guarantee if we give him enough chances, he'll get a goal. He's a good guy to have around. So pressure on the new guys, but like pressure on the wingers. Admittedly, I think was your actual question. They will be hugely important because we need goals from everywhere. Like I say, the defence last year, I expect my centre backs to get at least 4 or 5 goals in a season from corners. Maybe the occasional Bertie screamer, or something like that. So if I remember, I don't think. Oh, Tell Proper ended up scoring, I think, twice.
Yeah.
He got a goal he got at least one against Celtic. I think he got another one, and Ben Davies scored against Kilmarnock. So there were 1 or 2 in there, but like I say, I'd like to see a bit more regularity there. And hopefully we can get something. I think maybe Magoma. He looks like he could probably end up contributing a few assists, if not else. I've not really seen him shoot that much, so I don't know about his scoring. And as for the right side, Tav's still our second top scorer as things stand right now. Getting the. It's just a fact, though. It's just a fact. I know you don't want to hear it, but it's at the end of the day. But I mean, I'm not against. I'd be all for us bringing in a 24-year-old right back who's amazing and keeps Tav out of the team, because to me that would be us making progress. Because whether at the end of the day, Tavernier's contract is up at the end of the season, so unless we decide to keep him, which I think is unlikely, we will not have the opportunity to fall back in him next season. So we need to be doing something in that aspect as well. But yeah.
I'm sure there'll be succession planning for that, Doug. Surely they'll already be looking at.
We'll see. We need someone that can be fit, and Irons is fit but can't play, and Sterling can play but isn't fit. So if we can kind of merge the two together, then we'll come up with something good.
Craig, welcome.
Hello guys, how you doing?
How you doing, man?
Good.
Just going to get your thoughts. And Scott's asking for a bit of the summer signings. Who's your favourite summer signing so far? We'll start with you first.
Okay, not having been involved in any of this, I'm going to go with my gut here, and the one that I feel most excited about, I don't know if anybody else will, is Majowski, who I thought looked really good and sharp yesterday, and is a defender's nightmare to play against. And I hope if we can get him off to the right start, he can score some goals with it for us. So for me, that's the one. But I think there's a few other interesting ones, but it could be a very, very good signing.
Who's apart from Majowski then? Who's your other interesting one? Who's the one that's caught your eye?
Well, I mean, I think Mikey Moore has to be someone who, in 5-6 years' time, we'll probably watch him playing for England and all that stuff and go, oh, I remember that kid when he was with us. I hope we get something out of him. It's interesting that Ahmed Diallo, when he was here, didn't live up to that potential. But as soon as he left, he got a break. He got some game time, got into a place where there was less pressure, and he thrived. I'm hoping Moore can do that up here. But it's going to be tough for a lad his age, whatever his ability. And, I'm sure you've done the Russell Martin thing to death over the course of today, so we don't have to say anything about it. But he looked good enough yesterday that there's a real something promising in there, and hopefully he will turn into that player.
Ross, your favourite summer signings so far?
I have to agree, Miovski.
Yeah.
Have to agree. He's a proven Scottish striker. We need it. I'll go back to the argument I said earlier on. We need more players that know the Scottish game. They know how to play against a low block, as like the Celtic, the Dundee United. So the likes of Miovski, I just feel like, again, I just hope he gets the service that the wingers haven't been given. But yeah, Miovski's my thing. With Mikey Moore as well, looks a very good young talent. I can see why Spurs rate him so highly.
Ryan,
So,
who's going to be your surprise of the season then? Who do you think is going to be probably, who the one we're going to take to the most?
Lyle Cameron.
I
think Lyle Cameron's going to turn out to be a real fantastic Rangers player moving forward. I think he's got all the attributes. I think he's got the right attitude. Everything about his play, I love. Just he's everywhere. His industry, the yards he puts in, he's always causing problems. I really am so glad that we've signed him. I'm a massive advocate of signing the best of the rest. Go out into the local market and signing the better players from the other teams. And we all know that there's a Rangers tax involved sometimes in signing these players. I don't care. We look at picking up Glenn Kamara for £50,000. You can reference back to signing Billy Dodds, which some people laughed at the time. He scored a shitload of goals for Rangers at the time, even in Europe. So, Claudio Caniggia in his late 30s came, done a job for us. Nacho Novo stuck us to Manchester in 2008. I'm a massive advocate of going out there and signing players from local teams that will come in here, will be able to understand exactly what it takes to play for the club, rather than going out and signing guys who would struggle to place Glasgow on a map. Not necessarily my favourite signing so far, but the one I've got the highest hopes for. If you were to ask me who is going to be the biggest signing, probably the guy who's going to make us the most money, I think he's Rui Gassama. I think Gassama's the deal. You see these goals coming forward, even scoring his 2 or 3 minutes on the park against Panathinaikos, and he stumped in a cracking goal, which gave us a right good lead going over to Athens, which we really needed at the time. So I think he'll be the one. If you're talking about the kind of player trading model, if we're still interested in doing such a thing, I think Gassama's going to be the one there. And I feel sorry for Sheffield Wednesday because we've probably been exploited, and we know how we feel because it's happened to us on several occasions where people have came and picked our better players away from a fraction of their value. But I think Gassama's probably going to be the one that's going to light up the most. I was disappointed not to see him going up directly against Ralston on Sunday. I think that would have probably been the part of it would have run the game. I think Ralston would have probably had nightmares even still about Gassama. But for whatever reason, he's decided to pitch him up against Moore. But that's basically the highest hopes. The one I'm most glad that we signed, Cameron. The one that I think will probably turn out to be the best one so far this season will be Gassama.
Folks, just been told to break something here. BBC journalist, is it Carradine? I can never get his name right, no matter how many times I try to say it. He's basically saying that there's plenty happening at Rangers, as well as Cermiti and Cornelius. There might be another forward possibly still coming in. So I think there's still plenty of time left. It's only 25 to 8. So I wonder if it could be the Raksai fella. Ross?
Yeah, before I bounce off, guys, again, I'm just reiterating what the rest of the guys did. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. We do very much appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Try and enjoy the rest of the pod, and hopefully we get somebody else in.
No, Ross, thanks for joining us, mate. Pleasure having you on. Doug, Do you think it's Raksai? Is this Raksai? We need to get used to pronouncing these boys' names right.
Raksaki.
Raksaki. When I'm saying Raksai, sounds like a bloody drink.
It's there. Look.
There we go.
Jesserin Raksaki. At least that's how I'm pronouncing it, because that's how it's written. He'll arrive and we'll find out it's something else, because Gassam's name doesn't exactly pronounce the way it looks either. I know that quite a few of us were making fun of poor Tom on RTV for pronouncing it Gassam, and it turned out he was right all along. So, public apologies to you, Tom, for any private jokes that may be made. Yeah, I mean, I think he's obviously still an option. It could come in, another potentially expensive one. I'm surprised, although maybe it shouldn't be after the expense that we're seemingly putting out for Chermiti. But I mean, he could easily be another 8 to 10 million. So that was what I believe his kind of price tag was, because we were obviously originally looking at him as a loan, and seemingly now it's a buy because Palace only want to sell. So it'll be interesting, because like you say, we brought in quite a few wingers. You're talking about favourite players, like I would have said Cameron, but my other one was Antman. I was really keen to see him coming in. I kind of try and watch. I don't see as much of it as I'd like, but I try and watch the Eredivisie when I can. Obviously, because it's a really technical league, you get to see some good football in it. And he was a player that had stood out, obviously with all those assists and whatnot. So I was quite excited when we got linked to him, and that one came through. I think he could be a really good player. Both him and Gassam, both really quick, direct, running. And if they're kind of let loose a bit, I think that they could do a lot of damage. It's whether or not they get let loose, it'll be the question. So he would have been my pick. But it's interesting, obviously, because we brought those two in. We've got Curtis, who's come into the picture. You've brought in Moore on loan, and then if we're bringing in this lad as well. You've got a lot of competition for those wing positions, so it would be interesting to see who's going to get the minutes over the course of time. If you'd have to think, if we do actually purchase him, that bumps Moore down the pecking order one, at least, which I'm sure Tottenham will not be riveted about. So yeah, let's just say it'll be interesting to see. It's great to have competition. It's just how much is too much given the amounts of money that we're now starting to spend. Because like I say, if he does turn out to be an 8 to 10 million purchase, then presumably he's got to be starting. You can't. As much as I'm excited to spend that much money, it's got to be on players that are first team starting players. So if he's going in, who's coming out? Does that mean Ant-Man becomes second choice? Obviously, only time will tell on that. But as I say, depth is good. There's been a lot of times, I think, in the last few years where we've had a pretty good first team.
Yep.
But that was basically it. As soon as you got to the bench, it was kind of like you maybe had one or two other players that you could say put him in, and the quality doesn't drop that much. But a lot of times you would see a noticeable difference. Usually in those areas of creativity and the kind of match winning things. Like I don't mean it to sound like a huge criticism. If you take someone like Connor Barron, for example, I think Connor Barron is a player that I don't think when he comes into the team, the quality of the team drops, but he has very different traits, and I think traits that are useful for specific games. For example, the weekend where you want a combative midfield and someone who's got an engine that will run for 90 minutes. So I think for games like that, European matches where you want to be a little sturdier, perhaps, Barron's an excellent player to have because he does have an engine that will go on and on. He's very combative. He puts his heart into the game, and he's got a lot of those type of traits. But he's not, he's not if you're comparing him to someone, say, like Raskin and even Rothwell, if we take some of the better traits that we have seen from Rothwell in the time he's been here, those two, Rothwell less so, but certainly Raskin, can be combative But Raskin and Rothwell have also got, decent passes on them. Rothwell in particular, when he does show up a bit better, has an excellent through ball on him. He's got a really good free kick on him as well. And obviously Raskin in the latter half of the season last year showed that he can contribute goals and was popping up with assists. He got quite a few in the last sort of 5-10 games when he was really kind of kicking on under Ferguson. And that's where, I think Barron perhaps lacks in those skills. So that's what stops him maybe being a first team player. But the skill set that he has is still a high level skill set. It's just a specific skill set. And so he can be utilized. And those are the types of players, you want all of your subs to be that at a minimum. Have a skill set that is usable either as an alternative to something. So maybe you've got like a midfielder that's super quick and can be up and down the pitch, and you've got another guy that's slower but is much more technical. So you play them in different matches, although they're similar quality players, they've just got different skill sets. Or you maybe just have some players that are similar because you want a certain thing in a certain position. So, maybe you want just absolute bruisers for centre backs. And so you just have 4 absolute bruisers that you can swap in and out as your heart content. So I think that's also something that we're maybe going to see a bit better this season with the backing that it looks like we're getting. So for all the faults they may have made in potentially manager choice or errors with fan issues and things previously, I don't think backing the manager is going to be something that we'll be criticising this board of, certainly so far anyway. Most of the players we've brought in have been for reasonable fees, while at the same time being, on the face of it, good deals. Obviously that will run its course over the next, I can't remember who it was that said it, that someone more famous and smarter than me, but said like you can only judge a transfer 2 seasons after it was made, because by that point they should either be a first team regular or you've sold them for better than you bought them. Yeah. And I think that's a perfect sort of way to look at a transfer, because people can go up and down. Raskin didn't look like he was going to make it for quite a while until he suddenly came into the team and exploded and became our best player. And we can be very quick to judge players. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys go, and as I say, if they can form not just a first team that can do something, but a squad that can do something.
Ryan, I know you need to head on there, so is there anything you want to say before you head off? Any final thoughts before you go?
Aye, just on this Saki deal, got to be thinking about Finlay Curtis here. We've got a young boy in the building who has come on and really lit the heather on fire for us. Where he scored a couple of really important goals for us so far this season, particularly the first goal against Panathinaikos. Bringing boys in like Saki, it's only going to put him further down the pecking order. So, do we actually really need another winger, especially if you're talking about potentially £10 million? We put £10 million out, like I said, for a creative centre midfielder, another striker or something like that. I don't think we need to be going shoving another £10 million out for another right winger, especially after we just spent £4 million on Ant-Man. Do we really need to go and spend the £4 million on Ant-Man if we could spend the £10 million on Saki? It's overload to me. It's just, it seems very kind of scattergun with the money at this moment in time. If this is led to believe to be true, it does actually happen. For me, it doesn't really make much sense. I'd have plenty of questions over that. And listen, I'm sure he would come in and he would do well for us and stuff, but it's at the sacrifice of one of our own. That's a young boy that's in the academy who could be coming through, and if we do sell him on, we sell him on at 100% profit for all the financial fair play and stuff like that. Yeah. So he's no one for me. I'm not into it. I'm not going to see it, but I'm going to boost off after a couple of hours. So hopefully we get to this 4,000 subscribers. That's the kind of big thing. Keep Scotty happy. He might have a wee smile on his face for us. That would be good. So
I wouldn't go that far.
I know. Aye. Well, listen, keep it positive, guys, and I'll catch up with you later. Thanks for everyone for tuning in.
Thanks, Brian.
I'll see everybody later on. All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
I'll just do a wee shout out then. So we are sitting at, we're over 3,000 folk watching, which is fantastic. We really appreciate you time that you're taking to sit and watch us here. Get involved, get into the comments and let us know what you're thinking about the window so far and the potential incomings. This is a surprise one that could be this player here. We are currently sitting at 2,800 watching on X, which is a crazy number. Do us a wee favour and jump over to YouTube and just click on the link. I'll even put the link in the chat description for you as well. Just hit like and subscribe. It does massive things for us. So we're on the big push to get to 4K here, and we're I think about 80 off it. Hitting 4K tonight would be massive for us. Craig, looking then at this potential right winger coming in, I can't get his name right at all. Rak-Saki. I understand Ryan's point that this could impact Curtis, but the point I'm taking from this is somebody that we did go in for earlier in the window and it hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Obviously, the things haven't went the way probably Crystal Palace would have wanted it to, and he's available now. I'd like to think that we could do a Lille here and maybe try and get some discount or get a deal that's probably more beneficial for us. And but the way I'm thinking is we've been crying out for a long time for a strong bench or having a reserve player in that position that's going to drive the first team player to make the shirt his own because he knows he's got somebody chasing his backside. Do you think this is what we're trying to do here with the recruits?
I think so, and I think that you look now, and people obviously love in this age of social media and pictorial representations and stuff where you can put down the 2 players or 3 players in every position and stuff. We've been a club that have been plagued by injuries over the last lot of years, and that doesn't help, so when I say the more the merrier, these guys will be sat there with their analysts, with their charts. They'll know exactly what we can afford, what we can have in there, what's going to affect our opportunities of buying more in when we get them, etc., etc. Buying this many players isn't always going to work. Some of them are going to be successful and some of them aren't. It's just the way that it always seems to pan out. But I think if these guys feel they can afford this guy and they're prepared to spend £7 million of their money on him or whatever that fee is, then I think we go with that and think, you know what? Yeah, great. Let's see. And hopefully we've got something in mind that will play to that guy's strengths. I think, again, it's the Martin effect where we haven't seen that, shall we say, that system, that, an opportunity for someone to come in and thrive. I don't think there's been that yet, but maybe in time there will be. And so having these young, exciting players as options could be fantastic. I do agree, though. I'd love to see Finlay Curtis get a lot of games because he's a very exciting young player. And it would be nice to see somebody coming through the academy properly for the first time in a while, really.
Yeah, to be fair, he really is the sort of the latter part. Nathan Patterson's the last one that screams to me. Come through the academy and has been of a quality where he can go into the first team and actually prove that he can stay there. Yeah. Scotty, welcome aboard again. How's things?
Aye, not bad, mate. Not bad. So far, so quiet. I
know.
I think we're just waiting on the 2 that we know getting confirmed. And then it'll be rumour central after that. So English league just slam shut. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of surprise aces up Rangers' sleeves. The 49ers done a sell around the market, announced a few signings that nobody knew about. They've done it with Leeds quite regularly as well.
Okay.
So it really wouldn't surprise me. Right now, though, there's just under 3,000 watching on Twitter. Please get your asses over to our YouTube channel and like and subscribe on there. I need to get these subscribers up to 4K. Come on. I'm going to keep banging on about this until I get it.
I think we all will. We'll all chip in. I put the links in the chat for everybody, so it's just a matter of clicking the link and it'll take you to where you need to go. And you can watch on YouTube. It's just the same as Twitter. Scott, just then your thoughts then. I haven't really spoke to you earlier in the day, so just what are you thinking about then this Everton chap? This is where all the sort of attention and focus is going to be on him because this is where the big outlay is going.
Oh, the Shamiti.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to withhold my judgment. Obviously, with Ryan on the pod, we had a Shamiti breakdown, which actually done really, really well. Ryan seems to think that that he's going to do well up here. So I'm quietly positive on this one. I know he's got a low conversion rate and he's raw and inconsistent and stuff, but he's not kicked a ball for him to Everton. He's barely kicked a ball in senior football, so I think we need to give the guys a chance. We need to give him a chance to see what he can produce up here. It might be an absolute world beater. It might be crap. You don't know. Because nobody's really seen him play. I don't even think Everton fans had an opinion on him, if that makes any sense. But I'll tell you something. They've come out looking pretty, getting £8 million from Jock, regardless.
Well, that's what I said earlier. This is a sort of the market that we're looking to start shopping in. Ideally, the Champions League, a Champions League kitty would make you get maybe 2 or 3 players in and around that, that value. But obviously, we're not there, so we're only going to get the one. But this is everything in terms of inflation's up. Football price players is going up as well. What was 500k, 10 years ago was now 2.5 million, and so on and so on. And that's just the way I don't think it's going to get any better, if I'm being honest. It's just going to probably push the price of everything else up in terms of shirt prices and season tickets and whatever. But I'm the same. I'm the same boat as you. I don't want to can't reserve judgment. I'd love to see what his stats were before Everton and see what made Purdy and say, "Well, take him to Everton." Because there's going to be a good stats there from his under 21. Well, under 21, he's younger. He's 21 now, so 18s, 17s, and 18s. Because if we look closer to home, Finlay Curtis was banging in goals for fun last year and the year before. So there's no reason why this guy can't come in and do that. I get that the anxiety over the large transfer fee, but this is just the market we're in now, and this is where we're shopping.
Joe, see quickly if I can ask Craig something about Leeds and his. Doug, see if you could fire a few polls out. That'd be good. Stick some polls out in the chat. Get interaction going for me. Craig, see in terms of Leeds and the 49ers, have there been many surprise signings that you didn't know about in terms of the transfer strategy?
Yeah,
Could we see that at Rangers? Could we see it at Rangers tonight?
Well, if you want a bit of a laugh here, because I've been following a lot of it all day, and I follow a lot of sites that are Leeds as well as Rangers. I saw one comment saying Rangers spent £8 million on a player. The 49ers have obviously forgotten about us. So, it's like whatever they do, they can't win. But there was the famous one with Daniel James some years ago, where he was literally being photographed in a lead. Now, this was before they took over, but they were influencing in the background at the time. And he was photographed in a Leeds shirt, and then Swansea, I think, had a late swoop, if we use transfer deadline language, from Man United, saying we'll take him in 6 months' time if you leave him, and suddenly he wasn't for sale anymore. But last year, as I remember, or the year before, when went to Bournemouth. His name has just completely gone out of my head, but he was the Colombian international, and he went to Bournemouth on deadline day, having said he was going nowhere, and they went down there and came back with God, this is a bad moment for me here because I've forgotten them both. Jadon Anthony, who didn't get much of a look in over the course of the season, but he was free. They got him back, and actually, again, it turned out he was a player because he was instrumental in taking Burnley up last year. And I think most Burnley fans would say he was one, if not, top 3 of their players last year. So it can be done. I think there'll be something coming in, and I think if they don't get the deals done, it's because people are coming in the last minute and saying no, for some reason outside their control. But now that the English transfer window's closed, we're the last gig in town. So if we're there with money and teams want it, we're the people that are going to have to provide it. There's a couple of others. I think Turkey's got a late window and a few others, but generally speaking, quite a bit of the options as to where players are going to go has been taken away from 7 o'clock tonight. Sinistera, yeah.
That's the one.
Who was perennially injured for them. I think played about twice, but anyway, good player, though, I would say.
Sounds like he'd be perfect for us.
Absolutely. Well, the other thing is today, just watching it, there's been player after player I've never heard of. And you look at it, it's like 28.5 million, 43 million, 56 million. And you're thinking, who the hell are these people? You know, and we are bringing in players at a sensible amount of money where if they do have a good season, and the stuff we're talking about, Chermiti, probably what we were talking about Eagleman a year or two ago, you know, a year ago when he first arrived. So hopefully he's that kid that thrives, gets in there and does it, and we can make some money off him.
No, you're spot on, Craig. Because I remember whenever I think it was rumored to be 2 million, and they were like, "We're paying £2 million to a club that nobody has ever heard of. Didn't even know this club existed." And I was one of them because and Clement said at the time, "If we don't pay this now, we'll not be able to afford him next year," and he was true to his word.
Yeah.
Scotty, Paul's asking a question here. Do you think we would see any Leeds players coming in? Personally, I think if that was the case, it probably would have happened by now.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, to be fair, that's not with any inside knowledge or understanding. Yeah. It's just, I think they've got their targets, and it takes a while to get a deal over the line, doesn't it?
I don't think, Craig, I don't know what you feel about this, but I can't see I think if we were going to see the link-up, we would have seen it over the summer.
Yeah.
I can't see this happening at all. Ramazani, there was rumours about him, but...
Yeah, Gelhardt.
I can't see it.
Diaby's gone somewhere today as well. There's those fringe players who would probably be decent players up here, and certainly decent squad players, but I think they've all gone elsewhere now.
Aye, definitely. Billy's back.
I'm only back for a quick push again because 79 subs off the 4,000 on YouTube, mate. So I just wanted to give you an update. I don't know if you're watching it, but 79 folk of the 3,200 odd that are watching could go over to YouTube and subscribe. We're doing a big push for that tonight, aren't we?
Yes, we sure are.
I'm sure you've maybe mentioned it about 100 times in the last hour, and I've just come on.
See, even when we were at 400, we were at 4,000. I'm going to keep mentioning it, Billy, because the guys at the Journal put an awful lot of hard work in, and we don't take any money. We don't genuinely. We take my money and we put it into things called Y Scouts, so we can do extra shows, so we can push more content for a club, and we gave everybody content to watch. So we're asking for a sub for a bit of help. So I don't think we're being. I'm just going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. You know what I'm like. Sorry.
Oh, I know you're like. Right, that's all I came on to say. If we can get there before 8:30 or 9 o'clock, it'd be great. Spending that last wee bit talking about that.
Cheers for that, Billy. Yep.
Thanks, Billy.
I'll just reiterate there, we're sitting at 3,000 folk on Twitter watching. Please click on the link I've just put in the chat there, and it gets us get over to our YouTube channel and just like and subscribe on there. Stephen, welcome to the deadline day pod. How you doing?
Hi guys, yeah, very good. I was saying to Scotty earlier on, I was hoping that we get a lot more joy than we have the last couple that we've done, and fingers crossed there's going to be a bit of excitement.
It's like Jock. It's like, see with Stephen, it's like wheeling the Undertaker out at WrestleMania for one last fight. It comes on a pod for a deadline day.
Has he got a streak? Has he?
Aye, got a streak. Aye. Stephen loves a deadline day pod with me and Doug. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, exactly. Of course. Dino, welcome aboard.
Good evening, everyone.
Were you tuning in for the night?
Can we hear there in the revered jockey boy?
That's it. I'll come to the two of you then as you're just in. I'll go start with you, Stephen. Stephen, just your thoughts on the two that we're waiting to announce, and then the potential of this Rak-Sakyi. What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, I think it was pretty obvious that we needed a centre half, especially one with a left foot. So Cornelius coming in seems to fit the profile well. He's, from looking at his stats, he's a pretty good passer of the ball, good with his duels, particularly when he was at Malmo, experienced as well, which we severely lack at the heart of defence. So yeah, I think getting him in is a no-brainer. I would have liked it to be a permanent. It does look like it's going to be a loan with an obligation or a loan with an option, but I think he's exactly this type of profile that we need at the back. Striker-wise, it's been the one everybody's really been talking about, isn't it? The £8 million on a guy who's not scored a goal for his current club. Yellow ties in the wash. A joke. Yeah, it's a gamble. I mean, profile-wise, he seems to be the type of one who would probably fit into what we're looking at. Probably likes to hold, from what I've seen about him, likes to hold up the ball, likes to link up, run in behind. I've spoke to a couple of Everton journalists in my work, and they say he's a bit of a untapped potential. If somebody can get something out of him, it's the big win. I think the way he was at Everton under Deitch, and obviously Sean Deitch loved these big long ball, hoofball type strikers. That's why, that Dominic Calvert-Lewin, Beto there seemed to fit the profile in that one. I don't think Chermete was that type, but we need a striker who can lick the play up if we're going to try and play it from the back across the deck the way we have been. We saw what Majovski did with very little service at the weekend, how much more effective he was. And Chermete, I say £8 million. It's a shame for the boy. It's a lot of pressure on the lad, but I'm hopeful he could do something. If we get Ritzaki in, I know Sheffield United fans talked very highly of him and his time down there. I think another winger wouldn't be the worst option. I know it's not. If it falls through, I think we're still well stocked in that area, even with Cortez going. But to get another one in there, it takes a bit of pressure off of young Curtis as well. Lets him kind of get on, play his game when he's come in without, like if Ant-Man had a bad few games, Curtis, there's a lot of pressure on Curtis to come in, but you get another guy in, kind of helps with that one. Especially, I think it'd be a particularly brilliant win for us as well if the rumours are true that he's turned down a move across the city. I think that would be a bit of a, win in Martin's cabinet early on. He's not had a lot of them, but that would be something.
Dino, we have been crying out for wingers, right wingers, left wingers, bit of variety. We seem to be stocking up on them. What's your thoughts then? Are you happy that we're obviously going to have plenty of options and plenty of guys that can come on and potentially change games?
Aye, something that, as you say, we've lacked for years, but I'm just looking forward to coming on and changing games for a new management team. If I'm being quite honest, they can be the best wingers in the world, but they're going to lack the ability to change games at the moment with the current setup that we have. Sorry to put a downer on things, lads, but that's where I'm at with things. So yeah, good to have options. And one thing I'm kind of a bit conscientious about is having players who might be unhappy and not making the European squad, because there's only 17 positions available for foreign players. So we might actually have to be, I guess, prepared for players being actually unhappy about not making the European squad. Because I think if you've got players like Mikey Moore, he's going to be signing on the premise that he's going to be involved in European football. He's not going to come to Rangers otherwise, I don't think. So if you get the point I'm trying to make, is if we're overloaded with wingers, then you've got to think, as more unhappy players, Ibrox something that the club needs in this rebuild?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's one of the biggest lures I think the Rangers Football Club is, of course, the guarantee European football. Throughout the season, you're always going to be playing at a decent level. And it's just one of those things. But like you say, now the squad's obviously going to be quite top heavy. We're quite bloated now. There will be people that will miss out on that, and then that's part and parcel of the squad. They'll be looking forward to playing on Saturday, Sunday, whereas our players will be looking forward to playing Thursdays and then probably cup games. It's just the way it is, and like the squad's massive as it is, as we've seen that, and that's without the new additions coming in and ones going out. Doug, I see your question there, and somebody else in the chat had pointed about that. I'll let you answer it yourself then. What's your thoughts then on Lyndon Dykes? Would he have been an option for us, do you think, or is the level, is he below that, below us, essentially below?
Not now. I'd have taken him. We've been linked with him in the past, and at some of the times that we've been linked in the past, I think I would have taken him. He's one of those players that I think would be a good squad player. He's got certain skill sets. He's a big guy and he holds up well. And we've seen him come on for Scotland and be effective as that kind of target man sort of role. And sometimes, when you're playing domestic games, you need a player that isn't necessary. The player doesn't need to be like, because obviously when we're buying players, we want players that are that step above to win the league and to obviously also translate to play in Europe, because we want to do well in Europe as well. But sometimes, not every player needs to necessarily be at that point. They need to be someone who just has a certain knack in the league. So, for example, his name's totally escaped me now. The Dundee striker, what's his name again? It's totally
Simon
wrong.
Murray.
Simon Murray, that's it. I had Mackay in my head, but I knew that wasn't right. He was scoring goals for absolute fun across last season, and I'm absolutely certain he would do the same with us if he was a Rangers player. But I wouldn't expect us to be buying him as a starting striker. But again, if you've got the knack to score lots of goals and you're in the kind of top 5 goal scorers in the league for a team that was almost relegated, you can't tell me they wouldn't do a job for us, getting probably twice as many chances and opportunities to score goals. And that's where, again, touching on what Ryan got on to earlier, there are times where I think sometimes we need to remember not every single player in the squad needs to be the absolute best player. Some of them need to be players that are good enough to do well in our league, because if that's the ultimate and main priority, then that's what you should ultimately really be signing the players for. And there are some players that you just have to look at and go, he's done a great job over there. How much better could he be? Even if he doesn't actually get any better, although I'm a firm believer that if you put a player and surround him with better players, they themselves will also get a little bit better just by proxy. And that may just be that, if he scores 10 goals in a team that gives him 20 chances, he'll score 20 goals in a team that gives him 40 chances. So he gets better by virtue of that. So these types of players, I think, can have roles. And again, when Ryan was talking earlier, he touched on players like Billy Dodds, and we've had other players like that have come in and done really decent jobs for us without necessarily having been, players that we would have sat there and went, oh yeah, he's definitely a guy that will, help us win, or not win, but help us push forward in Europe or Champions League or things like that. But then sometimes you bring them in and they do exactly that. So Nacho Novo, again, a perfect example, someone who came from Dundee. I'm sure when he signed, most people wouldn't necessarily have been going, he's a guy that's going to get us to Europa League final or UEFA Cup final, as it would be at the time. But he played his part. He scored the famous goal. And that's something that we, all look back on with great joy. So sometimes these players can be important. But yeah, I probably wouldn't take Dykes now, but I would have done, as I say, maybe a year or two ago, when our strike force was in a slightly different position.
Yeah, I think we were heavily linked, weren't we? Especially under Beale. I think it was the tenure that I think that was the strongest links was there. Stephen, I'm going to pass over to you now. Just before I go, we're sitting with 3,300 folk watching. That's serious numbers. So thanks very much, everybody, for taking the time. I'm going to pester you again and ask you to go over to our YouTube channel just to like and subscribe to the channel, because we're so close to 4,000 subscribers. That's the goal for Stephen and the rest of the team as the night goes on. Try and get those numbers up. So get pushing.
I've got, if I can interrupt you for 2 seconds, I've got a wee slide especially for this this subscriber request that I just want to pop up here. So it's all about the science doesn't lie. What kind of fan are you? So 51% roughly of the people watching are what I'd call Rangers fans, because they're subscribed, and Rangers fans were known to be loyal. So of course they're subscribed. And 48.9% our other fans, the type of people that can't help but watch our content, can't help but obsess over Rangers. Well, they're not necessarily Rangers fans. So my question to all these people out there is, which side do you fall on? Which side do you want to fall on? And if you fall on the side of the current 51, then maybe you want to sub and add yourself to that number. So just a wee thing to think about.
Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, what better place to kind of get your transfer window fix? We might even have a lot of people from down south, popping their heads in and think missing out on the fact that their window's shut at 7 p.m. Wanting to get that late night drama that we've well known about. For transfer deadline day, I was a bit gutted when I heard some of them were shutting at 7 because what's the point, But yeah, so as Jock kind of mentioned, he talked about the players who were kind of seemed to be getting in while we're kind of waiting because we still don't have any official confirmation of Rangers of the players who we think seem to be, dead set to come in the door. There's some areas that seem to be left a bit untouched in terms of the rumour mill and just the general transfer news. And one of those ones I'm going to touch on is the left back area. I particularly have been crying out for a left back link. I think Jayden Magoma has come in, done pretty well, but he's still a young kid and he's not our player. Technically, he's a loan without any sort of obligation. So, Dean, I'll go to you in this one. What's your been thinking on we might still get something, we still got just under 3 hours, but what's your thinking around about the lack of attention to the left back area currently?
It needs some serious investment in it, and the point you just raised there about the current left back first choice option, only choice option being a teenager. We are crying out for experience all throughout the squad. Something that we are severely lacking. I'm pretty sure our average age in the first team squad is probably the lowest it's ever been in my lifetime. And I know the old saying, you can't win anything with kids, but it's not the class of 92 that we've got at Rangers. So we badly need experience, and I was really, really hoping that we would have signed somebody 25 upwards in the left back position. Now, Jayden Magoma, as you said, he's done well since he's came in. He looks keen, he looks hungry, which you want. But is he able to go to play 50, 60 games a season, stay injury-free, suspension-free? Aye, stranger things have happened, however. But yeah, we are badly needing a left back, and as important as it is getting in a centre forward and a left centre half, a left back is as much as important as those two. Now, if you think about it as well, if he then does get injured, now I'm not too clued up on what was the B team, and so I don't know who the current left back is that's there, and I don't know what age or how good he is. But we let Robbie Fraser go now. People, when I said Robbie Fraser should have stayed, he ticks a box for homegrown. Even just having somebody around the players coming in that's been at Rangers a while, I think that would have been a good option to at least hold on to, and maybe not getting a left back in this window, but holding out for a left back in the January window. It just leaves us incredibly bare in that department, and it really, really gives me the fear because as we've all, I think every single Rangers fan has alluded to the fact that Max Aarons isn't good enough at right back, and him coming in at left back makes I don't even want to think about that, because we've seen what he did at left back and it wasn't very particularly impressive. So I think we're needing some sort of positivity tonight to end the transfer window with a left back coming in. I'd be happy with it getting confirmed at 10:59. I really would.
Yeah, I mean, we would like a rumour. I think that's the thing it's fair to say. We would take a rumour at this point and have something moving forward on that one. Cammy, welcome to the Deadline Day podcast. How you doing, mate?
I'm good. You guys know how much I love the transfer deadline, the longest transfer window in history. Not a fan of it, but I thought I'd make an exception to come on. Basically, echo. There's one comment that's cracked me up, though. What was the average age of the Chelsea team last season? They did okay. Now, I don't know. Listen, I love the Rangers, but I don't see Cole Palmer and guys like that playing in front of them. You know, I think if you've got 4 or 5 world class players, you can get away with playing with lots of kids. So I totally echo Dino's thoughts. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't want to be too critical, but I think the approach from the start of the transfer window to now at the end has been quite scattergun. I don't think it's been particularly well thought out. Recent weeks, the criticism has obviously been rightly on the manager because he is the public face and the voice of the club at the moment. But I don't think the window has been good enough. I think the left back position is glaring. As much as I admire Magoma, he's a gutsy wee guy. He's not going to play 50 games. It's just not going to happen. He'll burn out by Christmas. We saw what happened to Jeffrey last year when he played far too much football. But unless masses of things happen in the next 2 or 3 hours, we haven't. I personally don't think we're any stronger. I think we've lost a lot of goals out of the squad, and I will say this till I'm blue in the face. We haven't strengthened the spine. So yeah, I'm generally glass half full, but I'm quite. I don't think we're in a particularly strong position, and I mean, good luck to the guy coming from Everton for a lot of money.
Yeah,
it's a lot of cash. And it is a bit of a statement of intent, but I think for that sort of outlay, I'm not expecting the finished article, but I'm expecting somebody at 25, 26 that's maybe a winner, has maybe been around the block, is going to bring goals. This guy's, obviously Kevin Thelwell knows him and Dan Purdy know him, so I think that's why there's a bit of angst amongst the support because it seems quite lazy. But time will tell. I wish him well, but he's going to have to hit the ground running because you know what the Rangers support's like, spending that sort of cash. But overall, as it stands just now, I'm not particularly impressed with the business that we've done to this point.
Yeah, it's a perfect segue there, Cammy. If people have noted on the screen, it's official now. Youssef Chermete is signed from Everton. Undisclosed fee, subject to visa and international clearance, because websites from football clubs don't like to announce the actual fees, but the fee is rumoured to be £8 million, a permanent transfer. Our second striker in of the window, of course, following on from Bojan Miovski. Craig, I'll go to you on this one now. Yeah. The signing is official as we thought it was going to be, but as Cammy alluded to, it's probably something, if you're rebuilding a squad in the way Russell Martin has said and is trying to do, and given the strikers that we had in June, that we probably should have looked to have got these type of bodies in very early on, especially, that spine, if you watch these team play at Southampton, Swansea, striker, number 6, centre-halves, vitally important to how they play, and to have, relied on Dessers and Danilo for the first 2 months of the season, not ideal, which adds to the pressure this lad from Everton has got on him now.
Yeah. No, I mean, this classic thing, isn't there, though, that the vast majority of deals are done at the end of the window, and sometimes you just have to bide your time, especially when you're bringing in as many players as we have done this year, because I get what Cammy says, but there have been a lot of people through the door, and every single one of those is quite a complex transaction. It's not like you just go, get him up there, have a doctor see him for half an hour, and then he signs a line. There's an awful lot of considerations to take into account. So I'm kind of hopeful that the Chermete one is because the people who are there in the middle of this know his potential and can see someone here who can make a difference and can be somebody that we can take on and do something else with. I've got to say that I'd rather see Cornelius over the line, because I do think in defence we definitely need a lot more strengthening. And of course, if he can play left back as well as left-sided centre forward or centre half, then that could be a big bonus as well, couldn't it? So we'll see, but you never know. There could be time for a big surprise coming through the door in a left back. Although, again, bringing in the Leeds United thing, Leeds United fans would say for the last 4 years that they've been screaming for a left back, and it seems to have been ignored all through that. So it's not just hear that that's going on.
Yeah, there's definitely some. There's a few names floating about potentially. I think someone's on the free market, but yeah, nothing really seems to be touched upon in a great deal. Dino, I'll go back to you. The transfer fee's been well acknowledged. £8 million. Kevin Felwell and Dan Purdy in the past obviously paid a lot of money to bring him to the UK originally. With Majowski coming in as well, you know, you would initially expect Majowski to be the main man up front, given the fact of his experience here. But for £8 million, you know, do you think that this Chermete will, you know, get his way in and kind of play ahead of him, or do you see him just, you know, being like an extra option as opposed to Majowski?
I think we'll be looking at Majowski being the number one striker and playing the majority of the games first half, well, till Christmas anyway, to let Chermete bed in, because there's going to be an awful lot of bedding in, because it's obviously you know, new country and whatever, but also because he has hardly played any first team football, so he's going to have to get up to speed with all of that. But other people had suggested that we may see Russell Martin, you know, having a two-man partnership up front. That may well be the case as well. So I think we've just got to watch and hope for him becoming you know, a good acquisition, and him, the pressure, it's, you know, it's quite a ballsy move for him as well to make, given that Rangers fans are notoriously bad for judging a player after playing 45 minutes of football for us. So that automatically comes with the territory of signing for Rangers, and you can only hope that that has been, you know, relayed to him, and that he's aware of that, because that's going to be something that he's going to have to deal with if he comes in and he's missing sitters and he's, you know, not looking interested or whatever. Rangers fans will be on him like they are with every other player, and the fact that he is the second highest paid transfer for us as well. And I think somebody had suggested, Stephen, correct me if I'm wrong, but that there's a potential to go up to 10 million. Did you read that as well?
Yeah, Sky Sports have apparently confirmed in the last couple of minutes it's 8 million plus 2 million add-ons.
Right, okay, so that's so. And I appreciate that, you know, 2-3 years down the line, you know, it's potentially going to triple what he signed for, but it's still, you know, a big, massive amount of pressure for him first coming in. And the fact that we've only really got Majowski, because I think we can all say that Danilo's not even half the player of us before his injuries, so yeah, he's only really going to be fighting out with one other striker. So it's not like he's got another sort of striker in front of him to help with the bedding in. I mean, touch wood, but Rangers luck, Majowski gets injured, then what happens? Do you know when Chermete comes in and just you know, it's a whole sort of different scenarios that we could all sit and discuss. But yeah, he's obviously confident enough that he's able to come in and deliver at Rangers. And I spoke to my colleague, and he's a Liverpool fan, and he said that he thinks that he will do very well with us. So yeah, just live in hope, and good luck to the guy.
Yeah, I do think we were guilty. A lot of Rangers fans, a lot of fans in Scotland, and I'm badging up. A lot of football fans in general will judge by the front figures, and you know, 0 goals as a striker is always the thing that will stand out to, and kind of, you know, that makes it a bit difficult. Scotty, you're back in here. You want to talk about the new striker? You got anything else to add into here?
I've just refreshed follower, so I'm just waiting on that loading up. I don't think there will be anything, because they were all talking about Chermete signing. So, I'm looking at it with my blue tinted specs on. I'm hoping it's going to be a good signing, Stephen. I'm hoping that he gets a fair crack out of it. I hope he gets an early goal, because I think you'll see with Oliver Antman, his first game, he got a couple of assists. That's bottom time, because if he hadn't got his assists against Pilsen, I think folk would have been on his back. I think he needs to go off. Shamiti needs to go off to a quick start, and then hopefully he can kick on for there. But it needs to be an upgrade on what we've just sold. We've just sold a guy that's got his 25 goals a season now. Whatever you think about Cyril Dessers, eventually he scored goals, and his problem seems to be this season is we're not creating any chances for the strikers to score goals. So it'll definitely be interesting. Is this a Russell Martin signing? Is it a Kevin Thelwell signing? Is it a 49ers signing? Is it all three? Is it a club signing? It's difficult to say, but it'll be interesting to see how it's going to work.
Yeah, no, definitely. Cammy, obviously you've stressed your dissatisfaction with the whole transfer window as a whole. Scotty mentioned about Chermeti being a replacement for Dessers, who, as far as I'm aware, we've not actually officially confirmed at the club that he's departing. But I personally, I think Chermeti is probably more comparable to Igaman in type of the kind of raw, untapped potential. I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
That's, to be fair, I think that's probably fair. I think to go back to an earlier point, I think it was maybe Dino talking about playing two up top, going proper Mike Bassett 4-4-2. But I think there was points at Southampton that Russell Martin certainly did do that. With two, Adam Armstrong and somebody else played up front for Southampton, so that may be an option. But I think you're right. We're going to need goals. That's us lost 50 goals out the squad with Cherny and Dessers leaving. If we start creating chances for Majowski, for Chermiti, for Gassam, for Antman, Asgard from the middle of the park, that sort of situation. But I think I said earlier about the angst amongst the support because Kevin Thelwell and Dan Purdy have came from Everton, and I think that's I think the mood is low at this precise moment. So I think that's where particularly the online support is not particularly keen on this sort of outlay. But the guy is obviously he went to Everton for a lot of money. But I'm not caring if it's Chermiti that scores 20 goals and it's Majowski that scores 12 goals. The most important thing is that the players middle to front that we've brought in, it's essentially a fresh front five that we've brought in. So they have to, over the next 7 or 8 months, take the chances. So it's I wish Chermiti well. I think Majowski I've got high hopes for because he knows the league, and I think he showed enough yesterday with the sort of supply that he had, which was quite limited. But you could play Haaland up front at the moment, and I think he would struggle. We need to start creating more chances. That's what it comes down to, and I think that's the key point for the weeks ahead, to be honest with you. But good luck to the guy.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. Craig, of course, I've drilled it till it's blue in the face now. £8 million, £2 million add-ons, our most expensive signing in 25 years since Torre Andre Flo. You questioned at points following Rangers if we were all going to get close to that Torre Andre Flo fee, and we've done it here, albeit following on from a takeover. We've been crying out, for this sort of investment from, the hierarchy of the club, and we have finally got it. I think the thing a lot of the fans are unconvinced about is, it's raw potential, it's lack of numbers, it's more what ifs at a time where we probably want more guarantees in the Majowski, mould. We know what he's done at this level, and obviously we just hope that Chermiti is going to do the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing we can say is that the 49ers have put their hands in their pockets and they haven't let us down in terms of their willingness to bring players in and to spend the money. I think the question remains, and the one that will decide it, is whether they're bringing the right kind of players in. Because when we bought Torre Andre Flo, I'm old enough to remember that. That was a big deal. He was a player that was going to come in and do something. He had a big reputation from down south and what have you. this lad, as we say, is a complete unknown, really. I think people will have heard of him, maybe, but I don't think anybody could tell you their favourite Chermiti moment from his time at Everton, and I'm sure that goes for Everton fans as well. But that doesn't mean that he couldn't be a big success. And it'll depend on the way he plays as well and what kind of player he is, how he likes the ball in, how he scores his goals, shall we say. Because if we can provide that service to someone, then they will be good. But it doesn't matter who you've got. If you're playing them the wrong way and in the wrong positions, which I think the Martin early days have been guilty of that in a lot of places, then it won't work no matter how good the kid is. So, but I wish him well, and I hope he's a massive success for the club, and we sell him for 4 times that with add-ons in a year or two's time.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. It's one we're more hopeful based on faith, maybe a bit of faith. As little faith as some people have currently right now in that level of the hierarchy. Some bits we've kind of seen as well. While you were talking, there's something I've kind of noticed on Twitter that us as Rangers fans maybe should keep an eye on. A tweet from Leicester City saying more business to come. Eyes maybe potentially one for Rangers to look at, because they were also linked with Rat Saki and also linked with Nadim Bajrami on a loan. Something maybe to keep an eye on that one. I mean, on the note of Bajrami, Dino, somebody who's bought in for a decent amount of money last season, didn't quite hit the highs that would have liked at that point. I actually think he's probably started to, when he's in the glimpses we've had of him, he's done not bad. Given as kind of Cammy's talked about the spine of the team, Dean, could we afford to maybe lose a player of Bajrami at this stage of the window?
Well, given that he was one of the casualties in the European squad, I think it's safe to say that Russell Martin doesn't value him particularly high enough to be considered someone that's going to add anything beneficial to the squad, So him going, I think, does kind of, I guess, make sense. And as I previously said, we have a sort of a limitation in players that we can actually then play, because at the moment as well, with the way that we're playing, I'd struggle to, have prime Luka Modric come in and make a difference to this, the way that Rangers set up at the moment. So I think for the sake of Bajrami's own career, is him going on loan and then looking in to recoup some of the money that we paid for him last year, because if I recall correctly, it was about 4 or 5 million that was spent on him. And it was actually this time last year, it was transfer deadline day, wasn't it, that we signed him. So, it kind of just makes a bit of sense for all parties considered that him moving on loan to then hopefully have a good season, if that's at Leicester or wherever, to then for us get some money back for him.
Yeah, we had it was actually with Kevin Dobson on at the point where the Bajrami deal was announced last year. We asked him about it. Famous at that point. Scott, are you seen the Bajrami stuff there? Are you seen him at Leicester?
I've just seen it on Twitter that it's apparently a loan deal going for Bajrami to Leicester. So maybe that would open the door for Rak-Saki to come to us. I don't know. I'm purely speculation though. It's not anybody credible. It's a few accounts on Twitter saying it looks like Bajrami to Leicester. Corey, thank you for gifting him membership.
Yeah, I know it was kind of this. I think it was floated about earlier in the afternoon. I'd say I don't know about any reputable sources on that one, but Cammy, obviously, that would leave the midfield. Thankfully, Nico Raskin is remaining at the club. That's going to be a good boost going forward. Obviously, his contract situation will need to be ironed out very quickly, but that would leave, in terms of midfield options, you've got him, you've got Connor Barron, Joe Rothwell, whose start to life at Rangers hasn't been particularly spectacular. Taylor Asgard, sorry, Scott, what are you saying?
Stephen, it's Jordan James becomes a fox for the 25-26 Stephen stand-down. It's no Bajrami or it's no Rak-Saki. It's a complete nobody, mate.
Well, that's good then. But I will say to Cammy, I mean, I'll reword the question then. Do you think our midfield options, Cammy, are enough going in? If you've got Bajrami, you've got Dow, Asgard as attacking options. What's your thoughts?
No, I hate to be the negative one, to be perfectly honest with you. It's I would have signed a number 6. You know, we've had this. I've had this conversation with Scotty for the last year, and that's nothing against Nico. I still think it's an area we need a specialist playmaker sort of thing. But for the middle of the park, I think Asgard is obviously, I'm trying to cut him a bit of slack because he had a broken pre-season with the injury and he's still trying to find his feet, what have you. Maybe get a bit extra training during the international break. But I'm looking for him certainly to be the guy for the middle of the park. But it'd be great for them all to contribute. I'm quite happy if Bajrami stays, to be perfectly honest with you. When we were discussing it in our chat, I don't think he's perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I think he's done okay in the opportunities that he's had this season. Scored a lovely goal in the cup. If it was a permanent deal and you were getting £3.5–4 million back for him, great. But I think we've done a lot of business, but I think it was going to be a very difficult thing to tick every box in one window. I would have concentrated on goalkeeper as much as Jack Butland's been solid. Centre half, we have brought in 2 strikers now, which great. I hope they both come in and hit the ground running. But I think the middle of the park is still an area there's talent in there. But is there the mix of skill sets? Lyle Cameron's another one under the radar. I think he's a player that, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the best players that play. And I know that sounds really, really daft, but it's just about finding the right mixy player. You know, some games you'll maybe need the two sitters like we did yesterday, and some games you'll need the single one, and then you'll have the 2 players pushing on, which could be Cameron and Asgard, to break and make the runs. The Scott Arfield, I always say this, give me Scott Arfield, age 27 now, in this Rangers team, because I think that sort of skill set. But I hope Lyle Cameron, he's showed some flashes that he could potentially do that. I think there's comments about Joe Rothwell. He's another one that looks as though he's chasing his fitness a wee bit, but this is a guy that stood out down south for Leeds. This isn't Joey Barton that's came up the road thinking that he's going to be the big time player. I think Joe Rothwell across the season can contribute and will get better as it goes on. But I think your original question is, do we have enough in the middle of the park? We've got I think we've got a lot of similar sort of players.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my concern. You've got Nico, and you've got guys that aren't like wanting to get beyond. We don't have enough players that are going to get beyond and going to get the goals for me at this present time. But it's no just down to one individual. It's down to the collective middle to front coming up with 46 goals. And if everybody chips in and everybody creates chances and everybody takes opportunities, then great. But like to go back to Dino talking about the left back, I think we are still short as we at 8:30, unless there's going to be an announcement at 9, 9:30, 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock so that we come back on at 11:30 and we're all buzzing because we've got a squad the size of Chelsea, to be honest with you. But we'll just have to wait and see about the next couple of hours. But we're still a wee bit short.
On the note of individuals, Cammy, Curry has directed a question to you in the comments to ask for your opinion on the Raskin situation. I'm assuming Razza's Raskin. I'm taking that as an assumption. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, as somebody who paid £90 for a white away top, we're asking 43 on the top for Callum's 8th birthday. I'm delighted that he's staying, so at least he's going to get a few months wear out of it. That's what I'd say to him. See, before we left for the game yesterday, it still had the tag, and I said, right, wee man, if Nico leaves tomorrow what's going to happen? Are you still going to wear that top? Because if you're not going to wear it, it's going back to the Rangers shop and you're getting Cameron 16 on the back of it. But listen, I think Neil McCann was very, very insightful post-match yesterday, talking about Nico when him and Barry were in, and said that, and I think Barry himself had said that Nico likes to challenge. And he's the type. I mean, I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with that. We all like a conversation with our bosses every now and then, but I think as long as it's done in the right way and the manager takes it in the right way and it's constructive, and but I think there's been signs across the summer. A lot of what Russell Martin said about Nico doing less, and I think Neil McCann spoke about it yesterday. Nico playing it on the left of the three, wanting to drop into the number 6 position because he wants to get on the ball. So this isn't just I know everybody wants to get on Russell Martin. This isn't just a Russell Martin problem with Nico. Nico clearly has an issue about following instruction. And I love the wee guy, and he's got so many qualities. But I'm delighted that he's staying. I hope that the two of them can sit down and be adult about it. And we can get Nico Raskin back in the middle of the park, because I think the system we played yesterday with the two, I think would suit Nico better than being the single 6. To be perfectly honest with you, but yeah, I'm pleased. I didn't want to see him go, but I spoke on a pod many months ago that Nico, the contract situation. Has a contract been offered to Nico Raskin? I don't think anybody has been conclusive on that one. Dujon Sterling, a while back on Instagram, I remember he actually commented on one of Nico's posts, and it was get the contract signed. So that, and I'm not put 2 and 2 together, but I think that's a player that obviously is on the inside and knows that there's potentially been a contract offered. You know, I think it's been very much, nothing's came from Nico's side. I think his agent has been touting him about and trying to get him a move to a top 5 league. I don't think there's any doubt about that. If an English Premiership team had come in for Nico during the transfer window and it had been an acceptable bid, Rangers would have sold him and Nico would have went without even thinking about it. But we're a better team with Nico Raskin in it. So I hope that him and Russell Martin can move on and work together for the better of Rangers, because you can tell I've not been on a pod for a while because I'm just like, I'm gibbering like I'm on budgie seed, to be honest. But the league title is there for the taking this season. And that's what's more frustrating than anything, to be perfectly honest with you. That was probably the poorest Celtic. Listen, it's not the greatest Rangers team by stretch any imagination, but Celtic are much weaker than they were last season. We have at least brought in a lot of fresh players. It's up to Russell Martin to get us looking like a football team. There was early small signs of effort and that he at least showed a wee bit of flexibility, but this is an opportunity to win the league if we can actually get our arse in gear on and off the park, to be honest with you. And I know I've digressed from your original point, but yeah, Callum's delighted, Curry, and I'm delighted. But I just want, and I say this repeatedly, I just want to see a winning Rangers team on the park, and that's the only way that the mood is going to change, is starting against Hearts and beating Hearts, and then knocking Hibs out the cup, because it's going to be a hell of a long season if it's going to be, the mood is going to be as negative and going to be as low. So I'll try and be a glass half full with regard to that. I just want Rangers to use this international break as a reset and try to kick on.
Yeah, I mean, you spoke to the fears of most parents there, Cammy, with the names on the backs. I couldn't have imagined what it was like for any mums and dads who got their son or daughter a Van Bronckhorst top back in 2001, the amount of money they would have had to spend on that particular one. On the note of the on-field stuff, I I mean, I'm worried that some people on this podcast think I'm on the vegan payroll. I'm definitely not. But when I mentioned yesterday that I don't think that Rangers team played, I mean, quality-wise, questionable, but I think mentality, aggression, I don't think they played like a bunch of players who were against their manager type idea. I feel like there is something togetherness in there. I'm not in any way instigating that Nico Raskin's the troublemaker behind the scenes doing anything, but there might be something in that. There might be something in something's not quite right there. But in terms of quality-wise, we are definitely a better team with Nico Raskin in there. On that, was probably a good way to segment back to Dino, who 45 minutes ago came in, talked about the management team, what we've got there. Nico Raskin, I mean, obviously, there's a good chance he's going to come back into a team with, potential additions in certain areas. I mean, what could you see his role going forward? Do you think he'll stay in the 8 role, with better options in front of him, or would you like to see him go back into that 6? And he might have a bit more joy now if if Cornelius is in there, might feel a bit more reassured.
Yeah, so last season, when it's the best football that he's played since he's been at Rangers, and that wasn't sitting in front of the defence, nor was it on the left of the midfield. And when he was played previously in the left of the midfield 3 under Beale and Clement and whatnot, I appreciate that players have got to adapt to how managers want them to play, but been watching football for a long time, and on the left side of the 3, Raskin just looks awkward. He just looks awkward when he's playing it. He's not comfortable, and I think that's got a lot to do with it. In my own opinion, it's maybe not that he doesn't want to maybe challenge himself to adapt to playing there. I just think it's a general, he just looks awkward and uncomfortable. And when he had his best football for us, he was kind of at the right side of a 3, and he was more attacking. He was getting in the box, he was getting assists, he was scoring goals. That's where I want to see him. I want to see it. We'll talk about overloading players making late runs. Raskin for me was brilliant at that. He was like a wee terrier in the middle of the park. That's what I want to see, but I don't think you have that freedom in a Russell Martin team, unfortunately. So that kind of leaves him between a rock and a hard place, if you ask me, because you want to see the team being built around him, but then you've got reservations. Is the team going to be built around him, or is he going to have to adapt to how Russell Martin wants him to play in the team? And now when he's, as you said, that Joe Rothwell, you think he will come good. He probably will, because there's a definite player in there. All the Leeds fans, they talking about Rothwell, said he was one of their best players last season. So you've got to think that he's came in, and I'm pretty sure he was Russell Martin's first sign or one of. So he's coming in, and that's Russell Martin's vision to have him as the number 6. So Raskin's obviously, not going to be that person, but Joe Rothwell needs to get fit, or his Rangers career is going to go down the Swanee, and he's going to be punted back down next summer, in my opinion, if he doesn't get himself fit. So Raskin is, I mean, like Cammy said, ages ago, that contract needs signed. If he's not signing a new contract and he's here until January, we need to be selling him in January. It's as simple as that. And again, I'm getting back to the point is that he's had clearly their talks with Russell Martin, and as Raskin thinking, well, I'll highly likely outlive you here. A new manager's going to come in and going to make me captain and going to build the team around me, make me the main man. Is that, is that a sort of short-term, long-term vision for Raskin? You don't know, but these things, I guess, they're obviously possibilities. And I just want to see Raskin be the main man in the Rangers team. And that last 6 months of the season, he was brilliant to watch. Got himself in the Belgium squad because he was playing that good. He's at the moment, he's not. It's a World Cup here. If he's playing the way Russell Martin wants him to play, I highly doubt that he'll be considered for the Belgium squad come next summer.
Yeah, it's interesting. You made I particularly noted your point on the I'm playing on the left side of the kind of two. You noticed the difference yesterday as well. Diamande played a lot on Diamande was played a lot on the right early on. He played on the left yesterday. He looked a different player. You know, everybody knows my thoughts on in this podcast about Mohamed Diamande. I'm not going to drill that until the end of the day. But yeah, hopefully we find a way to kind of integrate these midfielders into the team and kind of get them all working together, because there is talent in there. But Scotty, one guy on the screen who will not be a feature in the squad going forward is Mr. Cyril Dessers. He's on his way officially now.
Aye, I know, mate. I know. I could, if Mitch was on, I'd just roar out laughing just because it's Mitch. But I'm not going to listen. Dessers is what he is. He can. One of the comments summed it up perfectly. He can give you absolutely minimal to Messi. I think that's probably the best definition I've ever heard when it comes to Cyril Dessers. Like minimal to Messi. It can go for getting you a stinker and costing you the league at Dundee, which isn't just on him, right? But I blamed him that night for missing all the chances and not winning us that game. And then he can score you a winner in Betis. He's gave us some good moments. He's always been there. He's never shied away from a jersey. I remember him, there was one game last season under Clermont where we were 1-0 down to St Mirren at home, and he comes off the bench and he comes on and he gets the ball for a throw-in and just rattles past half the St Mirren defence on his own and causes an uproar in the box, and we equalise for it. You know, things like that. Like, he came in, they played with a lot of heart and stuff. So we get 3.5 million back. I'm classing it as a successful signing because we got a good chunk of our money back. Scored 50 goals. But thankfully, I'm now going to invest in a bunch of hair products and going to try and grow my hair back.
Yeah, I mean, Cammy, I mean, Cyril Dessers, I mean, Scott mentioned quite a lot of some high points for him, but I don't think we have or we ever will see a Rangers striker who's such Jekyll and Hyde as what Cyril Dessers is. So he would do things like he would, you know, he would do all these audacious over his goal against Man United at Old Trafford. I mean, what a piece of skill that was. But yet you give him the ball in the 6-yard box and he would chop, and you know, he'd end up like getting it blocked. He would be run through on goal at Parkhead, and then, you know, he'd be caught up with a guy who was about 10 yards behind them. It was, I mean, if you took away the fact that we had to try and win a league and win games, you know, entertainment-wise, there was something there at points. But my God, I mean, the ups and downs were something else.
He was a frustrating player that obviously split the Rangers support, which obviously happens. But he has gave us some moments. But see, the one thing for me is he always kept coming back. He could have thrown the towel in, but there's obviously been discussions from it very early on in the window, and he's obviously had conversations with the manager, and he's probably looking at it and thinking this is last opportunity to make a few quid before his career ends, sort of thing. But the big man was always, and I'd always refer back to Callum when he meets the players, and Big Cyril was always brand new and just a really nice guy. And I think everybody around Ibrox liked him and got on with him. And I know ultimately I just want a Rangers centre forward that scores 50 goals a season, and he doesn't need to be the nicest guy in the world. But I certainly wish him well, and it'll be interesting to see. I mean, we played, is it Panathinaikos, I think he's went to. They obviously created 400 chances against us, so he's going to get plenty of chances. And I think I replied to one of their fans yesterday on Twitter, and I said that he's a great pro. He'll not cause you any problems in the dressing room, and he'll frustrate the life out of you because he'll go from Messi to Austin start in the space of the same game. But wish him well, and we just have to replace his goals. That's no pressure on the guys coming in.
Yeah, definitely. Dean, I mean, 30-year-old he is, Cyril Dessers. I think we paid, I can't remember the exact figure, somewhere between 4 and 5 potentially for him. Somebody quote me on, but there's a lot of talk. Obviously, player trading model is a big thing at Rangers. You know, you get the guys in young on a bargain price, sell them on at a profit. We've done it well with Ickerman, we've done it with Jeffy, but for a man who's had the amount of stick that he's had, in 2 years, people constantly going on about him. I mean, 3.5 million for a guy, whose career's, on the downward. I think is he 31? He'll be 31 this season. Last year of his contract. I think it's a good deal for him because he's going to go sun it up in Greece for a while on his last time. But to kind of, not have a massive loss for somebody who what people deemed as a flop, despite his goals, I think there's some credit got to be given there.
Oh, aye. I mean, I think that's actually fantastic business that we're able to get 3.5 million for a guy who's 31 in the last year of his contract. I really do think that's brilliant because Rangers of years gone by, we would have been punting them for under £500,000. So you've got to think that's really good work by Kevin Thelwell because he's obviously coming into scrutiny at the moment for appointing Russell Martin. But credit where credit's due. I think that's fantastic business. And like you'd said as well, Jeffy and Igaman also doing as well for us being able to sell those players, which is a refreshing aspect of our football club now. But in terms of the goals, yeah, we've got to say thanks very much for your goals and being one of the most available players I think we've actually ever had, that we've been lucky to have, because we have been absolutely and utterly ravaged with injury-prone players season after season after season after season, haven't we? So, and he's like the one and only player I think you can who's been available pretty much the majority of the time. And as you say, the stick that he got, being able to not let that affect him and still make himself available and want to play for us. So you've got to give him credit because a lot of players would have crumbled under all that stick that he gets probably daily. I'm on Twitter much these days, but I can imagine it's probably daily the stick that he gets still. So, and the players will be aware of it. So thanks for your efforts and thanks for your goals. And as you said, racing it up in Greece and getting a wee tidy wage in 10 months of sun a year. So yeah, beats the weather in Glasgow any day of the week.
Not too bad, not too bad. Ross, welcome to the Deadline Day podcast. How are you doing, sir?
Good evening, Stephen. Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. It's all going on. I can feel the tension brewing, and you guys have done a cracking job so far. So pleased to be here.
You've joined us at the point where we're paying our tributes to Cyril Dessers, officially out the door. Panathinaikos, £3.5 million. Gami and Dino have kind of done their best to kind of sum up the divisive 2-year spell I think the big man had. What's your thoughts, obviously, on the move and obviously the amount of fee that we've managed to get in for him?
Yeah, I think like most people, there's mixed emotions there. I think there was a lot of pressure on Cyril for a while. He was the only option we had up front. And he bore the brunt of that over a long period of time, and I don't think he ever really recovered. I remember some of the goals that he did score, though, and there were crackers. I remember seeing the one at Old Trafford when he sort of barged Maguire off and stuck a beautiful goal into the bottom corner. And the other one that sticks in my mind is the one away over at Betis when he pulled something out of the bag that I don't think anyone thought he had in his locker. He sort of bundled his way through, and I think there might have been a nutmeg in there, and he stuck it home. So look, I think everyone will be sending him best wishes for the future. He's certainly been an enigma and someone that's kind of been lacked consistency at times. But one thing he gave was everything on the pitch. He may not have had the quality to back that up, but he certainly gave us all and gave us some really good moments to go alongside it. So yeah, wish him all the best and welcome back at Ibrox anytime.
Yeah, that Betis goal sticks out quite well to me. My daughter was born. Oh God, we'll get to him in a minute. My daughter was born just days before that goal happened.
Mate, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to get you a bottle of your tears out of the fridge, mate.
Better go and get that Toblerone out of the fridge that you still will be.
Oh my God. For anybody new to the podcast, and please, if you are watching for us, haven't ever hit the subscribe button on whatever platform you're watching us on. But if you are watching us for the first time, here is the leader of the Serial Dessers fan club. It's Mr. Michael Clotty. Mitch, have you recovered yet, Mitch? You know, you've been fearing this. You've been fearing this day for a long time. I think it's fair to say.
Do you know, it's weird. I did accept at the start of the summer this was always likely, and I'm not going to lie. From a selfish point of view, I didn't want to see it happen. Mostly because with how the recruitments went just now, you go, we've just signed a young lad who's unproven at senior level. You know, he's made, 30 appearances all in, roughly. Then we've been left with Danilo, who's been hit or miss at the moment. You know, we can, surmise what we want to surmise out of that. And then we've got Majowski, and I will say I was probably a bit more heart and arse about it before Majowski came in, because Majowski's at least proven in the league, knows what he's doing, and he'll come in. Domestically, I see him replacing the Dessers goals, as whether or not he can do it at the next level in Europe, which is probably the bigger concern when you look at the front line. And also, Timothy, I'm just going to point out there's son, if you hear a ticking in your car, it was me.
Oh my God. I mean, the one thing you can at least say is we've been able to replace the strikers we've lost. That's the one thing I think is a fair statement to go on. Scott has been waiting. Scott, you've been waiting for this day for a long time.
Oh, hell of a long time, mate. Absolute hell of a long time. Think about it. He had me over a barrel with Shankland for how long? And now finally CD9 has left the building. CD9 is gone. He's out the door. It's payback time, son. It's absolute payback time. ChatGPT was only getting warmed up with Dessers and a Panathinaikos tap we used on him behind him greeting last night. Trust me. I'm getting my ChatGPT instructions just now. I'm getting all sorts of images made up. All sorts of images.
The official photo is out, to be fair. So the official photo is out. Yeah, there's a
the official photo of Scotty going to Turkey yet.
Doug, you're in the background, mate. Could you upload the official photo of CD9 and a Panathinaikos top for Mitch, please?
See, this is why Ross is my favourite. See, Ross doesn't give me this level of abuse.
I mean,
that's true, Mitch. That's true. I'm very patient with you, mate. That's why.
That's all the way around, but I appreciate it.
I mean, Ross is just going to turn his attention to Diamande, and then have a completely different.
Look, I'll give credit where credit's due. Where it's due, I thought Diamande had a great game against Celtic. I thought it was the best I've seen him in a long time. I thought he actually did something on the pitch which was remarkable. I thought that ship had sailed, to be honest. But yeah.
I thought I was going to be, he's done this, but something. I'll take something. I'll have that as my win. I'll take that for the day on that one. But to kind of, for them who's just tuned in, to kind of get an idea of things, 2 hours left of the transfer window here. So far for Rangers on deadline day, we've had one official confirmation in. Youssef Chermete has come in from Everton for £8 million, potentially rising to 10 million, second biggest fee in Rangers history, behind Tore-André Flo. Hopefully doesn't end up like Mr. Flo, who, to feedback to what Scotty was talking, Cammy, sorry, was talking earlier on, I got Flo on the back of my top when he signed. At least it was only 3 letters, and my parents weren't that annoyed. On the departures front, as we mentioned, there's Serial Dessers. He's away to Panathinaikos on a permanent deal. And earlier in the day, Oscar Cortez went to Lons on loan. Ross, I'll throw back to you and actually talk about Oscar Cortez. He's had a lot of stick in the last 18 months to 2 years. Came in on loan, looked good when he first came in, and he's had injury after injury. And it's been a slow time for him. It's not his fault that we paid that 4.5 million quid for him, not for him at all. But do you think this is the right move for Rangers and the right move for the young lad's career? Because remember, he's only 21 still.
I think that's the point, isn't it, Stephen? I think we all saw glimmers and flashes of what Cortez could be. Good pace, getting to the byline, comfortable cutting in onto his right foot. There he is there. God, he doesn't look good with that shamrock on him, does he?
Bring him home.
That is pain. Sheer pain.
Oh, lads, it's all right because Celtic have bid 10 million for Adam Ida tonight.
Yeah, just going back to the Cortez thing, I think he, like any player, consistency and game time is what's needed to bed them in, especially a young lad coming in at that age, huge expectancy at a time when Rangers didn't have a lot of money in the bank. There was big expectation and a big outlay on him, so I think we're all expecting a bright future for him. And look, going somewhere like Sporting Gijon and giving him a platform in a challenging and competitive league is exactly what's needed. I think there's a few other players in the squad that we could ideally do with getting that loan move in for. I think Bailey Rice, I know that's been mooted as a potential move to Motherwell. Not seen anything materialize from that. I also think there's another couple in there that just need game time. They need to have their boots on the grass, be able to ride challenges, be able to pick up a knock and come back from it the next week and build up that sort of match fitness and match presence that unfortunately with Cortez he's just not managed to do. So look, yeah, we wish him the best. Let's hope that he does well and performs well and we get a more rounded player back when he does eventually return. I don't know if there's any obligation or
straight
option
loan
on there. No,
straight loan.
Yeah. That's fine. That increases his value when he comes back. There's no guaranteed figure that necessarily they'll have to pay or indeed could pay if he has a great season. So let's see how he cracks on. There was a few thoughts, I guess, when he was starting to come back into the team. Could he be deployed as more of a wing back? We know Martin likes more of a sort of advancing wing back position for his fullbacks. I don't think that was ever really going to be an option given his physicality and probably not tackling wouldn't probably be in his arsenal of attributes. But yeah, I guess there's more pressing things at hand when we look at some of the other positions in the squad, notably left back. And I was listening to you talking earlier as I was decorating in here about the need for a left back. And I think one thing that crossed my mind was we've still got Dujon Sterling to come back in. Now, I know he's not everyone's cup of tea and he's not necessarily everyone's first choice wing back, but he's a versatile player, and I get the feeling Martin likes players who can play a range of positions. That, as well as the Canadian lad that's potentially coming in as well, Cornelius, gives you more options on that left wing back position. So it certainly won't be Bailey Rice playing there. Put it that way, given the performance that we saw from him in that game.
Oh, I mean, he's a young lad. I feel for him, but
yeah,
my God, I've never seen it's one of the worst. I think I saw two of the worst performances I've seen from Rangers players in that game. One was Bailey Rice playing at left back. The other one was Connor Barron when he came off the bench. One of the worst cameos I've ever seen. Thankfully, Connor redeemed himself fairly well at the weekend on that one, playing. Game. It was very good then. But yeah, I think spot on and kind of your points, the kind of the young lads on there. Mitch on that one, obviously Cortez. He's got Ant-Man ahead of him, Gazima. If we bring in Rak-Saki would obviously come in ahead of him. Probably Mikey Moore as well. Finlay Curtis has obviously got himself ahead of him with his goals, So the thankful thing is if we get Rak-Saki in, which we're not fully sure of, we're just speculating on stuff what we've heard, but it's at least a position that we're well stocked on, and we're not kind of, we've not sent a player to Wales without a guaranteed replacement. We know there's options there.
I think this is a move that Oscar, I think, needs more than anything for game time, and to be able to knuckle down. He'll be out of the goldfish bowl that is Glasgow as well. He's not got that pressure cooker environment that you make one mistake in one game and suddenly Dino calls you all the names under the sun on a Monday morning. I think let him go out to Spain, let him build up his fitness, his confidence, bring us back a more rounded, experienced, senior level player who, when the likes of Mikey Moore goes back down to Tottenham, when we get to this time next summer and some players return, back to parent clubs, there is positions up for grabs next summer if he can go out there and grab this loan by the scruff of the neck. And I think doing that away from Glasgow and doing it away from Scotland, I think that does him the world of good. Because he came to us with such a huge reputation after that Under-20s World Cup. And I think now, we can all argue how his return to fitness and whatnot was managed at the end of last season. I think right now we just need to go out there and get him 30, 35 games over the course of a season at a good level, and playing, second tier in Spain as a good level when you look at the talent that comes through that league. So it's no, and the fact that it is just a straight loan would suggest that he probably does have a long-term future here.
Yeah, I mean, you don't pay the outlay. I mean, I know we've just spent £8 million on a striker with untapped potential, but that's still in the modern day a very sizable fee for us to be paying on a player. So I don't think they're going to be. I mean, as Ross said, I mean, at the very least, we would like to see some sort of potential maximising his future selling value. Either if he's going to come back into the squad next season, as you say, we've got loan players there who could kind of fill the gap for him, or comes to it, we could end up selling him because that's happened. Not to strike up, but you saw the examples. There's been examples in other clubs with that type of stuff as well. They've not been in favour, but they go on and get big moves and big transfers and net the U clubs they go to a big fees. Dean, one of what Ross tapped about as well on this, Oscar Cortez has got this loan move, but there probably was, and there's currently still players in the squad who probably could have benefited from something similar. I don't think it's been from a lack of trying from Rangers. The example probably would be Clinton Nsiala. Don't really know what's going on with him. He was pretty much the first person Martin said could go, and he's still here. So there is that type of aspect on it. I mean, if you had to name anybody in the squad, kind of, I've named Nsiala, but with anybody else you think you'd have liked to have seen us try and get it out on a similar arrangement today?
Maybe not necessarily a similar arrangement, but I would have liked to have seen us, let Leon King be relieved of his duties just for the good of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, he's like early to mid 20s now, isn't he? So it's sad because obviously there's potential there to begin with, and he's just not, unfortunately, going to be doing his career any good now. I appreciate the move to Wycombe fell off because of personal terms. Now, if I believe correctly, he's on £8,000 a week now. That's quite a high wage for a reserve player, and I guess he'd be wanting his wages matched, if not better. So that's obviously a stumbling block. But engineering a loan move for him, even just to get out and play for his career, to then potentially get a move at the end of his contract to somebody that's obviously seen him play, can only fear the absolute worst for him. And I appreciate that Matondo was injured and stuff, but that would have been one that I was hoping that we would have been able to sanction a deal for him to, go somewhere on loan. And I don't know how long he's got left on a contract, but I think he has 2 years left.
I think he's got a year left.
Is he a year as well then?
Similar
boat to Leon King. He's just going to be, at Rangers and not doing anything. We could have got these players' wages paid if they went somewhere. But yeah, that's I get him. Well, Kieran Dowell as well. As I know, Russell Martin said that he was a senior member of the squad, but I really hope he never kicks a ball for Rangers again. So those are just probably players I would have liked to have seen leave, because we are incredibly bloated now. One of the major issues that we had, hemorrhaging money for a prolonged period of time, was our wage bill, and we've done really well in cutting that wage bill down last summer. But it kind of seems that we've gotten back into our old ways, given the amount of players that we have at our club now. I know nobody really knows how much wages players are on, but I suspect that Kieran Dowell and Matondo are on decent money.
I think they're on close to 30 each.
so and they're not going to be playing. So that's kind of I guess there's a lot of mitigating factors in there as to why they've not been moved on. But I think that's bad mismanagement, because you've got to think that last year it was very good that we were able to cut the wage bill right down. But now it just seems that we've, went back to kind of old ways, and not qualifying for Champions League football as well is obviously not getting the finances. I think that you could maybe go, well, we've got Champions League football, so it doesn't really matter if we've got 2 or 3 players that are on, a good amount of money that are going to be B team players, so to speak, for the season. But we're in a position where we're not. We're, back playing Europa League football, and we want to be having as much money as possible. So I really think that the club should have done more to get those types of players out the door.
Yes, definitely. Colin, welcome back on. And we've also got Billy joining us. Gents, welcome on. Talking, we're kind of just shooting off on the players going out as we wait for stuff going in. Colin, you were first on, so I'll go back to you. We've got Oscar Cortez out the door on loan, and Cyril Dessers. Dino rightfully talked about how Rabbi Matondo should be on that list. What was your thoughts on the business that we've done out the way from Ibrox?
Yeah, thanks for getting me back on, Steve. I had to come back on just to wish, to send my condolences to my good friend Mitch on CD9 leaving the building.
It's been a tough evening, mate.
Yeah, to be honest, see when I saw the notification come up on the Rangers X page, I was thinking, when I saw it, I just thought, I am quite disappointed at one level that he's gone. He's given us some great moments, as Dino was mentioning earlier on, and Scotty, it's mixed emotions on that one. I know Mitch is absolutely devastated, but we will miss him. Not just his goals, but we will miss his personality around the place. But yeah, you're right, Stephen. We spoke earlier on about that it was just as important to get players out the door as in the door during this window, and we've managed to get a few out, but probably not everybody, which is probably going to be the case for most windows. You can't get all the business done. But yeah, Dowell and Matondo are probably the 2 big ones that we would want to have got out the door, just because of their wages and because they're highly unlikely to contribute anything, and definitely not going to justify the wages they've been on. But I don't know, have you guys heard anything on incomings? Any news on Rak-Saki? Have you heard anything else?
There seems to be a lot of chat to it. I think there's the speculation I heard earlier on was on obviously we take a lot from follow, of course, not always the most reputable source of news, but there was apparently a Celtic in the know saying that he knocked them back, and the fact that both us and Celtic both were in for him, and the window's shut in England. I think a lot of people are putting 2 and 2 together on where he might go, which would be interesting.
Fans turned them down to go to Charlton, so
it's yeah, I think that's what frustrates a lot of people in Scotty's here.
Aye, it's just I've not got any updates. I've turned my phone off in case Celtic phone me. That's all I come on to say.
Where do you play, Scotty? Where's your position? Yeah.
Oh, centre forward. I did in my day centre forward, but my phone's off, so don't phone me.
That's good. That's good to hear. That's good.
He's now gone to left back in the changing room.
We do need a left back, so there's a bit more of a dream scenario for him there. Billy, we'll go to you in a minute. We'll get Curry's question in a minute. Incomings currently, we've got Chermete. We've talked about him in the last hour. We're still waiting on official confirmation of Cornelius. It's believed that he's travelled back to join the Canadian national team, which makes me think that the announcement is imminent on that one. I think it's just social media kind of pushing things out to get a bit of excitement. Rak-Saki, as Colin mentioned, the winger from Crystal Palace, we're hoping we could get him. Seems to be a bit of movement on that. It's kind of an end to, as Cammy said in the last hour, been a bit of a scattergun window. A lot of people brought in at different spells. What's been your overall opinion on how the windows went here at Ibrox?
Well, I mean, I hope this isn't the end of it, because we've done some business, but we need to do some more. I've got to be honest. Maybe it's not a popular view, but the Chermete deal. I was trying to kind of summarise in one word how I felt, and it's baffled. I don't know much about him as a player, and this data-driven model might mean we've unearthed a gem. I suspect Thelwell maybe thinks he's got the inside track here, but I think if you were showing his profile, his age, what he'd done, you know, like what is it, like 36 games at professional level, 3 goals, and went, right, this is the next player in. What do you think the deal is? You'd have probably gone, well, it'll be another loan, won't it, or loan to buy, and you know, maybe 2.5 million, maybe 1.5 million. For someone with his record to be coming in at 8 million, I'm baffled. You know, it just, you know, he's gone. He's got that slightly Rabbi Matondo vibe in the sense that he's gone for big money and now he's suddenly available at not knockdown, but with a big chunk off. And he's gone to a top 5 league and now suddenly he's happy to come to Scotland and he only wanted to come to Rangers. And he might turn out, once he pulls on his shirt and he's playing for Rangers, like, I want him to be as successful as anyone. But just looking at his profile, his goals return and his background, like, does anyone else see like an £8 million investment there? And this is a model where we're supposed to be making money on players. So they're seeing him coming in at 8 million, it rising to 10 million. And for us to make serious money on him, we're going to have to sell him for more than 8-10 million. Baffled. You know, like I say, we'll have to. But this is. I'd heard someone earlier saying that this could define the Thelwell era because if he's unearthed the gem and this ends up being the next big thing. But when I look at what you look at the team across the city, they've paid 8, 9, 10 million for strikers, but they've generally proven something. They've generally got a bit of a senior background. So. I guess we'll see how he does, but if the figure 8 million is anywhere near close, I cannot get my head around it for someone with his career stats to date. On the Cornelius one, if that happens, it's not super exciting, but my God, we need some experience in that defence. He has the look of a sort of quality, slightly jobbing defender. He's never really stayed for more than a season anywhere he's been, apart from maybe the Whitecaps, and even then he was only like 31 games across 2 or 3 seasons. So he's got good pedigree, but also he's never established himself. He's never gone to these places and they went, oh, he's one of our can't sell. You know, he's gone there, he's done a job, he's moved on, and we are the next stage in that. If he ends up doing a sort of Leon Balogun type role, you know, senior pro, good defender, ideally with less of an injury history than Leon Balogun, then he'll actually be a good addition. So him very happy if he gets across the line. Not exciting, but someone we need. Chermiti, fingers crossed. And I would like to see, I don't know if we'll get anyone lined up for left back because I thought I'd going through a league season or the first part of a league season with a 19-year-old or a backup Max Aarons gives me the fear. I mean, like, Migomez looked good for a 19-year-old kid who's just come in, but you can't put that on him for a whole season, including Europe. I'd like to see us get someone else in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, with Chermiti, I think the thing with him is, obviously it's not his fault they paid the price tag, but there is definitely a thing of, I think Thelwell is a big fan of him. He paid a lot of money for him at the time with that one. So I said earlier on, I think his profile kind of works in terms of what they want to do, but I think the thing about it is there is a bit of pressure. I can understand that there's been a lot of pressure on Martin, and for him to pluck that amount of money on a 21-year-old with that track record, it's risky. It could pay off massively, and we could really benefit from it. But at the same time, it could go south. It's a big move. It's a big risk. I think the thankful thing is the fact we got Miovski in for such a good amount of money, a guy who's so proven at this level, to kind of work with that one should help him out. But again, I think I can't remember who mentioned it in the last hour. One injury, it might be Dino actually. One injury, and that could be, we'd have to rely a bit more on him.
Can I just say one thing? Like he's the first player I've looked at their highlight reel on YouTube and went, "Is that it?" Because they can put all the breakbeat music you like on it. He was playing in like half-empty parks, youth team games, and a lot of his highlights were headers over the bar or straight at the keeper. So Thelwell, I hope he's not treating this like a scratch card, like you say. He's got Miovski in, and maybe we can we can win big if we get him. But I looked at his YouTube reel, and you're used to being blown away and actually having to kind of take the love goggles off and go, that's 8 minutes of his best stuff. Chermiti's best stuff wasn't that impressive on YouTube. I'm not saying YouTube's the be all and end all, but given that that's usually where they sprinkle the sort of the magic dust in, I was underwhelmed. And again, I'm not against the kid coming in. I'm just like £8 million baffles me.
Yeah, it's I can understand why people would think that it's a big, massive outlay to go on. Mitch, you had your hand up when Billy was talking about Chermiti. What was you going to have to say?
I think, going back to Curry's earlier question about the surprise package for the season, it will be him. I caught a couple of games that he played under Sean Dyche at Everton, while they were on Sky and stuff. He has a big, physical, no-nonsense unit up top, which I think domestically translates really, really well. What he is, if you were putting it in a kitchen sense, it's like somebody slapped a bare chicken breast down without any seasoning right now. And that's what we need to give him. And I think with the right players around him, and with the way that I can see Russell Martin wanting to go and play, I don't think there's anything to suggest that he couldn't hit 15 goals over the course of the season. And I don't think that's an unrealistic, goal for him now, I do mean across all competitions for the season. 15, I think that's a kind of fair benchmark for him to set himself. But his price is the price not necessarily because of Everton, but it was because of where he came from prior. He came from Sporting. You don't graduate out of that academy if you're mints. And I think he needs some time. He was forced into a Everton team who were financially, let's be honest, they were us this time last year. And he didn't have the greatest support around him. He had guys like, Neil Maupay in the same team as him. He had guys like Calvert-Lewin in there. I think it's going to be, it's one of these ones where we could have a potential world beater in our hands if we nurture him properly. And I think that's maybe one of the biggest testaments to either Russell Martin's next 18 to 24 months is how far we develop the young player that we've brought in for a lot of money. But in today's standards, is 8 million a lot of money? In Scotland, yes, but comparatively in football, is it a lot of money? Not really.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that a lot of people are saying now. It's like I think that's a lot of people when they've criticised the tactic of going to the English markets that, the money down there is so vastly. I mean, I think there's a lot of points about the centre forward market from around about England, and you look at the boy, was it William Osolo at Newcastle, for example? He's away to Frankfurt for 30 million quid.
And he's only just started kicking his own backside in the last few weeks.
Yeah, he scored against Liverpool, but I don't really remember him doing much else, So the market down there is different. So I think that's kind of the thing with it. I think it's kind of, Dino, I'll throw back to you in this one and that one. I think the reasoning for the market choice, as much as you like to think like it or not, from Felwell, Purdy, going to the English market, is their feeling is that's the market they know, and if they want to try and get some quick wins, if they know the market better, they're more likely to get the quick wins. I know we've had success with Igaman in the last year, Jefty selling them on for quick wins, but Jefty in particular, it's been spoke about, had a few good spells, but then looked like a lost puppy for about 8 months. I know they started roughly Arns, Rovwell, but a lot of people have been on tonight saying they think they will eventually come good because they're experienced players of that market. And I think, again, you look at Chermiti, a lot of people, if Felwell liked him that much at Sporting and he's got confidence in him, he doesn't manage him. He just recruited him. So he obviously thinks he's worth a second chance.
Well, that's exactly it. The Dan Purdy obviously scouting him and Kevin Thelwell basically saying, I get him in and paying the money that they paid for him at the age that he was at. So there's, you've got to take that judgment with a bit of optimism as a Rangers fan. And when we did the podcast on Kevin Thelwell and Dan Purdy with the Everton podder, that was the same guy I think that did the podcast on Chermiti, he spoke in depth, about how good Kevin Thelwell is and, trust his judgment and things like that. So, you've got to take that in terms of coming from an Everton fan that, okay, well, being a Rangers fan, and just like Billy previously saying, I think majority of Rangers fans were like £8 million on him. Like, guy, can't wrap your head around it. But you've got to look at it in the perspective that we are in badly need of being, I guess the reset, the starting from scratch again, whatever way you want to look at it, and the rebuild and blah blah blah. And having players, I guess, that they know that can come in and help us on the way, then you've got to really take that as a positive. And because we're obviously clutching at straws for positives from it, so as I say, there's enough stuff out there, I think, to suggest that Chermiti was a good acquisition from Everton. It just so happens that between him signing then to us signing him, there's just not much in between for us to go on. But it's Kevin Thirlwell is he's under a lot of scrutiny at the moment for his as I said, his part in bringing Russell Martin in. So we're kind of limited in the markets that we can shop in. And I mean, a lot of people were saying that Gassam was a £10 million player and things like that. So, Taylor Asgard coming in for, a fraction of what he's apparently worth, things like that. So, and I think when you're comparing to Niels Koppen did go, and make connections around the world and things like that. And, so maybe given time, we will then have those Dan Purdy and whatnot making those connections in untouched markets or hardly touched markets. But signing players south of the border, I think, has just got to be players that we can get in obviously quick, a lot more quickly as well, to then give us the best chance possible to basically be competitive this season.
Yes, absolutely. Some fascinating insight on that one from the guys there. You can get all this insight if you go over to our YouTube channel, and we do podcasts pretty much majority of the days during the week, and you can get this fascinating insight from us at the Rangers Journal all the time. And we're going to do some more insight. Billy, sorry, I'm going to go back to you because you helped generate that fascinating debate about Chermiti there. As we've got our next player, he's over the line. We weren't sure about it. Derek Cornelius is in from Marseille, left-footed centre-half, 27-year-old, experienced Canadian international, wearing the number 13 jersey. I could not believe I'm saying that. He's wearing the number 13 jersey. You mentioned earlier, we need experience at the back, and we look like we finally got it.
Yeah, I wouldn't read too much into number 13. I turned 13 on Friday the 13th and went a day trip to Largs and sat in seat number 13. I had a great day, and the only thing I ever won in a raffle was with number 13. So he seems like someone who just doesn't care about stuff like that. I quite like that. I'm not, like I say, I'm not down on this as a signer. I think this is what we need. He's left-sided. He's experienced. He looks like exactly what we've needed in there, because I'm not convinced that John Souttar is helping Giga the way I would have hoped a senior pro might. And Giga, if anything, came in and looked pretty good and has regressed. So I think we need someone who is a well-seasoned pro. Like I say, my only concern is I think he may be of a level because he's never really stuck anywhere for any length of time. He was at Malmo for a season, Marseille for a season. I think the Whitecaps, he was there like for 2 to 3 years and only played 31 games. So, he's got a good background. He's played wherever he's gone. My question is, it doesn't look like he's ever become indispensable wherever he's gone. They've clearly had him for a season and gone, well, if he moves on, he moves on. But at the level that we play in Scotland and with what we need just now, I'm actually very happy because that defence has looked increasingly rocky. I mean, are we sure Souttar's definitely not leaving during the window? Because that seemed to have gone very quiet, and he's moving towards being out of contract. So there was possibility of him not being around. But for me, yeah, that's a tick. That's the kind of signing that we do this thing of projecting, and looking at his background, looking at his age and his profile, I am hoping that he is, a younger Leon Balogun. How many times did we say that about Leon? It was like, if we'd only got him 5 or 6 years ago, asterisk, and he wasn't so injury prone. But, he was a good presence around the club. He made a big difference in the dressing room. He had that experience to just calm people down. And goodness knows, we've been in a couple of games. You think of the Brugge one where like we concede a goal and suddenly it's 2 and 3 goals in 4 minutes, and you're thinking a senior pro shouldn't be letting that happen. Someone should be telling everyone to calm down and get compact and just breathe for 5 minutes. And that he looks like the kind of guy who should be able to do that. Obviously projecting again, but I've got to say that's one I'm very happy. Having seen his profile, very happy to see that across the line. And it will be interesting to see who's dropping out when he's coming in, because Suter's been kind of like people seem to think he's like maybe in ahead of Giga. I thought at the start of the season Giga looked like he's got more in his locker than Suter, but it'll be interesting to see who he partners up with.
Yeah, definitely. Colin, one of the things, maybe a slight disappointment to some, is it's a loan move, but compared to the other loans that we've had over this window, there is an option to buy in there, which you would think if if he performs well, would take that up no bother, because there was talk about £3 million, £4 million. So if that is the option fee in there, a good season out of him, and he'd be the one that's cemented in there. I mean, we're still uncertain, as Billy said, about the long-term future of John Soot. I mean, form-wise, I'm not really that fussed about him staying currently if that's his form, but if this guy is the real deal, and he's, I've heard good things from his time more at Malmo than at Marseille, then, that could be, he could be the guy we have at the centrepiece of that backline for a number of years.
Yes, I agree, Stephen. I really like this one personally. I think this is a good one. It ticks all the boxes for me. We needed somebody for that left-hand side of the centre defence. Like Billy mentioned, I think you mentioned it yourself, Stephen, Suter hasn't always looked comfortable on that side. And you can make the argument that, it's an area of the pitch where he seems to be playing. Doesn't really matter if he's left or right, but he does look more comfortable on the right-hand side. So this is definitely a good one for us. He ticks all the boxes. I think that slide, whoever's turned up, is great, because that captures the pros, the main pros. I mean, aerially dominant, that is something you need to have in your central defence in Scotland. We saw when Robin Proper joined us a year ago, he wasn't big enough, he wasn't aerially dominant enough. Same with Ben Davis. The list goes on. So we look to have learned from mistakes there. Leadership qualities, again, Russell Martin. We can go around the house on Russell Martin, but he wanted leaders in. So I think this one, he ticks a box on that one. The one thing on that slide that I'm not 100% sure, maybe we can get some clarity on it, but not a playmaking centre-back. So I think I'd seen a few things on X earlier on about his passing stats, that he was pretty accurate with his passing, and maybe that's just talking about his long range passing or whatever. Maybe Mitch has got some more detail on that. But from what I'd heard, I think he's pretty good in the ball. And having played for Marseille under De Zerbi, although he's getting rid of him, I would imagine he would have to have had some kind of level, technical level. So really like this one. I think it's been a really positive one, and the loan with an option is so much more of a positive than just the straight loan that we had for Giga and Max Aarons, and the list goes on. If we like this one, we can make it a permanent deal at the end of the season. That's the kind of loan we should be going for. Fallen foul of just going for straight loans for players who we fall in love with, and then we can't sign them because they're too expensive. On the flip side, you guys have spoken about it, the past couple of hours. Oscar Cortez was one where you would have wanted to have a loan with an option rather than the obligation. So, yeah, I really like this one. Really like this one, Stephen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Mitch, an interesting, everybody's favourite deadline day Grim Reaper, Chris Jack, has said that this is the last defensive signing of the window, last defensive reinforcement. I don't know if he's maybe just trying to tease that one, but it looks like this is the complete left backline until January. He has a centre half, Cornelius. There's people are saying he can play left back. You know,
He can indeed.
Yeah. So, what's your feelings on that one? Because I think some of the concern we've had is Magoma could end up having the similar issues that Jeff Day had, being overplayed in that role.
I think- Sorry, mate. Just to jump into Colin's point there before the brain goes off to the next station. What we've meant with the not necessarily a ball playing centre back is you're not going to see him doing those Suter-esque runs from our half into the opposition half all that regularly. Where he does do it, he does it well, but it's not something that's his general go-to for himself. It's more to do with he will take the ball from our final third and he'll get it into the midfield. He'll get it moving out onto the wing. He'll get it moving into the forward areas with a nice range of passing. But he tends to be defence first, attack much later. I would say he's much more of your last line of defence as opposed to being the man that you're going to see breaking a neck to go up through the middle of the park.
Music to my ears, Mitch.
Imagine that, a defender who does defender stuff.
Is that a thing nowadays? You know, defenders who defend first. You know, it's usually like make silky passes, do something else. You know, it's crazy.
They're not ready to call it woke nonsense that they get out the back line.
Oh Jesus, Dina, well, throw to you on that one. Billy was talking about, you know, who would Cornelius come in for? You know, we've obviously John Souttar's had the captain's armband at points under Russell Martin, but let's not call a spade a spade. I don't think he's been particularly good this year. I don't know how much of that is the fact he's playing on the left. Giga started well. He had that really dodgy spell round about Bruges and stuff like that, where things kind of went off a cliff for him. I thought he did pretty well defensively on Sunday. He still did a lot of stuff, you know, going forward that wasn't sure about, but I don't think he's been helped too much by Souttar in terms of the experience aspect of it. So what's your thoughts on that?
I think it's kind of contradictory, but I do think that Souttar's, you know, been given the armband because I think after Souttar it's like, who do you give it to type thing. I think he was just being given it because there's just a sheer lack of options within the squad in terms of leadership and things like that. And but I do also think that John Souttar is no more than good enough to be a squad player for Rangers, and also the fact that he's got 10 months left on his contract. So I think we will see John Souttar used as a squad player. I think you'll see, and Giga will have signed probably similar. I'd expect a similar deal to like Joe Worrell, you know, coming up, guaranteed to play a set amount of games. So I think that the partnership at centre half, you know, they're starting to will be Cornelius and Giga, and the fact that, you know, he can Cornelius can play left back, then does kind of like, you know, if he does then have to be pushed out to left back, we then don't lose that balance. The reason as to why we've signed him, and then John Souttar does come back in and play centre half. So it's we've just got to hope and pray that Magoma doesn't get burnt out, and that the young lads sitting in the reserves is good enough to come in and get game time every now and again between now and Christmas, but now in January, sorry, to give us time to get somebody in that's at left back. But yeah, I think that'll be the two starting centre halves, and Souttar and Fernandes used as and when required stroke needed.
Yeah, I mean, Fernandes, I think with Fernandes, he's still really raw at points. I think I would if he didn't sign these strikers, I would have argued chucking him up front. Because he's an absolute unit in the air. I mean, that goal he scored against Alloa, I thought he was so high up in the air. It was
Fridge freezer jumping through the air, mate.
It was unreal. But let's be honest, the game against St Mirren, I don't think he again, it's an example of, I don't think Souttar has done a lot to help the guys next to him, which I think it was so imperative we got an experienced one. I know we had that link with Mendy from Betis, who ended up going to Oviedo, but he was a kid as well. He was an experiment too. So unless we were going to bring the two of them in, you know, it makes me kind of think more now that the Mendy was the fault for left back, you know, because, you know, why would we have brought in You know, that many experiments alone, when John Souttar can't lead, you know, he can't really lead anything, you know. Currently at the moment, it's absolutely bad about it. But yeah, it's good that we've at least got that confirmed now. That's the two at the start of the day that we were very confident that we're going to be got in. And, you know, with these things, the more it draws on, the less confident you get. But we've got Chermeti in, we've got Cornelius in. We can only hope that we've got an hour and 15 minutes left the window. We could potentially see some sort of movement. In terms of, we've got Ratsakis, there's a talk about him. If anything happens, we would hope to hear about it soon, if it's going to happen. So something we would keep an eye on that one. But Billy, I'll throw back to you on, is that if you could pick a position in the team that we could add to in the next 75 minutes in an ideal world, what would you go with?
Well, Chris Jack's telling us it's not going to happen, but I'd have been looking at left back, to be honest.
Yeah, 100%.
Just seems like, Migoma has looked like a promising 19-year-old player. Like, he did well in his first game. He didn't do very well in his second. He looked, he's going to be up and down, and there is that danger, it was mentioned earlier, of overplaying him like we did with Jefty last season. And I can't help but think someone's made a bit of a boo-boo here, because letting Robbie Fraser and Jefty and Yilmaz going, you feel like even keeping Robbie Fraser in the building until today, have his deal in place. And if we don't get better in, then at least we've got, Robbie Fraser looked solid when he came in. He didn't look like a world beater, but he didn't look like a bin fire either. So I'm surprised that we've left ourselves in the position. I do wonder if that means something's fallen through or someone sort of dropped the ball in this, because he just over the course of a season, I think it's an awful lot to ask from a young player like that. It's not to say he couldn't play the whole season, but I always think it sounds like it's very sort of Russell sort of Martin New Age thing to say, but I think there's truth to the notion that we have a duty of care to players. I think you could argue we failed in that regard with the likes of Leon King and actually materially damaged his career, but that was bad luck in some regards with Connor Golson getting injured. So I'll be a wee bit worried about Migoma going through the whole season, especially if the backup's like Cornelius, great, but then what's happening in central defence? If the backup's Max Aarons, who I hope comes on to a game, and I don't like to read. People talk a lot about body language, and we love to read so much into stuff. He does look like startled at the moment. And I know when Max Aarons, off at a slight sidebar here, I know a lot of people in the game were saying Max Aarons wanted off against Brugge. That's what he did. Maybe that's what he did. Personally, I think 5 minutes into a game where you haven't exactly been run ragged, and it's 1-0, but it's not 6-0. I wondered when I looked at Max Aarons if he was just like a player who is either overloaded or confused with what he's been asked to do, hasn't really understood the system, maybe it's not been communicated, and he's just had a brain fart. He's kind of gone, what am I doing? Do something, grab a hold of the guy, and that's why possibly, like I say, we'll never know, but I think it's a wee bit harsh to say he wanted out of there after 8 minutes in a game that was still only 1-0 at that point in time. So, to sort of circle back round, I'd have loved to see a more experienced left back in, where Migoma could actually be the guy that's cover for that player rather than Migoma being it, because he could get injured. If he gets injured, does that mean Derek Cornelius, our new centre back, is getting shoved into left back? Does that mean Max Aarons is in there? None of us really want to see that. So, that would have been. I'm glad we got a striker in. Like, I voiced my concerns about the price tag, but I'm glad we've got like another attacking option. Right, Sati, but potentially could be like a decent addition, although we've got a few options now in terms of flying wingers. But yeah, left back for me, I really hope Chris Jack's wrong in this one.
Mm-hmm. Mitch, what's your feelings on this one?
I think the left. You had to hurt me, didn't you? Just beautiful. His departure message is beautiful, just like the man himself.
Are you annoyed that he's not mentioned you by name in here?
It's all right, mate. He'll drop me a line on Twitter later on or something. Like, it's fine. He'll slip me that tenner that he owes me for starting the fan club. tell him it's operational costs. No, I honestly think he's meant that message with his whole heart when he's put that out there. You can clearly tell this was probably the first time since being in Holland he looked like he felt at home at a club. You know, and that was despite a rocky start, despite everything else in between. I think, you know, having watched his career and bits of what he was doing in Italy before he came and stuff like that as well, I think you watched a player reach his maturity and probably his peak when he joined us, like, you know, and played for us the last couple of years. And I think genuinely it's been a relationship that's worked for everybody. You know, we've gave him the platform and the confidence to go and, you know, get that final contract of his career, that final big money contract. And we've gave him the confidence in his own ability again and given him a, you know, almost that proving ground of regular European football. And, you know, he saddled the responsibility when he's striking partners between form, fitness and everything else. You know, he's shown that he can take the burden on his own, but sad to see him go. But, you know, now I'm just going to have to get behind their big, you know, 6'25", whatever, big strapping unit for Everton. You know, I'll have to come across the next wild striker that we've got, and then, you know, we'll see how that goes.
I can't wait to find out who's going to be the next, you know, person that Mitch is going to start the fan club for.
All I'm going to say is, I told Cammy this time last year, and Cammy, if you're watching, remember when I told you Nico Raskin is a £10 million player in the making last year? It's not so wild now, is it?
Yeah, just wait for Mitch's tweet later on going, watch out for Danilo, wink wink.
You'll see it coming through in the chat, mate, it's fine.
I'm just trying to think of one, like, Dow redemption, no. Matondo redemption, I mean, no. I am...
aye, definitely, let's be honest.
Scotty's already taken that one.
Matondo mania.
I tried that, like, after his first season, and yeah, it's just went tumbleweed for me. I'm trying to think who else there is on there.
I will say though, like, I am quite angry at Thelwell because he's taken like all my favourites and my wildlings and just shoved them all out this window. He's kicked out, he's tried to kick out Enciala, he's kicked out Ridvan, he's kicked out Dessers. All my characters are away. At this point, I'm going to have to start the Scottish Appreciation Society.
Just a text saying the deal for Jesevin Raksak is ongoing. And I'm like, aye, but who said it? He's typing. He's not typing quick enough. He's apparently at the training ground, but who said it?
I will say though, on the left back front, obviously we looked at the free agency market earlier on. Obviously, it's not exactly an abundance of pickings in there, but there is a couple of experienced campaigners in the free agency market. You know, Jamal Lewis is probably the most affordable, better quality one out there. You know, because if we see anyone in the comments going Tonto and putting in somebody like Requiem, let's be quite honest here, we're not affording him. You know, Oliver Closer, Scotty, or Oliver Ant-Man, like, who have we got?
Big Ross has stuck it in the chat that Raksaki deal's on, and I'm like, aye, but good, but just because it's on Twitter doesn't mean it's true. So who is it?
Well,
at this point, I depart.
Is there a journalist anywhere that says it at all?
Well, the thing that people are implying, I kind of mentioned Chris Jack talking about defensive reinforcements. He always leaves the Rangers Review stream with his no more business line, and he's not said it, which is, it says he might be back later on.
Right,
so
okay.
He's away for a McDonald's, don't let him catch you.
People are trying.
The thing is, I text my source and I says to him, are we done? And he says aye. And then I get another podder who's got a source and he says we're done. And I text Stephen and says, I think that's us, but I don't believe we are.
I got a yes, apparently. I asked somebody about it, asked a source, and it was yes, apparently. Apparently.
Aye. I don't believe it. I'm off on deadline day. Let's do this, man.
The apparently, well, we talked earlier on, Scotty. Mind we had to sit through all these other ones when we had Samuel and Dozzy. Mm-hmm. We got really excited 3 hours before the window shutting about Esposito. It happened to nothing. I would take him now. I would take him every day of the week, but let's be brutally honest. People always say I'm a bit of a Football Manager fanatic on that one. We do have the dream team, as you can see, have joined us here. Scotty's here, and Doug, the man who makes the slides happen, is also here. They'll be taking you through pretty much until the window shutting on that one. Is it really just, is Ratsaki the only one we're getting any sniff of, Scotty?
Aye, that's it. I think the defensive ones are done. I think that's right. We could have been doing with a left back, but I think Cornelius will be coming in to cover both positions. We looked at. This is when you're wishing you hadn't sold Robbie Fraser, because I think Robbie Fraser would have done. To be honest with you, he would have done as a backup left back for me. Like, no wonderful, but he would have done a job against your St Mirren's and all that, your home games. But hey, well.
As I said earlier, Scotty would have done a job at least until January.
Aye, he's not somebody I was clamouring to keep, but
I think he's got a year left on his deal. You keep him to January, deflates his value. You don't get anything from him. That's kind of the thing with it. You probably have, if you're talking about trying to get the maximum value, Ridvan, or I personally don't think they anticipate losing Jeffy. I think that was kind of the thing that threw things a bit more. But you can't knock that money back we got from him. I'd have maybe kept Ridvan out at that point, but let's be brutally honest, he didn't really want Ridvan there. On a Rangers-related issue, before I hand over to Scotty on this one, Ryan Jack's proposed move to Dundee is off. Apparently, he's staying in Turkey. They were on his club, who I'm not going to try and pronounce, after I avoided last year's Casemiro issues. His current club in Turkey refused to release him from his deal, so he's staying in Turkey and he's not coming back to Scotland by the looks of it. I saw that one. I thought he's failed his medical, hasn't he? But no, he's still over there. So yeah, I'll hand the reins back over to the main man, Scott, for the last hour here.
Stephen, thanks for coming on, mate. It's appreciated.
No problem,
man. Right, so now that I'm back, I want to get us to 4,000 views. So 4,000 views. We've got 4,000 viewers. So if you're watching over on Twitter, please get your backsides over to our YouTube channel and subscribe. We are currently on. What are we on? Currently on 3,954 subs. I want that at 4,000 subs. So please head on over and get it done for me. First of all, Doug had prepared some decent slides in terms of departures. So we'll have a quick rerun through these. Doug, I'm going to come to you first. I would say departure-wise, it's been a fairly successful window. Don't know about you, but
yeah, I think we'd agree with that. We've pretty much got short of most players that we would have wanted. There's a couple of notable exceptions in Matondo, who's not really gone anywhere. He's kind of the main one, I think, that kind of sticks out in that regard. But yeah, on the whole, like I said, people wanted players like Proper to go. They were appreciative of his time, but felt that Balogun's time was up. Lawrence, a lot of people were done with Hadi, Cifuentes, Ben Davies, who is, although he's on loan, with his contract ending at the end of the year, he's effectively gone. So a lot of shift there, and then obviously with Igaman and Jeffy and Yilmaz, we've brought in some decent fees. Yilmaz maybe a little less than we would have ideally liked, but given his injury issues, I'm fairly happy with $2.5 million. So I think, I think the departures have been pretty good. Obviously, as the guys were just saying there, just to shift your entire complement in one position in terms of left back is a little bit much. But I think we've probably got enough to get by. If Cornelius is able to play as a left back, then you're able to shift him out, and then you've got obviously Fernandez who can come in. You've got Tavernier who can play at centre back if you're needing to shuffle people about. Obviously, Aaron's been able to fill in at right back, so there's probably just enough there to get by. Fingers crossed, and these are big fingers for us, but fingers crossed most of the players stay clear of serious injury as well. But that's potentially one upside to having quite a youthful squad. Is you would hope that they're all going to be young and fit and relatively injury free. So all being well, I'm touching all the way of my desk as I say all this before anyone thinks I'm jinxing it. But yeah, I think we can be pretty happy. I mean, that's a massive list. I had to squeeze up the text about 4 or 5 times to fit all the names in. So this is I think this. I genuinely don't remember. I think in my lifetime, I'm sure there will be one, but in terms of my memory anyway, I can't remember there's such a big number of players coming in and out all at once. So it's been a pretty huge window. Like I said earlier, of all the criticisms that we have made and potentially will make of this board and ownership group, back in the manager, I don't think it's going to be one that will be able to say they haven't done.
And Billy, I'm going to come to you quickly. What's your thoughts on the outgoings?
Just before I touch on that, just to go, great graphics here from Doug, and he did put up a really interesting slide earlier that data-based, that established people that subscribe to the Rangers Journal are staunch, whereas people that don't subscribe fall into the category of less staunch or unstaunch, which personally I wouldn't want to be in either of those categories, so I'd get subscribing, but that's down to each individual's conscience. On the departures, yikes! We knew we had Deadwood, but when you actually see that list, just good to have. At various points, we've been frustrated that we've had to put people out on loan that we thought we were going to get money for. People like Ben Davis, for example, who we were told had done so well that they couldn't wait to give us, like £1 million or £1.5 million or whatever it was going to be. But I think modern football thinking is that you need a relatively compact squad in terms of togetherness and competition and focus. You can't have Deadwood just floating about in almost like two squads training. So happy enough. I mean, I'm happy we get any money for Yilmaz, because he really, between his injuries and his flaky performances, £2.5 million seems like good business to me. The Jefty one, I still think we should have got Jefty's agent in doing the rest of our business, because if he can get £6.5 million for Jefty, who knows what he could have got us for the likes of Egeman. The rest of them, like I say, I'm happy to have the Deadwood trimmed down. I was a wee bit surprised the way things have panned out that we let Robbie Fraser go so early. It just seems like something has happened there, I think, in the planning, and I think it was mentioned earlier that perhaps we were caught off guard by the bid for Jefty, and that's what's caught us out. I'm not sure if that's an excuse. Thelwell should have literally a list of a couple of dozen players for each position, so that if someone gets injured or gets a bid at the last minute, we've got plan B and plan C and plan D. Just seems like, why not? Robbie Fraser looked solid. Why not keep him? And then today, if we have an option in, let him go on loan then, or sell him then. That made sense. It just seems weird that we are potentially going into a new season with a relatively untested 19-year-old at left back and Tav at right back. Did anyone see that as the brave new dawn under Russell Martin? Doesn't sound like the plan. So be interested to see what happens in the next few months, whether Magoma is just thrown in there all the time, or whether Cornelius helps him out, or whether Aarons gets a tryout as well. But I'm surprised. Yeah, it's funny. Robbie Fraser's weirdly one that stands out to me, even though it's not someone we thought was going to turn into Nathan Patterson or anything like that. But he was solid. He was cover. He was Scottish, and now we look very exposed in that area. Apart from that, I'm a wee bit. I'm the same as Mitch here. I've always been a wee bit careful what you wish for in terms of getting rid of Dessers, because Miovski looks like a good signing. He looks promising, and the goals he scored for Aberdeen make you quite excited what he could do in a Rangers shirt. Chermiti, I mentioned earlier, Scotty, I'm just baffled by the fee for that. But you are taking 50 goals out of that team, and Miovski could well end up replacing that. You'd have to hope so, because you're looking at a kid that, hasn't really scored any goals the last 2 years, and is going to come in as part of the replacement plan for Dessers. So I understand that we were maybe too reliant on Dessers, and that Martin wants the goals sprinkled all over the team, and that's how successful teams tend to win leagues. But with Cyril Dessers, I'll be interested to see how that pans out. I really hope Miovski kind of replaces him seamlessly, but you just never know. Cyril Dessers got a lot of flack for missing chances, people seem to work on the basis that all strikers create the same chances and get in the same positions. Dessers made a lot of chances and opportunities that other strikers won't make. He may have missed a lot of them, but he made them. And there's no guarantee that someone coming in is going to sort of fill that void. I'd be very nervous if we hadn't got Miovski in before letting Dessers go. I'm still sad to see him go because, like, his highlights reel made him look like Marco van Basten, and his blooper reel made him look like Peter van Vossen. So, you know, he had those extremes. But I'll tell you what, if you were playing Real Madrid, Cyril Dessers, you kind of went in going, he could actually score today. Same as he could miss an open goal against Alloa. But, you know, he's gone. So, you know, brave new dawn. We'll see what Miovski does. We'll see how Chermiti kind of like fits in. But I'm like I say, it's mind-boggling when you actually see that the deadwood that was knocking about the club. Some's bad luck, you know, like Tom Lawrence had injuries that he came in looking a player, he got bad injury, lost a bit of pace, and really was sort of like more of a squad player after that. But you know, like Cifuentes and some of the other signings were a bit baffling, and it's good we have them out. Oscar Cortez will be interesting because Mitch was predicting he's going to be worth like about £12 million in a year's time. So like he's going to have to do some job at Sporting Gijon.
That's very true, mate. That's very true. Colin, thank you again for gifting 10 Rangers Journal memberships. That's it's very much appreciated, mate. Again, if you're watching over on our platform or if you're on my YouTube channel and you're new to the channel, please hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. We're 40 odd subs away from hitting 4,000, so please help us get that target. Dino, out of that list, who are you most happy to see the back of?
Dessers.
Dessers?
Aye. Because I still have PTSD from him. And I am really looking forward to never debating about him ever again. And I'm just looking forward to just never, you know, talking about him. It's kind of drained, and it was so monotonous talking about him because he was scoring goals and missing sitters, and you're just, so I'm just looking forward to just having, that's it, to be quite honest with you. The rest of the players, there's, you know, a lot of them there, you can make an argument for, can you maybe wish they were still at the club, or they could have, you know, had other opportunities and things like that. But I am Dessers purely on the fact that I can't be bothered talking about him any longer. So yeah, it's the truth.
Aye, fair enough. For me, I'm aware that the comments picked up on that we had put in that Tom Lawrence was 11 years old instead of 31 years old. I think that was a typo, and it's probably because Tom Lawrence's shirt number was number 11 as well. So 11-year-old Tom Lawrence would probably have been a better player than 31-year-old Tom Lawrence, if I'm being brutally honest. Tom Lawrence was very underwhelming in a Rangers jersey. So that's one I'm happy to see the back of. I actually think Hadji might have made an impact in a Russell Martin team, as controversial as that sounds. Ben Davies, I'm probably going to go for that. I'm happiest for that list because I just think the physicality of the league and stuff. He was never a Rangers centre back. It never ever suited him. And I believe he's better off down south. I'm surprised we never got a nominal fee for him. They never left in a permanent, but he's aware of years long loan to Oxford, and hey, where he's gone. And I think overall with departures, I think it's been a solid effort by the board and Rangers to get him out. Remember, if you're new to the channel, smash that sub button for me. In terms of arrivals, Doug, I'm going to come to you. For me, I'm probably looking at Lyle Cameron as being my favourite transfer in because he's Scottish. He's probably my best midfielder in this system. He's a solid player. He's effective. He's young. He's hungry. There's a lot of quality we've brought in on the window. So who would you look at in terms of is your favourite signing, if you want to call it that?
Well, firstly, thank you for the feedback on the other slide. I've now corrected that, so should that slide come back up again, his proper age will be shown. The thing I was reading off, it has their name and their squad number right. Sorry, their age and their squad number right beside it. So that's exactly what I've done. Let's see, arrivals. I would have said Cameron as well. I've said from the start I was quite excited by him coming in. I thought he could be a really big player for us. I think he's shown a little bit so far, and if he can get the opportunity to bring the kind of goals and assists that he was bringing at Dundee, I think, as I say, he'll go on to do good things. But as you've said him, I will go back to something I said earlier on, which is Oliver Antman. As I say, I had seen a little bit of him before in some Eredivisie games I'd watched, and he looked like a really good player. Again, he's young, he's energetic, he's really quick, and if he gets the chance to get let loose, then I think he can do a lot of damage. Particularly, funnily enough, I actually think when I think about it, he could actually do really well with Danilo. One of the things I talked about with Danilo was at the beginning of last season, him and Jefty started to form like a really good little partnership where Jefty was making all these really good runs to the line and then cutting the ball back. And Danilo had a tendency to be right in that wee sweet spot where cutbacks end up in, that kind of just that striker's instinct to be in that place. And I always forget which game it was, but it was just before he got injured again. Oh, no, sorry, it was just when he came back from injury. So he was still a bit rusty, but he had like 4 or 5 chances all from that. And I can really see Antman doing a similar thing. So hopefully, obviously, I imagine with our new signings, Danilo's game time will probably be limited. So hopefully a similar kind of thing can occur with the new strikers. But I mean, Antman can put in a lot of different types of crosses as well. We saw with his, was it the third goal, I think, against Pleasant? Was it Gassam that got that one with the head where Antman crossed in for the header? I think that was that game. So if he can get the opportunity to do that, run at teams, get crosses in, then as I say, I think we can look forward to hopefully getting a good few assists out of him. Well, mute there, Sky.
Aye, I know. See, whenever I hit Control and D, sometimes it automatically does it in the web browser when I hit Control and D instead of doing it on actual StreamYard. So apologies. Billy, what about you? Is that an impressive list of incomings for you?
I thought they started off quite impressively, Thelwell and the 49ers, and then as we've come through the window, it's looked more and more. I actually started having these fears before it became apparent on the pitch, and not the only one. Other people were saying the same thing. It's like there is a lack of an obvious leadership group come in. I think you've got all these young players. You simply shouldn't lose 3 goals in 4 minutes, a Rangers team in a European game. And I think that's a function of having young players who haven't played at this level, who haven't got experience of a seasoned Champions League team putting their foot in your throat, and suddenly, like the game's running away from you. And unfortunately, Rothwell has not looked like he's going to play 90 minutes, never mind every week. So if he was going to be part of that leadership group, then we may need a plan B. Cornelius coming in, hopefully he's that kind of player. We know he's got like a solid background in terms of the clubs he's played for. He's a good age and he's left-footed. We need to find out, is he that sort of Leon Balogun leader in the dressing room? Still think we look light in terms of leadership. Like when things go, like yesterday, things didn't go against us against Celtic. It was a solid, tight game, and they didn't get an early goal and they didn't score, and there was no danger of the game running away from us. But I wonder where that comes from. We're going to get some tests in the Europa League where, we've got a couple of interesting games coming up against Hearts and Hibs in the next couple of weeks. And I just think, is Miovski that sort of player? He looks like, he has no fear, but you rarely get strikers who are the guys who are running around the team sort of rallying the kind of the younger players when things are like are going against you. So I have got that fear that we're a wee bit light in terms of the leadership group this season looks even weaker than it did last season because, it's Tav and Rothwell, and maybe Suter, maybe Cornelius comes into that. Otherwise, I have to say, we'll see how the season goes, but in terms of players I've been impressed with, like Gassam, he was underpriced by all accounts. Sheffield Wednesday fans were saying he was underpriced and we were getting him on the cheap because of the situation. You take that with a pinch of salt, but in all honesty, it's looking like we may have won a watch there. I'm also quite excited about Miovski. I liked his style when he was at Aberdeen. Some of the goals he scored were you just the range of finishes, the type of finishes, the inventiveness, and he puts himself about. I'm not comparing him to Mark Hateley in terms of like the quality of what he'll do at Rangers, but there is that sense of a tall, gangly, muscular centre forward just getting in about people. And boy, we've missed that. It's like just seeing like someone roughing up the opposition, not breaking the rules, but actually looking like they're going, what do we do with him? I don't think we've had that in a while. So I'm hoping he maybe brings a bit to the leadership group, and Derek Cornelius. I like these profiles of players that have come in terms of the young attacking players. I do wonder if we've been caught out a wee bit in terms of the trading model, though, because everyone's asked the same question, like what are we doing at left back? How have we been caught out like this? And a lot of people have said, like months ago, Penrice, look at Penrice, and Doug put up like a stats chart for him a couple of weeks ago, and it was like, why didn't we sign this guy? He went for £2 million. He's battle hardened in the SPFL. I wonder if it was because it was £2 million and he's 26 and he's Scottish, and maybe in the Thelwell model or the 49ers model, that wasn't the profile, and they were thinking if we buy him in 2 years' time, he's not worth any more than £2 million. So we're going to go for someone we can develop and like a Jefty, bring them in for $1.5 million, sell them for $6.5 million. But if you want to win the league, I think it's something. It's a wee bit of a hobby horse of yours, Scotty. Is like you want that Scottish identity, people that know the league, and they can actually like bind the team together and give the other players a wee bit of a shake when they need it. And Penrice seems like a no-brainer. So I'm impressed with what we've done in the attacking sense. I'm a wee bit sort of like wary of where we're standing in terms of the left-back position in the defence. And I do think the leadership group, I just, who's the Scotty Arfield? Who's the player that's sort of like going around speaking to people when things are going against us? That does concern me massively, to be honest.
Aye, I know, mate. I know. That's all very valid points, especially about Penrice. To be honest with you, I think Penrice would have come in and been that would have been probably the most competitive position on the park between him and Magoma. I think that's fair to say because he had really, really good output for Hearts last season, and Magoma is a quality left back. There's no doubt about it. So that would have been the most competitive position on the park. There's been some news that Bologna have had an approach knockback for Connor Barron. Heart and Hand have tweeted it out, and I think the Daily Record have put something out about it as well. I think Connor Barron was very good at the weekend, so I don't really want him going anywhere, especially this late in the window. I do think his future's at a number 6, if I'm being honest. I think if he's trained properly, I think he could get a good player there. Again, subs, everybody. I know he's sick of me getting on about it, but we are at... I need 38 subs to get us to 4K. So please head on. There's 4,000, just under 4,500 watching us. 4,300 on Twitter. Come off of Twitter, load up YouTube, type in a Rangers Journal. Go on over, hit a subscribe button for us. Even if you're a Celtic fan, because there's more happening at Ibrox and what there is at your place anyway, so just come over and date for me. It's a good laugh over here. Jock, what's your thoughts on that list, mate? Is there any? Who's your favourite? Who's the standout? Who's got most potential?
I think if you're talking about potential, I think we've seen it, and that's going to be Gassam. And then I think you're looking at sort of Mikey Moore as well there, obviously, because he's got his head's blown up because of the press he's getting in England, and he's the next sort of golden child, didn't he, of English football. He's the darling. But for me, I was really sold on what Ryan was saying about Chermiti. I think this guy's going to come in and do well for us. I think we're going to get right behind this guy. Like I said earlier, when I first was talking to Ryan about, we were doing the Sean Dyche potential podcast at the time, and he was the name that he mentioned to me. He says, I wouldn't be surprised if Rangers come in for him, given the Thelwell Purdy links. And that was way back in April. And then obviously it's taken to this length of time to get there, but he's in the door now, and he's in the door, and he's out, he's ours, it's not alone. So I'm excited to see this guy up front. I really am. Interested to see what he does, because Ryan talked very well and said his technical ability, his feet is fantastic for such a tall guy. So I'm hoping we get to see that, and I think we just need to sort of maybe be a wee bit patient with him, because he's 21. It's not as if he's as Billy was talking about, he's a Mark Hateley who's at this point's already played in Italy and played for England and stuff. This guy's he's going to be a bit raw, but if he's got all the attributes and he's got the potential, then it's somebody that we're going to be excited to see. I'm just having a quick scan of that list, just looking to see anything else. I think there'll be more to come from Ant-Man as well. I think obviously we've seen it in glimpses. You don't get 17 assists in that Eredivisie that he did last season in a go-ahead Eagles team. 17 assists you should be getting playing for PSV, Ajax, Feyenoord, the big ballers in that league. So I think we'll see plenty of him as well. That's definitely. I mean, all the names they've got attacking names were brought in should excite you, because Miovski, you know what you're going to get with Miovski, and you've seen it on Sunday. The output and the work that he put in and the shift he put in, even though he's only in the team, he worked his socks off, and that's something that we've been crying out for, is that sort of movement up front and the desire. Totally different to what Igimani does and what Dessers does. So, I think I'm excited. I'm buzzing for we're coming to the end of the window, and there's all these new names in here. It's just we just needed to get it to click. We just need to get it to click.
You're starting to sound a little bit like Russell Martin there. He just didn't add the. He just forgot to mention the pain.
I haven't used a few buzzwords there that's favourite has, and I'll refuse to use them. No Rangers man should be using some of the buzzwords he's been putting out.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it does love a wee.
That's a lack of love and harmony there from Jock.
Joy as well. We should be playing with Joy at Ibrox. Can you imagine?
Right. Well, I've got a wee quiz for you all now that Scotty's been foolish enough to put me in the driver's seat. I came up with a wee deadline day themed quiz for everyone. So guys in the chat, this is more for you, but obviously I challenge the three. You're the three unlucky ones. We'll be able to see your Rangers. Actually, this not only requires Rangers knowledge, but this actually requires wider football knowledge. So we'll see who really has, as the kids say, the best ball knowledge in the chat and on the pod. So I'll pop up this slide. So what this is, obviously they're all numbered, so you can take any one you like. I say feel free, if you know the answer in the chat, put in the number and the answer. So what this is a list of clubs that Rangers players have played for after they've left Rangers. So the theme transfers. So these are all players who have left Rangers, and these are the clubs that they've gone on to play for. The one little caveat I'll tell you is this does include any loan moves they've made. So if they've gone somewhere on loan, that's there. But if they've gone on loan and then immediately signed for that same club, I've only put the badge in once rather than it being twice. So you've got a wide selection. There's a couple of newer players. There's some older players. There's some really old players.
Can I just say, Doug, you're a maniac. It's 11:30 in Sweden. My brain's turning to porridge.
It was meant to be at 9 o'clock, but we were busy.
You're stuck in a Dan Brown book about Rangers, like you have to turn into symbologists.
Sobo 11 can't be Kenny Miller because he didn't play for Tottenham.
Indeed, keeping the brain active. That's what I'm doing. Number 11. If anyone can get number 11, that'll be a really good one. Oh, we've got a correct answer already. Number 1 is indeed Daniel Candeas. Now, I'm going to have a hell of a chance trying to pronounce most of these clubs because the first couple are from Turkey. So the first badge there is Glen Clare Baligi. Apologies to everyone in Turkey for that. Then the second club is Alanyaspor, then Kolesaspor, and then the Portuguese club Oliveiressens, and then back to Alanyaspor in Turkey. So that was Daniel Candeas. So excellent job there. What else have we got in the chat here? Number 5, excellent job, Gordon. Number 5 is indeed George Alberts, who left Rangers. We went back to his club Hamburg, then played for Shanghai Shenhua, which is the club after that. Then Gerther Fürth, which again, apologies to all of Germany for that possible pronunciation. Fortuna Dusseldorf, and then the bit that I thought might give it away there, the wee bit at the end where he went to Clyde for just a handful of games he played with Clyde. So well done, Gordon, for getting that one. RFC, yep, RFC is racking up correct answers here. Number 2 is Ryan Hardy. He played for Blackpool, Plymouth, and then has just signed for Wrexham. So a bit of an easier one there with a recent signing. So we've got a couple other guesses there. Sorry, Smoke 5 was Alberts, not Dessers. Well done to Swan 14, who also got Hardy. Gordon back in with the right answer. Number 9 is Derek McInnes. He's been mentioned so many times as a manager. I figured I had to include him. So McInnes, after playing for Rangers, went on to Stockport, Toulouse, West Brom, Dundee United, and Millwall. So good one there. SA, bang on. Number 8 is Gattuso. Gattuso, who played for Salernitana, AC Milan, and then Sion, the Swiss team. Well done for that. Smoke, too late for this. I apologise. They say it would have been on earlier, but we were too busy at the time, so you're getting in now. Couple of guesses again for Kenny Miller. I'm assuming that was for number 11, but no, not Kenny Miller. 6.
Who went fucking Tottenham and then signed for Celtic Derby?
Yeah. Good guess. This one, 6. Gary Stevens, not Gary Stevens Smoke, but you are in the right kind of era. So you're in the right kind of era for that one. Well, we've got another one. Number 4, Colin. Well done, Colin. That is indeed Andy Halliday. He went on loan from us to Gabala in Azerbaijan, which I even at the time and to this day I still think is one of our more random transfers. He then went off to Hearts and obviously is now currently with Motherwell. So well done on that one. Where we got LFC number 11. 11, I guess, of Presley. Not bad. I'll give you a clue. You've got the right position, but not the right player.
Presley doesn't play for Tottenham. It's the Tottenham that's got me.
The number 11 is the hardest one for Julia. Oh, well done. Sobo, number 11, Alfie Conn Jr. He was the first ever player to play for both Rangers and Celtic. Couple of clues in there. Things like the Pittsburgh Spirit is actually an indoor football team, the more you know. They don't exist anymore. Hartford Hellions, I'm not sure they exist anymore either. But yeah, that is indeed Alfie Conn Jr. So you're going way back for that one. That one was, to say, probably the hardest one there. So well done for getting that one. Let's see, a couple more. So what ones are left? So we still need number 3. So I'll give you number 3 as a more modern player. It wasn't that great, to be honest, for us. He wasn't here for very long either.
Cardiff Brighton.
Number 6, as I said, number 6 was the one where someone guessed Trevor Steven. It's that kind of era. He is an absolute legend of the club. Number 6. Number 7 is a bit of a cult hero. No one's got number 7 yet. Number 10, also a little bit of a cult hero. Those are the ones that are left.
Number 10, is that a Stenhouse Weird badge?
No.
No, it looks like one.
It's 10 Forrester.
RFC, nope, not Forrester. Similar position. Number 7, RFC is indeed Vladimir Weiss. He went off to Espanyol, then Pescara in Italy, Olympiacos, then Al Duhail SC in Qatar, Al Ghafara again in Qatar, and then to Slovan Bratislava. So well done, RFC. I think you're running away with this quiz, RFC 72. That's about 3 or 4 you've got right. Yeah, he's probably sitting there like typing it into Google. I hope no one is.
TBT.
But, just throwing them in. That's why I deliberately didn't, because when I first started to make this, I had the team names underneath, but I deliberately took them out because I knew some people wouldn't maybe know some of the badges. I thought I'll make it a bit harder. 7, seven's already been guessed. That's Vladimir Weiss, that one. Wrong Greek team.
6 Wilkins.
Who? Sorry.
Ray Wilkins.
Ray Wilkins, no. Similar kind of, well, not a similar type of player, actually, tell a lie, but similar no nonsense type. But I'll give you the positions for the ones that are left. So number 3 is a winger. Good guess, Colin, with Chris Burke. You're in the right position, but a more modern player than Chris Burke.
I'm going to go for a wild card here just because you said no nonsense. 6 isn't Hurlock, is it? No.
No, a good guess. Not quite as far back as that. Number 6. What could I give as a clue for number 6? As I say, he is a bit of a club legend. I'll give you a clue for number 6. Is number 6, before you got to know him, doesn't come from where you'd have thought he came from. Maybe that's a bit overly cryptic. I don't know, but
that's made it worse.
What is that team? What is that badge?
Which badge? Sorry.
6. And the first one for 6.
Is it
the first?
Jose?
Yes, the San Jose Earthquakes. So they still exist. So.
Christ.
Okay, I'll give you. I don't want to drag it out. So I'll give you some easier clues. Number 6. Number 6 was born in Sweden, but isn't Swedish.
Oh, Goff.
Well, I mean, he is, but yes. There we go. Richard Goff. Number 6, San Jose Earthquakes, Nottingham Forest, and then Everton. Good guess.
Ian Hunter in the chat got that there, just as Billy
said. Just as he said, well done, Ian. Good in there. Good guess there. Good guess. Well done. So let's see, who have we got left? Just 10 and 3, I think. So number 3 is, as I say, very recent signing. He was only here on loan from a team connected to the manager at the time. As I say, he didn't really have what he takes. 3, Jamie Murphy is another good guess, but not quite on right position, but not quite on the money.
Is that a Cardiff badge? Tell us if that's a Cardiff badge or not.
And number 3, yes.
Aye, number 3. Right, so he's Cardiff, Brighton, Cardiff, Alex.
Cardiff, Millwall.
Is that Millwall?
Millwall, aye.
Yep.
I don't know.
Ooh, that's a good close guess, but not quite.
No, it was right in the Jaria, went he?
The other one.
Oh,
the other one. Ojo, well done. Shea Ojo. Shea Ojo obviously came from Liverpool on loan under Steven Gerrard, went back on loan to Cardiff, on loan to Millwall. He then signed for Cardiff. The next badge there is Kortrijk from Belgium, who he went on loan to. And then I think currently he is playing for the last team there, Maribor in Slovenia. So we've only got number 10 to go. In many ways, this is actually, I think, probably the hardest one because these badges are pretty difficult. You'd be well placed to know the first 2 badges, I think. Clues for this one. This is a defender. He loved a bit of a wander. So he did.
Bugera.
There we go, Magic Bugera. My next clue was going to be some may call him Magic, but Majid Bugera. So he moved to Al Duhail in Qatar. then Fujairah in the Emirates. And that last one, a badge that I couldn't include this one because I thought people might get the last badge because that's Aris Thessaloniki, which is the team that we just had Cifuentes out on loan for before he went off to Toronto. Sorry, that's what it is. What team stuff? Which one, John? Which one do you want to know? I don't know if it's the ones I've just read or. But yes, that is indeed Magic Bugera. Wouldn't mind a bit of Magic Bugera nowadays. He did love a wander. In fact, you can imagine Tav and Bugera playing on right mid. You just wouldn't have a right defence because they'd both be up front. Mm-hmm.
The notion that anyone knows Shea Ojo is at Maribor is mental. Anyone that got that was Googling it. I just don't believe anyone knew that.
Well, nobody. Well, that was it. It took to the end for Scotty to get it, so no one did get that one. So there we go. So just a wee quick diversion there. Thanks everyone in the chat for playing. Well done for all your guesses. A lot of really good guesses there. And as I say, RFC, I think you took the win there because you got about 3 or 4. So well done to you. Imaginary prize on its way. But that was good. So I don't think we've heard anything new since. We had up the.
Grim Reaper's tweeted out that Rangers have concluded their transfer business. So has Andy Devlin. But this is a new regime. I'm not convinced that Rangers are finished.
You never know.
I'm really not convinced that we're done. I've still got a feeling Raksaki's coming in for whatever reason. Not heard nothing. I've got absolutely nothing to go by, but I've just got a feeling.
Okay, well, I think it's time for us to say goodbye to Billy. He's got to head off.
You broke me, Doug. You absolutely. I'm going to lie down in a cryo chamber and try and reassemble my brain. And that was actually it turned out to be good fun, but no, not at 11:30. Anyway, good luck, guys. Thanks for having us on, and hopefully you get a bit of excitement in the last hour or so. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Speak to you, Billy. So that is us. What are we now on? 22:36 according to my watch. As I say, we've had a pretty full window. Was it players out or in that you had up on the slides a minute ago, Scotty?
Players in.
Players in. Okay, so let's bring up players out.
Can I just have another war cry? We're 33 subs away for 4K. There's 4,618 watching. 4,500 of them are on Twitter. Get your asses off of Twitter. Head on over to my YouTube page. Go on to Rangers Journal and sub. Get us up to 4K, and I might think about sticking a prize up if we reach 4K night for the subscribers.
There you go. What else could you ask for? Prizes galore now. Jock, I'm not sure. I don't know if you've already been asked this, so apologies if you have. But I'm sure there's probably some new people here. If not, but what's your thoughts on the departures? Are you happy with the players that we've gotten out? And if I was to ask you on who will be your biggest miss and who's your biggest never going to miss?
I thought the biggest miss, I think, is obviously your man, because it's the potential and what we saw last season. You know, it's crap the way it went, sir. You know, he's tarnished his reputation with Rangers, I think, with that, and a lot of the fans. Because obviously, if anybody's seen the goals that he scored at the weekend, absolutely nothing wrong with him. Because if he did that, what he did at the weekend with a tight calf, his calf probably would have exploded. And then the list speaks for itself. There, the squad, as we've seen at the start of pre-season, was bloated, and we needed a big clear out. One that I'm probably not going to miss out of that list. The most probably Cifuentes, because we've non-existent. You know, you have to go back to Beale days to even consider him as a Rangers player, and even try and take into consideration what he did, which was obviously nothing. Same with Ben Davies as well. Never really lit up the park. I feel for the younger players like Robbie Fraser and Adam Devine that never really got a chance at first team football with Rangers, but that's it's part and parcel of coming through a big club like this. you have to be really special to get a chance. And then if you look at the others, I think Leon Balogun, I think might have been a big miss. But now that we've got in this new guy, and we've got Fernandez in as well, I like to see more of him. So obviously he's been replaced. So, you could go through that and you could pick every player and say why you're not going to miss somebody, couldn't you? The list's that big. Yep. We might miss Desser's goals, but again, that's across 2 seasons. You're going to miss maybe 10, 15 goals a season there from him. But apart from that, I think for me the biggest miss will be Liga Mane, because it's a case of what could have been.
Absolutely. Like you say, it's a comprehensive list. I was having a look at all the positions there. You can make a full team and a couple of subs out of that in all proper positions. So we have shipped out an entire team. Scotty, a few of the guys in the comments have been mentioning Yanis Hadji. Now, if you can remember that far back, so I don't know about you, it feels like years ago at this point that Hadji left. Are you surprised that he's still not gotten a new club?
Yanis Hadji? Aye, I am very surprised he's still not got a new club. I know he was linked with Lech Poznan. Seen what Hibs done against them the other night. I'm surprised. I'm not surprised he didn't go there. He's probably had offers back in Romania, but he doesn't want to go to Romania, which is fair. I thought maybe Italy would have been a shot in the dark for him, given it's quite a technical league. Maybe like a Como or a Cremonese or a Verona. See a team like that. I think Verona's a team with the Romanian owner, is it not?
I think so.
There's an Italian team over there with Romanian over. No, Genoa. It's Genoa, that's who it is. I thought it was it was a given that he was going there. But he's not got a club. Doesn't mean I would take him back. I don't want him back. I think we're well stocked in all our areas, so I think we'll be okay. Given what we've done, I'm quite happy with the window overall. There's no anybody on that list that I would have kept. Really, not realistically, none of them's good enough. If I'm being honest, Dessers would have been good enough as one of your kind of striking options. Igaman didn't want to be here. He completely spatted dummy it by refusing to come on against St Mirren. But we shouldn't know about that. Jeff Day, good. That's just good business. Yilmaz didn't work for day one. Robbie Fraser needed first team fit, but Proper wasn't physical enough. Cole McKinnon wasn't good enough. Leon Balogun, who's too old. Tom Lawrence, far too injured prone, not good enough. Hadji, Query would have kept. Adam Devine, not good enough. Cifuentes, not good enough. Ben Davies, not good enough. McCausland, not good enough. Cortez, I think under a different manager, I think if you gave Cortez 10 matches in a row, you see him back to what he was when he first signed for us. And Dessers, I probably would have kept him, but considering the fee we got for the Aegean, you need to take your money.
Absolutely. I hate to break your heart, Sid, but no, Kieran Dowell at this time is still a Rangers player, and will continue to be so for the foreseeable future. Whether or not we see very much of him at this point, given all the signings we've made, so I think that's another question. So if he's just going to sit there as a squad player, then fair enough. I agree with most of what you said there, Scotty. I think when it comes to Dessers, we'll know whether we miss him in 6 to 12 months, depending on how many goals the Miovski and the new boy have scored. But yeah, I think, when you look across the list, there are players that either needed to go because, like you said, they weren't quite good enough or weren't available enough, or were just good business. Like Jefty for $6.5 million is got to go down. Is probably, I would say, that's our best sale since Sakala. In terms of just came in for pennies pretty much and then sold for high value. Sakala again, wasn't a huge ticket value price, but in terms of the sale to purchase to sale was a good bit of business. Let's see, Yilmaz. I was a big fan of Yilmaz. I thought he was a good player, but he's just not. Same with Tom Lawrence for that matter. Like I often thought Tom Lawrence got a little bit of a harsh turn of it, because when he played a lot of his football under Clement. and that his system kind of bypassed the 10 a little bit. And I don't think whoever played there really, like it was the same with Barami, Lawrence, Hadji to a degree. Whoever played in that role didn't always get to see the ball as much as I think they needed to. But when Tom Lawrence played, like he had that stint at the beginning of the season last year where he was knocking goals in. He made contributions. He scored a penalty against Fenerbahce. So he was an experienced player with a bit of quality, but he, again, another player, same as the Hollander, same as Ruth, same as Yilmaz, who you can sit there and go, great player when they're fit, but they need to be fit more often than not to be of any use. The Cortez one, I'll be interested to see. I think it was Ryan who we can welcome on to join us, who I think was talking about earlier as to whether or not we'll see him again in a Rangers shirt. Chances are probably not. But you know, if he goes off and tears it up at Sporting Gion and comes back and has the chance to challenge, then all the better. If not, if he goes and tears it up and comes back with a £5 million valuation and we get our money back, then that's a win-win for us. The only loss is if he goes and just does meh. But I suppose we shall see how that goes as time is. But Ryan, welcome back. How are you getting on, mate?
I'm doing fine, mate. Doing fine. I was just coming on to tell you that apparently it's done for the night. Sky Sports are saying
so we hear. So we hear. So now that you're here, I'll bring we were talking about it a wee bit earlier on, but I'll bring the arrivals back up. And now that you've joined us, mate, what's your thoughts on our players we've brought in this window?
Well, certainly numbers-wise, we've done well. Quality-wise, the jury's still out in quite a few of them. We need this boy Chimerti, however you pronounce it. Sorry if I butchered that. We need him to hit the ground running. Here, we've spent a lot of money on this guy, so we really need him to get up and get going pretty quickly. There can't really be much of a grace period for him, and I know that's a shame and it's putting a lot of pressure on the young guy, but we've paid a lot of money for him, so we expect results pretty quickly. Miovski's is going to be a great one, I think that's going to be a good one. Jane McComa's showing early promise as well. Remains to be seen if we can keep a hold of him as well. I'm just looking over the names here. I like the sound of that Cornelius boy. I watched his interview. He seems to speak really well. He seems to be, good communicator and stuff like that. So I think he could come in and slot in quite well as well. So we'll wait and see.
Absolutely. Got a wee question in here from. Do you know when does the window close for freebies? Hopefully we're able to get a left back in on a free if feasible. Well, you can sign players on a free deal if they're not attached, if they're not registered with another club, technically at any time. I think there's a grace period. I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can sign. I'm pretty sure you can register someone anytime if they're not. Because if they're not signed up with anyone, then you're not actually making a transfer. Because who was it recently? I was reading. It was one of our former goalkeepers. I can't remember who it was, but they've just become the goalkeeping coach somewhere. And they popped them in as the goalkeeper because they suddenly got an injury in the middle of the season. So yeah, there is still the potential to sign a free agent following the transfer window. Because like I say, that wouldn't be a transfer; that you would just be signing an agent there. So there is scope potentially if there is a left back out there, but the downside with that is you tend to find, because I did it quite a few times over the window for certain positions when we were talking about more experience and looking for more experience, and if you go to transfer market, for example, and look for players who are out of contract, there's some amazing players on that list. But then you look up the injury list section of their profile and you remember, oh yeah, that's why he's sitting there on a free, because he's older, he's great, but he falls into that kind of bracket we were just talking about with Yilmaz and that, where it doesn't matter how good you are, if you're not available, then it's no good. As the famous phrase goes, there's no better ability than availability. So I think that certainly comes in there, but you never know. But we shall see. But I think we've probably got our full fist of players. Jock, have you been asked about incoming yet? Was that, did I ask that immediately, or was it outgoing? I'm already forgetting. It's too late in the day. Have you got a favourite incoming player?
Yeah, we covered the incomings there. And what I would be interested to see is an overview of the squad now to see who didn't go. So interested that Matondo's still part of this squad. King will still be part. Sorry, Ryan.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because tomorrow night I'll be doing a full squad review. So
and Ciala's still here, as far as we're aware. So there's still a few lurking.
Lurking is the word for it. Lurking or thieving, stealing.
Yeah, so players that are kind of still in the squad that we've not really ever touched on tonight. Obviously, some of these will be obvious ones, but I'll just kind of read it off rather than try and pick them out. So Liam Kelly, Kieran Wright, Leon King, Clinton and Ciala. So that's an interesting one, actually, because obviously he was told he could leave, but from what I've heard, wasn't keen to leave necessarily. So he's still in the squad. What else have we got here? Bailey Rice. There was talk of him going. I don't think that occurred. Just going down here. Kieran Dowell, we've just mentioned a minute ago. Rabbi Matondo. I think Rabbi Matondo, I think, is the one that really sticks out. The rest, I think, were maybe Kieran Dowell as well, but the rest, I think, are kind of ones we'd maybe have liked to see go, but not too bothered about. One thing about Rabbi Matondo, I'd really like to bring up. People keep saying he's on 30 grand a week. Rabbi Matondo is not on 30 grand a week. That would put him on a par with James Tavernier, and he is not earning the same amount as our club captain. It's just not happening. I looked into it, I think, about a month or two ago, because that rumor started going around. There's only one place, maybe two, that I can find that quote that 30k figure, and I'm not going to mention the places because I don't like to talk down on sites or anything like that. But the one site in particular that I've found it repeatedly mentioned on, they're a Ranger site, but they're always talking negative about the club. I don't understand it, but that's the only place I can really find the 30k. Pretty much everywhere else you look that talks about wages, and obviously they're all guesses at the end of the day for the majority of them, put him at about 23k. So that's just been a wee bugbear of mine that I really want to clear out, because who would be given a
Still
kid at
too
that
much,
point?
though.
That's true. That's true.
Still 23k too much. It's
absolutely. I did make that
mental wages. Absolutely mental wages for somebody. What's he done? I think they go against PSV, an equaliser against Celtic at Ibrox. Part of that, he's done nothing.
Scored a hat-trick against Ross County last season at Hampden.
There we go. That's your 23. That's your 23k right there. That's your 23k. You're quite right. I mean, you're quite right in that regard. The reason that it came to my head there was because I'd replied to a tweet to someone yesterday, I think it was, who'd mentioned the 30k, and I said he's only on 23, although that's still 23 too much in comparison to what we're getting. So it's still annoying, but that's just a bugbear of mine I wanted to get off my chest. Okay, so we're sitting here, just coming up to 11 o'clock now. We've, as I say, we've been live for 5 hours, 51 minutes and 5 seconds. If that does not deserve a subscription or clicking that notification bell on YouTube, I really don't know what does. As I say, we really enjoy doing these live streams on Transfer Day. I say we've done quite a few now for the last few transfer windows, and we want to keep doing them. And a big thing that helps motivate us to do that is putting out quality content for you guys. And the more of you that are there, the more motivated we will be to put out more great stuff. As Scotty mentioned earlier, we're expanding as much as we can all the time. We've got Y Scout now, which gives us a whole host of new information, stats and details and things that we can use to sort of make slides and put up social posts and profiles for the players to let you guys know, what type of people we're looking at, or give you an insight into how the team is playing. But we can only afford those things, obviously, with the revenue that YouTube brings in, and the more people that watch, the more revenue we get. So, as I say, we're super thankful for everyone that subscribes at the moment, and we would be super thankful if you're watching right now and you're not subscribed, and you would consider clicking that button. So it's absolutely free to subscribe. Doesn't cost a thing. and you can watch, as I say, all the content we put out. We put out videos 5 days a week, sometimes 6, sometimes 7, depending on what exciting things are happening, or if Scotty fancies a Saturday night rant. You'll get extra content. We put up pre and post match pods as well. I do a lowdown running up the opponents every week or twice a week for most of the time for Rangers, because they like to keep me busy. So as I say, guys, absolutely, please do consider giving us a sub if you're enjoying tonight and you want to see more of our moderately attractive faces. Dino's not here, so I can't say fully attractive, but I think we can say moderately. That's fair enough. Right, so that's my my sub call for the time being. So
32 subs to 4,000. Come on, get your bums off of Twitter and go over to YouTube and get it done. Christ's sake.
Only
The Rangers Journal.
32 subs is all I need, and there's 4,000 doggies on Twitter.
So there we go. Just a couple of you pop over to YouTube. You pop over to YouTube and you see you can get all the stuff. There's not only that. There's hundreds upon hundreds of older videos as well. Lots of which are still interesting to watch. If you're interested in our new striker, I did a deep dive interview with a guy from one of the Everton podcasts that's also on YouTube. We were only planning to do about 15-30 minutes because the boy obviously doesn't have a huge history, but we ended up chatting for quite a while. He's really enthusiastic about the signing. He thinks that he can do big things for Rangers if he hits the ground running. So I definitely give that a watch. Ryan's a really good guest, really affable guy, really chatty as well. So good stuff in that video. Definitely watch it. We got quite good views, if I do say so myself. So people must have been enjoying it. So as I say, a good one to go and watch as well.
Doug, can I ask you, did he make mention of why the boy never made it, Everton? Did he ever give a reason why he never actually made the grade?
So two things. So he got an injury, so that kept him out for most of, or at least half of the season. It's not, from what I gather, he's not necessarily injury prone. He just happened to get an injury at Everton, so that kept him out. And then while he was out, Everton went and bought like 2 new strikers, and so he basically just got knocked down the pegs. Everton play one up top usually, and they've got, I think, they won't, not anymore, but I think they had 4 strikers at the time. So he basically then got knocked down. When you look at his appearances after his injury, they're pretty much all substitute appearances, apart from he did appear in some friendlies. I think we started some of those, and they had him out on the wing at one point, kind of similar to what we did to Egerman. They had him out on the wing, so I think it does genuinely look a bit to me like he was just a bit unlucky timing, injury at the wrong time. Team brings in new players, so a little bit like Danilo, I suppose, in a way. Ended up down the pecking order because you've missed out on time. So hopefully, as I say, we'll benefit from that. Obviously, the relationship with Everton that our hierarchy have will probably help grease the wheels of the deal. It was our hierarchy that brought him into Everton originally. So they are obviously working then, and they're still keen now. So I think it was a case of basically Everton ended up with a player that didn't fit into their requirements any longer. And so, as I say, fingers crossed, we'll get the benefit of that. But yeah, nothing nefarious from what I can see. And as I say, Ryan, when I interviewed him, super keen on the kid. He thinks he's got loads of stuff in the locker, and so hopefully he will show that to us. Could not even get. Well, sometimes you just have players ahead of you at the end of the day, but we'll see. As I say, it is worth remembering. Obviously, Everton are playing in the Premiership, so you need a higher quality player there. So just because he's not good enough for Everton doesn't mean he can't cut it in the SPL. As I say, time will tell on that one. It's a big outlay. Well, I'll go down the 3 areas. We'll cover it. We talked about it. I know it must have been a couple of hours ago we talked about it now. But Scotty, would you say you're excited at the prospect of bringing in a big signing, or are you more on the side of I'm worried that we've spent all this money on an unproven player?
We're now at 29 subs. That's all we're needing. Okay.
That's all Scotty's thinking about.
We're now at 5,000 views. Come on, Terps. Head over to my YouTube channel. Get it done. Hit a subscribe button. It's free. It doesn't cost you a penny. You'll get tactics lowdowns. You'll get tactics. You've got a tactics department, a scouting department. Anything you want on matches in the club. Get it done. Come on. Right, back to your question. Am I excited at a big signing? I'm excited at this signing, though. I think he's incredibly underwhelming. I think if we had shopped in a different market and brought in somebody with a better reputation, it gains, like we're all sitting here buzzing at the fact we've just spent the best part of 10 million quid. Whereas we brought in a guy that couldn't get a game for Everton. We can dress it up all we want in terms of he fell down the pecking order and he's picked up bad injuries and all this kind of stuff. But Todd Cantwell fell down the pecking order and picked up bad injuries at Norwich and had loan moves and all that kind of stuff. So it's too big an outlay for me, to be honest with you, Doug, for me to be comfortable with a signing, never mind get excited. Don't get me wrong, I gave boy a chance, 100%. Really, I hope he comes in and rattles enough goals in and all, 100%. But I'm just not. I can't get up for it because of the history of the boy. Do you know what I mean? He's not proven. I would like that money to be spent on somebody proven. I'm very excited about Miovski, and I think that's quite a cold, chilling fact that that it is thing that I'm more excited about Miovski. But as I say, I hope he comes in and proves me wrong. I was hoping to get rid of that Tore Andre Flo fucking transfer record this summer because that just hangs over us like a bad smell. Even though when I think of Tore Andre Flo, I'm like, he came in and scored a bunch of goals over 2 seasons. They sold him for 6.5, 7 million. So it wasn't actually that bad a signing. But it's the fact we spent 13 million quid on him and he's got a reputation of a flop. I hope the boy comes in and does a good job. There's bags of potential there, but there's also a big rumour that Everton have got a big sell-on clause. So who's really getting a better deal here? Do you know what I mean? Us are Thelwell's ex-employees at Everton.
So there's that, yeah. Jock, is there a catch-22 in this signing in that obviously we've already outlaid 8 million, but there's also 2 million in sign-on, so we could end up paying 10 million for him. But if we've paid 10 million, he's presumably hit those sign-ons and hopefully those add-ons are scores crap loads of goals and wins us a title. So yeah, what's your kind of thoughts on the outlay? And if we hadn't spent 8 million on him, what would you have used that money for?
Right. Paint you a picture. If we're not sitting here with 4 draws, well, we're sitting here, say we're sitting on 7 points instead of 4 points. Are we buzzing because we signed an £8 million striker that's going to fire us and try and get us to win the league? Or does that narrative come into it? Or are we solely just going to go down the route of this guy is Everton stats is crap, but when Everton signed him for what he did where he was at Sporting Lisbon, wasn't it? So we need to take into consideration what he did there before Everton paid big money for him, and then it's just not worked out. This happens all across the board in every league in the world. Clubs sign players, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. Look at Danilo's the one I think for us is our most recent example. We paid £6 million for him. The season we signed him, his pre-season for Feyenoord, he was flying. And he started off great. Then he got a bad injury, and it was a bad injury. Comes back, hits the ground running again, gets a bit of form, gets hit another injury. Those kind of things it's just part and parcel of football. Then you take into account Dessers. Dessers didn't get those kind of injuries, but Dessers was always ready and always available. And it's just one of those things. Hopefully he's not injury prone. It's just like as you said earlier. He's just had a bad injury followed by another bad injury. That's just stunted him. And like you say, they brought in 2 other strikers. There's no way these guys buy him once and then buy him twice without their being confident that this guy has the ability to be able to do it in our league. Because that's a big outlay, and they'll know that, and they'll know that the fans are sitting here questioning that, and they'll be anxious about that because we've, as Scotty rightly says, we've got this overhang from Tore Andre Flo from way back in the year 2000, 2001. That's how far back we're going. Rangers don't spend big money like that anymore, but we've got new owners, we've got a new financial footing, so these kind of signings now I think will probably we can probably afford to take a hit on it. I think this signing is primarily Thelwell and Purdy's. This is their reputation on the line with this signing, in my opinion. They're putting all their eggs into this basket, and it's up to us to get behind it and hope that it pays off. I do think that, from what I've been told and what Ryan said, like I say, I keep harping on about this. Ryan thinks the guy is brilliant. He has all the potential, and the ceiling's massive. He just needs a platform to show it, and he just needs a run of games and a run in a team where he can develop and he can get the minutes playing proper football and not at youth level, So I'm excited because I think this guy has all the attributes for what I've seen and what I've read and what I've been told by people that have done the scouting, that have done the background work on the guy. So I'm all for it.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning, Ryan, that we did that interview with. He is a professional scout, so ideally he should have a bit of oomph behind that knowledge. Bringing it on to our own Ryan, so Jock brings up a good point. I think they're about the board, the whole management hierarchy from manager up are under a lot of pressure right now from fans because of obviously results or lack thereof. This will be something that will either add or take away from that pressure, depending on how successful this signing is. Do you think that they are sitting there and thinking to themselves, we've made a major signing there, that's going to make the fans happy? Do you think that they might be thinking, this could be something to help bring fans back on side?
Hopefully. I mean, it's nice to be at the table where we're spending this kind of money again. It's bringing us back the kind of credibility of the club, because we were always kind of hopping around, looking for free transfers, begging for loan signings. We're always kind of. I think there was a lot of times where we were actually kind of embarrassing ourselves with some of our transfer negotiations and what we were trying to do, constantly struggling to get guys over the line and stuff. So it's nice to be able to spend £8 million on a player. Because I think the Kent transfer was paid up over the 4 years of the contract. I think we basically raffled everything that we could to actually make sure that I think we sent Gerrard down to ask for him personally. It almost felt like to get him. So it's good to be back at that table. Hopefully this works. I think it is very much a pushing all the chips into the middle of the table. Time will tell. Naturally, time will tell with this. I think the Turgeman might be the one that might just be feel as the one that just got away from us. I'd really like to have seen him. Would have been a really interesting player to play in Scottish football because he's big, strong, difficult to play against, as we mentioned earlier on. I'm still not convinced that Jamie Vardy wouldn't have been a good option for us as well, and I think that's quite a controversial one because his wage demands might have been completely off the scale. But if you look at the money that we're going to be spending on this boy who's an unknown quantity, then could that transfer money have been directed into wages for Vardy for even just one season? I'm not convinced he would have been too interested in coming to play for us. Obviously there's a lot of controversy just now that maybe he doesn't want to get involved in that kind of noise, and obviously there's no Champions League to play in now, so it may have been a harder sell than it would have been just a few weeks ago to get him up here. But I think that might have been a viable option for it. It's either going to make them or break them. It's one of these ones that this might be seen as a turning point where, everyone is screaming to get the manager out the door. Nobody's very happy. There's polls going on that he's, massively out of favour at the moment. The fingers are getting pointed in every single direction just now. It might sound crazy, but we are still unbeaten in the league, and I know that is clutching at straws just now. But, there is 114 points to play for every single season. At this moment, we've only dropped 8. So we are very much still in a title race at this moment in time. We need to turn the corner, and we need to turn the corner against Hearts. This could be seen as the day that the turning point happened. They're screaming across the city. The baby is out the bathwater across the city. So we need to take advantage of this and get the pressure on very, very quickly. We need to turn the screw. And if we do it and we do it in the right way, it will just crumble. And we just start to get accelerated, get out of first gear, get out of neutral, get into first gear, get into second gear. Make this happen. So we just need to wait and see. We just wait to see that, and it's either this will either make it or break it. And it could be the one that say, right, we've got the £8 million guy in. It was the right thing to do. We signed the £8 million guy. It was the reason they get sacked.
Absolutely, and I think you hit on a great point there. We've been on the receiving end of pressure from them on the other side, buying big players and signing exciting talent, and it's great to be back at that position ourselves, spending reasonable sums of money, bringing in players that are high risk, high reward, and as I say, hopefully we'll see a bit of how with the shoe on the other foot, as you say, we'll maybe see a little bit of that pressure fall the other side of the seesaw for a change and see how they do with it. Scotty, I think the kind of natural, for me, the kind of natural point we get to after we've obviously gone through, I think, the signings to death now and all the players that have gone out and everything else. So the thing that the two questions that are kind of left are we better off than 6 hours ago? Which I will answer in full on tomorrow night's pod, so tune in then. And the other question that I want to put to you, Scotty, and I'll come to the other guys as well on this. Again, as I say, huge pressure is currently on the manager. Did a poll earlier on this evening, and I believe it was about 78%, 80% of fans said that no, he's not getting any more time. He should go now. Will these players make a difference? Do you think that, has it been a case that Russell Martin hasn't had enough at his disposal to make his system work, and these players will, as he says, get us to that point where we suddenly click and it gets good? Or do you just think that we'll ultimately end up seeing more of the same, but maybe a little bit more hit and miss rather than just treading water with the draws?
First of all, see if anybody's on StreamYard, I want to go and cut off access to Twitter so everybody comes over here and watches and subscribes to the channel. We've got 28 subs needing. Come on, get it done. I'll be better off, 100 times better off, but I've just got a gut feeling, and when I get a gut feeling, it's not good, because it means either I'm not well or I'm right about something. A gut feeling usually means with me that if we've got a semi-decent, competent manager in charge, Celtic are there for taking just now, and they are really, really there for taking. They've announced nobody after 11 o'clock so far. Absolutely nobody. They've not signed anybody today. Not a soul. Not a soul. So they've not backed a manager, which means a manager isn't going to sign a new contract. Thankfully for me, because Brendan Rodgers to me is probably a good manager for this level up here. So that's all good news there. The narrative's changed. The tide's turned in terms of how fans are feeling. We're feeling probably a wee bit better after a day, and they're feeling 10 times worse than what they have been recently. They've papered over the cracks, and we've made an £8 million signing, good or bad, whether you can look at it either way. I'll be better off. Is it going to click? Don't know. Absolutely no idea under this guy, to be honest with you, Doug. I've got absolutely no clue what way this is going to go. If it doesn't beat Hearts and he gets put out of the cup half of Hibs, I think he's a goner. I think all this support he's had in the public has been a good old-fashioned 1990 votes of confidence he's been getting. He's been saying he feels supported. I think the guy's in borrowed time. Four draws the first 4 league games of the season is the Rangers level. I don't care. Especially when you've this amount of money flung at you to get your style of play up and running. Now, I've said this about 4 times now. Mark Warburton played this style of play better with a lesser team than what Russell Martin's currently doing. I would rather have Mark Warburton in charge of Rangers FC tonight than Russell Martin, and that's saying something. And I don't like Mark Warburton. It just didn't date for me. I don't like this style of play. Rangers DNA to me is fighting hard for a badge and winning points and winning trophies. And it doesn't matter how you do it, you just get it done. That's Rangers DNA. That's the Rangers style. That's the Rangers way, is winning. And it's about standards, and it's about how you behave yourself on and off the park, and it's how you portray yourself as a person in daily life. That's, to me, how everything comes across. But with this guy, it's just not ticking with me. We're trying to go modern in terms of our manager. Date with the club, take a club into modern, you're 100%. But keep the standards, the traditions. We were told after Mark Mayoko that the 49ers would do that. They would keep the standards, the traditions. And at the club, and I believe they will. but I'm not harping on about suits and everything else, right? But that is all part of it. What Ryan says at the beginning of the pod is true. That is all part of it. Like, it's about standards and traditions, and I don't think that going with the DNA in the park, that just makes me feel as if Russell Martin's not the right man for the job, because he's not got what it takes to get the job done, because he's so hell bent on forcing the issue of his style of playing. It's got to be his way. Look at Raskin. Raskin's regressed. I wouldn't surprise me if Raskin didn't even get in a Belgium squad for a centre. He's in it, but if he didn't get in it, I wouldn't be surprised, because he's completely regressed as a football player. Joe Rothwell's completely regressed as a football player. Who's the other centre mid? Diamonde. Hit or miss. You can take or leave Diamonde on his day. He was good yesterday, but for every good game, there's a bad game with Dio over in the corner. But the players that have been here have all regressed. John Souttar looks as if he can't heed a football anymore. That's the one good thing John Souttar could only do, was heed a football in the last couple of years, and now all of a sudden, I mean, Johnny McFarlane says it in the Rangers review last week after a Bruges game, the morning after a Bruges game, 12% aerial duels we won in Bruges, 12% or 100%. That's nowhere near good enough, right? And whether that's down to manager, players, whatever, but to me, it's about this manager trying to force the issue about his style of play, and all that around the DNA of the club and the DNA that you see on the park. That's where he's going to fall for me, Doug, if I'm honest.
Absolutely, all good points there. We comment, that's what I'm looking for. Comment there from Nicholas. Welcome. Good to see you again. Soon as Sir Walter would have had Raskin right out the door. I'm going to disagree with you on that one, mate, because I think apparently, you know, some of the stories we've been heard is that, you know, Raskin is a player that does a lot of questioning. He wants to be the best he can be, and he'll if he doesn't understand something, he kicks back in it. And I think that they would like that kind of guy, because he's trying to be his absolute best, which is what those managers demanded. And if you think of some of the players and the personalities under those managers, they weren't exactly shrinking violets. There'll have been fights in those dressing rooms, and I'm sure some of them would have had at the manager now and again. You get stories about times when people tried to have a go at Ferguson, and, you know, he didn't necessarily ship them at the door. Sometimes he just put them in their place, and it kind of feels like that's what Martin has tried to do with Raskin, because he's obviously, he told him to go home for the Celtic game, but then all of a sudden we've heard that, you know, there was talks with him, and then he's staying. So someone else said it, and when I thought about it, I kind of think they might be right, that it kind of feels like there might have been a bit of ructions there. Martin's put his foot down, tried to say, look, you know, I'm the guy that's in charge here, and then come back and said, right, let's sort this out. If that's true, I would actually give a little bit of respect to Martin. There's not been very much we could give him respect for thus far, because you do have to run a tight ship. I said it on one of the other pods as well. If you've got players standing out of line, you do one of two things. You either have it out and get them, bring them back into the table, and sort it, or you get rid. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. So, Jock, I'll come to you. I think it goes without saying that this is going to be the most important period of Martin's tenure. The next couple of weeks, be his tenure short or long. I think he's lucky, because obviously we've, you know, transfer window's closed, and he's now got an international break with his new players and the rest of the squad, that he can, you know, work the new players into training, take the time to work with everyone as a group, settle the new guys in, do all that stuff, work on the tactics, and then come into these two games, which, you know, we're looking at. And as Scotty said, these are going to be two big games. You've got another league game and a cup match. If he doesn't get points / progression from these, you've got to agree with Scotty and think that he has to be going. But if he can come out of this international break, new signings in tow, and they look like a new team, and they look fresh, and some of the ideas look like they're coming together, because we did see little bits here and there. So if we start seeing that again, maybe some people might turn around and go, okay, this new striker's got a hat trick on game one, and this guy played well, and I saw a little bit of that interplay. We haven't seen that since the friendlies. You might get, probably only a small amount, but you might get some people slowly say, okay, this looks a bit better, let's see what happens.
Well, first of all, I think the next two games are harder than the game at the weekend. Both teams, you can see even from the league games, the 3-0 down, they come back to 3-3, and their European games, those two teams are playing for each other. There's a squad spirit there, a team spirit, and you can see that. And I think we're going to struggle. We're going to have to dig deep. We're going to have to find something that we haven't found in these other games so far this season, to try and get a victory of that. And I say, obviously, the first game is a massive 3 points that is needed on that league table, or he's already statistically, the worst Rangers, start to a Rangers manager. And then to go out to a cup competition early, especially the League Cup, because the League Cup's a good cup, I think, to win, because it kicks you on for the rest of the season, I think. And we've seen that across our side of the city for so many years. They end up nicking the cup up, and they end up going on and having a good season. I always think it's a good marker to have. So, yeah. Even I think the Hearts game, I think fans will understand we are going to be up against it because of how well they seem to be playing and the fight back they can produce. But if we can see signs of what he's trying to do, I think then he might get some time. But at the end of the day, the fans is all waiting on the board. It's the board that are ultimately in control of this. It's the owners that decide, what's going to happen here. Like you say, he's got 2 weeks now. Interested to see how many players actually stay behind, how many disappear off international duty. So you'd imagine there'll be at least a core of players that he can work with. Ideally, I'd like to see if they can try and get a bounce game or two and try and get working on match phases and gameplay phases and actual games instead of doing scenarios on the training pitch, because you've seen it across the games this season. The basics and the desire just isn't there for some of these players, and when the chips are down or something goes wrong, I know he's harped on about it in his press conferences. They don't deal with it. The shoulders drop. They shrug their shoulders first and they look around at each other, and then the shoulders drop. We need somebody in that team to grab them by the scruff of the neck for the sake of the team and the manager, because they don't seem to respond to what he's pushing on the touchline and saying when things do go wrong. So he has his work cut out for him, that's for sure, because there's so much going against him right now.
Absolutely. So you can see the comment on screen there, folks. We've now hit 3,980 subscribers tonight. So thank you and hello to all the new subs that have come on tonight. Only 20 more and we can hit that magic 4K. We really want to try and hit that tonight. So if you're sitting there, you're on Twitter as our big zone where we get loads of people watching. So if you're sitting on Twitter, if you want to just click on your YouTube, find the channel Rangers Journal on YouTube, and as I say, click that subscribe button for loads of great content and the wee notification bell, which will tell you whenever we're putting stuff out, and that'll help us get up to that 4K. That's our next milestone and where we're really wanting to get there. So as I say, welcome to all our new subs, and please, if you want to get in on this action and all the stuff that we've got coming up, we'll be doing loads of more content on new signings, no doubt, and stuff as the weeks to come. So do subscribe to the channel. Ryan, Jock talked about leadership there, and needing leaders on the park. Is there anyone in that, either of the players that we've brought in so far or the new boys that are coming in, that you think might be able to potentially fill some of that void that we see in terms of leadership?
Possibly. See, the main one I would point towards is Nico Raskin. So if Martin can bring him in and bring him back on side and sit him down and talk to him and tell him how important he is to the team and tell him how massive his influence is, not just in the dressing room, around the training ground, but also in the stadium when he's playing in front of 50,000 people, Nico Raskin could actually, galvanise the whole team. He's obviously, well thought of by ourselves. He's been, kicked about a wee bit in the press this week. A lot of guys have had a few things to say about him, maybe not as complimentary as I would like it to be. So if he sits him down and says, look, man, I need you, go in there and be my guy, and actually go out there and lead this team, you don't need to have the captain's armband to go out and lead the team. Do you know, as far as that, you know, we've all had a criticism of Tavernier and his leadership qualities. You don't need to have the captain's armband on to actually drag the team forward. We all know how good a player he is. He's arguably our best player. So I think he needs to sit him down and just get him back on side. And, you know, I think there's maybe just a wee bit of kind of humble pie he's got to be eaten by everyone. I think they've got to sit across the table and look at each other and say, right, we're both here for the same reason. We're both here to win Rangers the league. For different reasons, possibly, because maybe Raskin wants to use it as a stepping stone. He'll certainly be wanting to go to the World Cup next summer. So he's here until January. So he's got to get in there and he's got to knuckle down. He's got to get his job done, because otherwise he's going to lose his World Cup space next year. So as far as leadership's concerned and all these kind of things, that's what I'm looking towards. I'm looking for it to come in and change things, change him and change the team round. As far as the new guys are concerned, Miovski maybe leading from the front. I think he's a very likeable character. I think if he comes in and scores goals, I think there was a few occasions on Sunday where you see when he was, you know, trying to raise the crowd, he's throwing his arms up in the air, asking for everyone to get behind the team. So I think he could be, you know, become a fan's favourite pretty quickly if he starts banging the goals in. If he gets his chance, obviously, because he's potentially going to get an £8 million guy he's got to pay, he's got to compete with. So that's where I am.
Absolutely. Competition is good to see in the squad. I have to take a moment to give a shout out to Everton fan Stephen Johnson, who he's posted on an Everton fan group this afternoon at 4 p.m. He did what fans love to do, gone out and bought himself a brand new strip of the team he loves with Chermiti 28 printed on the back, who 4 hours later had signed for the famous Glasgow Rangers. So sorry for that, Stephen, but if you can get your money back for that, then do go out and get yourself a Rangers kit, and you can put Chermiti on the back of that. It's just as blue as the Everton one, and if with any luck, you'll maybe see a couple of trophies to go along with it as well.
Doug, see while we're on the subject, maybe you can subscribe to a journal while he's at it today, because we're going to be speaking about that striker enough.
Exactly, subscribe. I know a lot of people. I'm sure there's a bit of overlap there. I know that I know a few people that have a soft spot for Everton because of the time they had with David Moyes throughout the years, and who's obviously back there right now. So do subscribe if you're interested in hearing more about him, or indeed finding out how he does while he's here. If you do have a if you do have a percentage clause, then there's investment there for you to know how he does. So subscribe to us and we will keep you up to date. Right, let's see. Running out of questions now. Covered Martin. We've covered players. What to go on to next?
Can I ask a question for the boys, Doug?
You can, please do, because I'm blanking.
I'm glad Curry's not watching, right? So obviously, in light of Tavernier's, I think he's shown his importance within the squad in the last year of his contract. Should we talk of Tavernier getting another year in his deal?
Ooh. I mean, I don't think I need to answer if I would be interested in that idea, but actually, in all seriousness, I'm going to say no, which I know will be shocking to all.
The president of the James Tavernier fan club is saying no to that.
I know, it is shocking. But that being said, as much as I say, I am a paid-up member and founder of the James Tavernier fan club, I have said over the last year that I wouldn't be against him going because of a lot of the reasons that people have given. I don't think he should be leaving primarily on performance grounds, because as he has shown again this season, he does still contribute to the team. Obviously, goals being the main thing thus far. I do think he helps put the team forward when he's on the pitch. When you think of the St Mirren game in particular, the moment he came on, we were getting the ball forward, tapping it on, things like that. And obviously he hit the corner that resulted in the goal. So from that perspective, I've always said I felt he still had something to contribute. But last season, I said at the start of last season, we needed to start the transition away from Tavernier, because you can't rely on the one player for 10 years, particularly when that reliance hasn't actually got you the thing that you want the most. I do think that nobody has contributed more in the last decade than James Tavernier. And so for the people who like the whole serial loser, to me, is just such a nonsense. He is the one that racks up awards every single year. and that's what good players do and great players do. But we've not had enough around that. But there's too many people now that do have that connection of failure to James Tavernier. There's too much. We're constantly talking about it every year for the last couple of years now. So I do think there would be a benefit to the club and to the fans to have that, just fresh start where we've, kind of put that chapter of the club to bed and move forward. Give him his testimonial, which I think he richly deserves for getting us to a Europa League final, for all of the goals, for all the assists. As I say, highest scoring defender in British football history. That's not a nothing. I believe that no team in world football has had a right back score more goals for them as well. That's also, I believe, to be a fact. So as I say, these are not normal things, and that's why, to a degree, there's no surprise that you bring in other replacements and they've not measured up, because we're not going to get a player as good as Tavernier to replace him, but we just need to get someone that's solid and can defend and contribute. And unfortunately, Aarons hasn't been that. So that's my kind of thing. As I say, as much as I do love Tavernier, the end comes to every story, and great stories have great endings. And nothing would make me happier than if we could win the league this year and Tav could go off with a title in his hands and have that, as a good pride present. There's nothing that would make me happier. So that's my dream season is a treble winning season where we get to send Tav off with a treble and say thanks for the memories, and he goes off, as I say, with something happy. So that's my mini rant done.
Scotty.
Would I get Tav another year? Current state of affairs, as we sit right now, aye, I would try. I think Tavernier's shown he's still got a use. We've tried to get Max Aarons in, who's somebody of a proven standard or a proven quality, if you want to call it that. And all he's done for come up here is proven that he's not good enough for a jersey. He's proven that the jersey's too heavy for him, but his quotes that when this squad plays without pressure, they can play football and all that crap. I would personally. Try to replace Tav many a time now, and we can't. Unless somebody comes in. But then Aarons gets back to Bournemouth at the end of the season. Ryan Hood will be back to square one again. Tav's away. But left with Dujon Sterling, who's not fit enough ever. Do you know what I mean? I don't think Rangers are capable of replacing James Tavernier, if I'm being honest. It's not hard. It's not hard. You put Xander Hutton in his place and you've probably replaced Tav if you've got a competent enough squad. Do you know what I mean? You've got a competent enough squad and a right back that can defend and pass a ball forward, which is all you should need to do in this system that we're supposed to be playing. Then it would be pretty much sound, but it's not. We're still heavily relying on Tav. They can also do a job at centre back as well. Russell Martin's used him, and I still think he's probably capable of doing a better job than John Souttar, if I'm being honest with you, at centre back. It's arguable. Or Giga. Giga's been right rotten the last week or two. He's been absolutely terrible for Bruges, the 2 games. And that's probably where I sit right now, but it's a yes right now. It's not a yes at the end of the season.
Joke.
Yeah, same as Scotty. It's a yes right now, obviously, because of the situation we're in, and as the games we've had this season where he's come on, we've improved when he's come on. I think our problem is that we are just conditioned to James Tavernier and what he brings and all his stats and goals over the years, because it's a decade nearly, or coming up on a decade of James Tavernier hitting 20 plus goals and assists a season. And as you've seen, probably last 2-3 years, it's been a downward trajectory because age is just catching up with him. And we're too reliant on it. It's just something we've so been used to, and I think Rangers teams have been used to Tav chipping in more than any other player in the squad, or certainly midfield anyway, with goals and assists. So the team just, Tav will do something, Tav will do this, Tav will do that. And it's always been the case. He'll come up with a cross, he'll come up with a pass, or he hits one foot side the box, or we get a penalty and he scores a penalty. And it's just been a slow, gradual decline. And I think we just need to accept that at the moment we still need that, because he still has that in his locker, as he proved. We fucking scoring a header in the open day of the season. It's nuts, but it's just the state that we've. As it's not just Russell Martin, it's been Beale, it's been Clement, it's been Van Bronckhorst, it's been Gerrard. They've all relied on him because he's always there. He's hardly ever injured. And like you said, as people saying, we've just failed to replace him because nobody can live up to his standards of goals and assists and availability. And that's just where we're at. So yeah, in current form, I would give him another year. Sure, what harm would it do? But until we get somebody in that can take over that mantle, I think we're going to struggle.
Yeah, for me, I'm kind of waiting to see how Sterling comes back. I think Sterling's good enough to replace him. But obviously, you see these concerns over his fitness, both short term and long term. So Sterling can come back and hit the ground running. I think Sterling's a good chance at it. I've always got my eye on Nathan Patterson, and I was disappointed that we sold Nathan Patterson. Nathan Patterson's still got a year and a bit left in his contract finishes in 2027. So, is there a possibility that Sterling comes in? Do we knock Tavernier's contract on for another year on the basis that we can maybe go and try and convince Nathan Patterson to go back up the road and feed him a contract? Everton seemed keen to let him go. There was a move to Seville for him today that fell through at the last minute. So I don't think it would be too difficult to negotiate with as far as getting up the road. And I don't think he'd be hard to deal with himself as far as coming back to Rangers concerned. So I think we just kind of need to just wait and see and just take it kind of, every few games at a time, because, although Tavernier's doing okay at the moment, we all know that can turn a sixpence for him. So we just need to wait and see. I'll put it back to you, Doug.
Yeah, I think the big telling thing about his ever-presentness is that this year Tavernier will become the 10th and potentially, depending on appearances, the 9th highest appearance holder in our entire history. So, I mean, that really shows that we talked earlier about players that are too injury-prone to play. Tav, you can probably count on one hand the amount of games he's missed, which is, I'll say, touching on Jock's point about relying on someone. If you've got someone who is that ever-present, he's averaged over 50 matches per season, every season, across his 10 years, which is just absolutely ludicrous. When you think of players like Helander and Roof, who, couldn't get 5 games a season, never mind 50. But anywho, we'll push on from that one and say, who'd have thought we'd have been sitting here with me out being the only one of the 4 who said no to giving Tav an extra year. Not that I'd be against it. I'll not be upset if we did it, but
But Doug, I think it's just more how we're all feeling just now and how we're all feeling about the utter dross we're watching on the park. I mean, I'm going to cut mine up for a minute, right? It's not the utter dross, it's the utter shite we're watching on the park just now. It's not good enough. And Tav's coming on and making not just a small improvement, a massive improvement in the right back position, and that's how far these players have regressed under this manager thus far.
Yep.
I'm not going to go too far in on Russell Martin because it is still very early days, but his signs so far are absolutely shocking. We've got 16 subs to go before I can go to my bed, so please get off of Twitter, head on over to our YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button. We've been here for 6 hours, 36 minutes now. We've gave you a lot of free time and effort reporting on Rangers. We've spoke about everything on Rangers today. So please just kind of one last war cry so that we can go to our bed, because frankly, I'm not leaving until I get 4,000. If I need to sit here myself and sleep in front of a camera, I'll fucking do it.
That's a different type of website where we're getting to there. But look at the anguish in his eyes, people. Come on, you need to give him what he wants. 16. There must be 16 of you out there. 16 of you out there that want to hit that subscribe button. Don't care who you support, just hit the subscribe button if you want all the news about Rangers, and we know that some of you really do.
Thing is, they're probably sitting up watching it in the telly, sitting next to their missus. Grab your missus' phone and sub on her phone. Just let us go to sleep.
Yep, that's it. I pulled up this tree here because I do agree with this one. Mulligan was an ideal replacement. Rangers were rumoured to be in the hunt for Mulligan in the earlier parts of the transfer window, but it seemed to fizzle out. And obviously he's since signed for Hibs and has been playing well for them since that time. Come to yourself, Jock. First of all, would you have taken Mulligan? I don't know how much you know about the player, but I think he is actually primarily a midfielder, but he can play at fullback and has played at fullback. He was doing well prior to signing for Hibs, and as I say, has been one of their bright performers thus far in the season. I do think he's solid defensively. He's got a lot going on moving forward, and so I do think he could have brought a lot to the team in terms of both defensive and offensive stuff, which are obviously the kind of things that we'll miss post-Tab. So would you have taken Mulligan?
I think so, purely on the fact that you say he can play multiple positions, and anybody that can come in and can do a semi-decent job as a squad player across multiple positions would do for us, especially, particularly if it's going to increase your homegrown quota, isn't it? Something I think we always need to consider, especially when we're sitting looking at European competitions and stuff. He seems to be doing all right. He seems to be heavily involved in a lot of stuff from what Hibs are doing going forward for what I've seen, particularly in the European games. So yeah, from what, like I said, I've only known stuff about him from this season, particularly folk on Twitter saying that he was the one we should have went after. So I took on the Hibs game. I think it's not last week, the week before, and he was heavily involved. And I thought, looks like he could do a job. Certainly, he could come in and help us out. But again, it's probably one of these ones that I'd say maybe he was on Colpin's list, but it's maybe not one for Purdy or Thelwell. That you're allowed to. I think they've at least taken a look at him and maybe thought, no, we could probably get something else or something better right there, or maybe we're waiting to see if he develops any further this year and we could go after him next year. You never know.
Absolutely. If you're watching right now and you think Rangers should have signed Mulligan, then hit the subscribe button and click on the notification bell to let us know that you agree with Jock's thoughts there. Got another question on screen from Kyle, Ryan. You can give us your thoughts on Mulligan as well if you want, and then do you want to hit that question? We'll go around the houses with this one.
Josh Mulligan's a bit of a no-brainer. He was free of charge. Do we have to pay a development fee for him? Was he over the age that we wouldn't have had to pay that? Even if we did, how much would it have been? Would they have been asking for a lot of wages? Probably not. Versatile, Scottish, helps boost up the quota for the Europa League squad. So for me, it came under the head of a no-brainer. So it might just be one that we live to regret, but we'll wait and see on it. Two favourite Rangers players of all time, of George Albert's, being ginger and left-footed as well. So used to love that. So didn't quite make it as good as him, but aye. And Ali McCoist was a big hero of mine growing up. Obviously being born in the 80s. I've seen Ali McCoist score a lot of goals for Rangers. Probably one of my most favourite moments supporting Rangers throughout was his overhead kick against Hibs in the League Cup final when he came off the bench and he scored that goal with number 14 in his back. That was a special moment.
100%. He's number one on my list, my favourite Ranger of all time. No one is even close. And like you say, that goal is absolutely iconic. The whole story, the injury, coming back, comes on when we're desperate for a goal, and not only does he get the goal, but he broke in his leg, hadn't he? Just before that, and so not only does he score, but he scores with an overhead kick with the broken leg into the top corner. What a goal it was!
He broke his leg playing for Scotland against Portugal. There's a player called Oceano that broke his leg. His testimonial year as well, so he couldn't actually even play in his own testimonial match. He came on crutches. against
so he
Newcastle at half time and scored a penalty kick on crutches down at the Broomlow Road end.
So he did.
Yeah, I remember it well.
Good times. But yeah, Kyle, Alan McCoist is my number one without a shadow of a doubt. If I close my eyes and think of Rangers, I see Ali McCoist celebrating his goal against Leeds United, where he's on his knees and then Durante comes in. And at the time, little me was watching that thinking he's going to break his legs because he totally just folds backwards.
By the way, Dale Gordon, not Ian Durant jumped top here, it was Dale Gordon.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry to correct you, mate, but it was a nice
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. My memory is
it's-
atrocious. So.
It's because half the women in Glasgow are jealous of Dale Gordon, that's all.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Number two. Who would number two be? I mean, my automatic thought is thinking has Tav hit that point, but I'm not sure. I'll say Tavernier for now, because certainly in modern times, since kind of like post 9 in a row, I'm not sure there's many players that I've taken to as much. Barry Ferguson is close. I was a huge Barry Ferguson fan for obvious reasons, all the reasons I'm sure every other Barry Ferguson fan is a fan of him. But yeah, I'll just for the ease of use and so that I'm not sitting here wobbling on, I'll just say Tav and Coisty. So, Scotty, what about yourself? Two favourite Rangers?
Probably Gascoigne would be my top one. Just
choice.
Just for everything about Gaz. I know just the footballing ability, but the trauma off the park. No, I've read his autobiography, and a lot of it kind of hit home with me, if that makes any sense. This was his first book. No, any of these kind of ones he's written since, or he's rejigged the first one. Like the first one with the map when he was trying to come off a drink. It goes into quite a lot of in-depth stuff about his mental health, and you really get to know him. There's a lot of funny stories on it too. Like some of the stories on it are absolutely incredible. Like not just about what he got up to at Rangers, but at like Middlesbrough when he stole the team bus and drove it through a tunnel. It was the wrong height and took coffee roof off and all this kind of stuff. He's an absolute maniac. Can he be somebody you'd just be constantly laughing in his company? I think he would be great company. Probably Gascoigne for me. The 3 goals, I remember watching the 3 goals against Aberdeen at Ibrox, his hat-trick at what is the league. I think that was 8 in a row. Am I right, Ryan? Is that 8 in a row? That one is, wasn't it? 3-1. They beat Sheep.
3-0 that day, mate. No, was it 3-1?
3-1. Brian Irvine scored the header.
So he did, aye. That was incredible. Scored the hat-trick at the Copeland Road end, mate. That was probably the best individual performance from a single Rangers player any day.
I remember reading in his book, and when he's travelling with the ball for a corner, he says Alan McLaren's behind him and he's just shouting, "Run, you fat bastard, run, fucking run faster." And he's holding off 2 players at his side, and then he curls it into a back of the net with his left foot. It's just absolutely unbelievable. Gascoigne was a moments player, but what a guy as well. Just absolutely everything about him. He's my idol in life, not just like football. I'm my favourite Rangers player. I just absolutely love everything about the guy. My second one would probably need to be... I'm going to go a wee bit more modern here and probably say Dado Purcell, because he was that kind of... He's probably my favourite ever foreigner to play for Rangers. He was... just that big guy up front, that... Just the heart of a lion, man. It was absolutely incredible. The quality back up to you. I remember he scored in one of the split games at Pittodrie. We won the league. And he back-heeled it into the net. I think Novo place was flooded. Pittodrie was flooded that day. Novo got a ball to touchline, cut it back, and Purcell back-heeled it into the bottom corner. Nice celebration. He slid and just all this water trenched up over him. I just loved Dado Purcell. There was everything about the guy. I loved how he went about his work and just him as a person as well. I think he was working in cars at 25 or something before he got back into football. He was a very late developer, wasn't he?
He fell out of football, Scott. He actually ended up in the French 4th division, put on a lot of weight and stuff like that. Was in the Verdure Chucking football. Had a half-decent game for the team that he played for in the French league against Monaco in the Cup.
Right.
And Monaco subsequently picked him up, went and signed him. And they obviously played in the Champions League, done quite well for them there, and keep the Rangers after that.
Incredible, man. Incredible. So, They're a bit different choices, Doug, but they're probably mine. And again, we're 12 subs away from 4,000 new troops, so please head on over for Twitter or Facebook wherever you're watching. Hit our YouTube page and hit the subscribe button.
Great choices there, and obviously that iconic goal that day by Gaza was voted the greatest Rangers goal of all time when Heart and Hand did their big poll, beating off the stiff competition from John Lundstrom. That was basically, everyone kind of had an idea of what new goals were going to come in, but the big question when they reran that poll was, would Lundstrom's goal pip Gaza, because it was obviously fresh in the mind, but Gaza held on to get the number one there. So good stuff there. So Jock, you've had the longest time to think about it, so I'm sure you'll be straight in with your answers. Top 2 Rangers players of all time.
Just you touching on Purcell there, there's a class documentary. It's only about 15-20 minutes long about Purcell's journey through football. Give it a watch. It's really, really good. I watched it there, I think it was last month, and you learn a lot. You learn a lot of stuff about the guy that you didn't even realise. Like you say, Ryan says, he didn't really get his big break until he was about 28, which is crazy for professional football, especially to get to the level he did. But I'm sitting here and you're all talking about different players, and I'm sitting racking my brain. I know my number one is Alberts. He was, for me, he was just I just loved Alberts. All the variety, every goal he scored there was always something special about it. He hit the ball and it stayed hit. His highlight reel makes some of the world class players around that time blush for a midfielder. And I'm a bit like your man that bought the shirt. I got my first ever sort of birthday card money when I was like, I think it was 12 or something, and it was like, this is your money, you can do what you want with it. So went to Ibrox. He scored the day before, scored a free kick against Kilmarnock, put the ball in the top corner of the stanchion. Went to Ibrox the next day, picked up the shirt, and he fell out with the Cavacat, and Avacat got rid of him. So that was heartbreaking. I still have the shirt, actually. It doesn't fit anymore, but and then a more modern day player, I've racked my brain and I was thinking Moles, Stefan Klos, Alan McGregor, Stephen Davis. Too many big names, but I'm going to go with Morelos just purely because he was absolute box office. You just didn't know what you were going to get, but everything was special. You know what I mean? It was just nuts. The entire career he had with us was just bonkers. And I know he sort of ruined his legacy with us the last sort of 6 months with his weight issues and that. But for me, he was just, I loved him. For the day one when he came on as a 19-year-old, I just thought, I'm buying into this guy 100% because he's doing everything right. And then to watch his climb and how well he got on and then all his goals. Yeah, the goals against, didn't even think he had that in his locker, and he came up with 2 in the one game against Feyenoord. Ryan Kent, 2 great balls in the box. The goal against Porto where he lets it run across him and puts it in the bottom corner. There's another one against Aberdeen away where he just the way he hits the ball, he just almost passes it into the net. Fantastic goals, and it's just a shame. He should have a bigger collection of medals to his name, so he should. But Morelos will be my more modern one. That's my 2.
Yeah, I think you've hit on one of the players there who, for the unfortunate younger collection of fans that are not as fortunate as ourselves to have viewed, obviously, some of the great teams we've seen and great victories. I think Morelos, Kent, and Tav are probably the only real 3 players you could put in towards that kind of iconic level. Obviously, not all 3 will always fall slightly short, given the lack of trophies, but they're the 3 I think over the last sort of 20 years that have been the big hitters. Right, guys, we're sitting here. It's now 23:52. We're approaching midnight, and we are but 10 subscribers away from hitting the magical 4,000 that we want to hit. You can make Scotty's day, his whole week. Look at his wee face there, just desperate to hit that number. We're all desperate to hit that number before the end of the night. So we implore you, if you've been enjoying what you've been seeing at all tonight, or you're interested in seeing any more content, which we have loads that we'll be putting out, please do click on that subscribe button and hit that notification. If you're watching on Twitter, we know we get loads of views on Twitter, and we are hugely thankful for all of you. But please jump over to YouTube. You can keep watching on Twitter if you want for a little bit, but just get on YouTube just now, hit that subscribe. You can come back to YouTube later and have a look at all the great stuff we've got here for you. If we can hit that final 10, then we will go to bed happy chappies. That is our league title for the day, so please help us to get there. I started thinking, looking, yeah.
Quickly, just to come in, I want to ask you about the striking department, right? So, Jock, I'll come to you on this first. Obviously, we got rid of Dessers, 50 odd goals over 2 seasons. Well, say 45 goals between him and Agaman last year, or 40 goals. Doug will be able to tell me stats if they can be bothered looking them up. But between them, there was a lot of goal contributions anyway. Now we've lost them 2 and we've replaced them with Malofsky and Shamiti. Is it good enough, do you think? How are you feeling about the striking department overall? Are we in a better place or are we worse off?
I think if you look at it stats wise, we're obviously we're in a worse off place because we've got, like you say, there's 45 to 50 goals has been out the door. But we've brought in Miovski, who in this league we know can score goals and can score a variety of goals. So I think that we've got that covered. The unknown entity now is the big chap for Everton, but he's got all the attributes and the statistics previously that Everton have purchased this guy on says that he has the attributes to do that. But at the end of the day, that will not matter a jot if we can't get the service, and that's where we're struggling at the moment, is providing these guys with the chances. And Miovski, I think, is one of these guys who probably will be able to manufacture chances himself. Situations with the running and his movement he does, he might create more situations for himself, but we need to get the wingers and we need to get the midfield making opportunities for these guys, because the last couple of games we've been creating absolutely nothing. And it's not the striking department I'm worried about, it's the creative department. That's where I'm at, because it's been poor since the first day of the season.
Fair enough. Ryan, what about you? Do you think this is maybe going to give us an option to go for Millet 2 up top?
No, I can't see him playing like that. I think we've probably replaced Dessers' goals with Miovski. I think Miovski's showing his potential on the last, when he's time from Aberdeen. Miovski can definitely be a 25 goal a season striker for us. I think that goes without doubt. I think he's shown his credentials to do that. And we've probably replaced Egeman's potential with Jamiti. So, we've got the young, talented, kind of unknown quantity, the project, if you like. And we've maybe just traded that project in and maybe upgraded it for a better one. So, and we've obviously got the guy that, the hard-working player, the honest pro, who's going to give everything 110% every single game, who we might look upon to actually be the stable one. The concern it's always going to be is that if neither of those guys are firing, you're then looking at Dino, who obviously everyone who's been watching knows I'm not his fan at all. I think we need to do everything in our power to get Danilo moved on. As I've said on several occasions, I don't see what he brings to the team. I don't see what his attributes are. So the fact you've got a guy there who's going to be picking up, rumoured to be around about £30,000 a week, as a third choice striker, having cost £6 million, for me is not going to be good enough. So we need to do what we can to try and manufacture a move for him as soon as possible.
Fair enough. We are now 3 subs away for 4K Turks. So please leave Twitter, head on over to the YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button, and then I'll finally stop going on about it. I'll start badgering on about 5K, but I can start in the morning. Doug, what about you in the striking department? I think it's an interesting dynamic now, because you've essentially, Dessers wasn't the most physical of players. That's one thing I was very critical of.
Down to 2.
Down to 2, perfect. So we're 2 away now, so hit a like and subscribe button yet again. So, but back to what I was saying to you, Doug, see for Dessers being so big, he wasn't the most physical.
Down to 1. Sorry.
See for Dessers being so big, he wasn't the most physical of players. Are we I think Miofsky's stronger on the ball than Dessers. I think he's proven that at Aberdeen. Shamiti, 6'4". You assume he's going to be stronger on the ball. In terms of ball at their feet, Egerman had technical ability. I don't think we've seen it for Rangers forward in a long time, and I don't think we're going to see it for Rangers forward in a long time again. I'll be better off or worse off. One sub troops, come on.
You could be the 4,000. You could be the 4,000. Just click the button and you'll be number 4,000.
I might just go and unsubscribe just to annoy you.
Scotty will kill you. You'll get sacked. To hit on the numbers you were asking about earlier, between them, Dessers and Egerman scored 45 goals. And let's not forget assists as well. 10. Oh, we hit it.
Aye.
Way.
That's the wrong fucking slide. Put the right slide up. There we go. Thank fuck for that. We see some.
I feel it. I feel it.
4,002 actually.
4,002. Thank you to everyone. And a minute before midnight as well. Get in. Love a last minute winner. Love a last minute winner.
We're wrapping up for 7 o'clock dead on. 7 o'clock, 7 hours dead on. That's how tired am I.
That's where we are now. Massive thank you to everybody who has subscribed tonight. Massive thank you as well to the guys that are here every night watching the pod as well. You guys will know who you are. We see the same names in here every night watching the pod, contributing in the chat. We absolutely love you guys as well. And we hope that some of the guys that have subbed tonight, that you'll also become regular viewers. As I say, we've got loads of stuff to be bringing to you, and we will continue to bring to you because there's nothing that we like to do more than talk about the Rangers. What was I saying? Yeah, Egerman and Dessers, 45 goals between them, 10 assists. And just as an aside to that, given that we've brought in some wingers as well, Cherney, I keep forgetting that Cherney was actually the second top scorer, not Egerman. Cherney got 18 goals and 9 assists. So between the three of them, we've lost 82 goal contributions. So that is a massive number to replace. So, the pressure will be on these new guys. But for me as well, it's not just the strikers that we need to be thinking about when it comes to that pressure. It's the ones that are surrounding them as well. Because as I said earlier on tonight, how many hours ago at this point, one of the things that put all that pressure on Dessers and brought a lot of issues to Dessers was the fact that the players around him weren't bringing enough. So let's hope that these guys can do that as well. So that's what I am. Not only do we want to see it from the strikers, but we need to see it, because if we're going to win, you can't win a title if you're not, without a team contributing all over the place. So you need it from everyone. So hopefully they will do that, and Rangers can hit their goals like we have tonight with 4,000. Once again, a massive thank you to everyone who has watched this whole thing. We've hit the 7-hour mark, so Scotty looks like he needs sleep more than any man in the universe right now. So I want to say thank you, a massive thank you to, as I say, everyone who's been watching tonight. For some of you guys, I think I've been here for ages at this point, so a huge thanks to those of you that have been here for the majority. Thanks to everyone who's been in and out, popped in for 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 30 seconds. And of course, everyone who has subscribed tonight and brought us to our 4,000 goal. Massive thank you to all the podders. We've had guys in and out all night contributing. So huge thanks to all the guys who were able to give up some time. Obviously, people have all got families and stuff, things in life to deal with. So big thank you to the podders who are the lifeblood of the channel and help us to reach these goals. Thank you, Ryan. You started us off tonight and you're here to finish us off. So big thank you to yourself.
No problem at all, mate. No problem. Glad we got a couple of signings done. It's not every team in Glasgow signed players today, so I'm glad we got the business done.
Absolutely. And of course, right at the death, my camera's decided to pack it in, but that's fine. I'll carry on nonetheless. Jock, thank you for being here till the end as well. You've been on for ages. It's also one of my favourite tops as well you're wearing, so always good to see that as well. Thank you for being on tonight, Jock.
No, thanks for having me. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be here and just talk about Rangers with you guys and everybody in the comments. Again, thanks to everybody for watching. 5,000 viewers still sitting with us. We've had 5,000 viewers for probably the past 3 years, which is incredible numbers. So we're obviously doing something right. So just I'm going to give another plug just before whenever we finish up. Just head onto YouTube and just give us a like and subscribe if you haven't already done so. Come on, we can beat the 4K. There's 5,000 folks.
4K is not enough.
5,000 that have stuck with us for 4 hours. Brilliant. We appreciate everything you really do. Thank you. Subscribe.
Do you know what it actually is? My camera's died because I use my iPhone as my camera, and I've been so invested in what we've been talking about. It's the battery in my phone has died, and I started at 100%. So I have just burned my phone to death live streaming tonight. Scotty, the man with the mission, the boss, the gaffer, huge thank you to you, of course. You know, you drive us all, you push us all to do the best part we can. You're always cheering us on. And keeping the channel going and pushing the direction. So huge thank you to you. As I say, you're often thanking us. So an opportunity for us to thank you. You look like you fit the effort in tonight, definitely. Don't that mean that sounds mean, but yeah, you look like you need your sleep. So I'm glad we hit the target for you, and you can get to your bed now.
Oh, thanks very much, mate. Thanks for your hard work as usual, Doug. See, thanks for your hard work as usual with slides. Usual, couldn't have done deadline day without you. Solid work and player profiles, slides, welcoming players, welcoming 4,000 subscribers, the lot. Just thank you for your hard work. Ryan, thanks for all your hard work tonight, mate. You've popped in and out. You've been a constant for us. It's been appreciated, and I know you were willing to sit. I know you were willing to sit here and go until we needed to. So it's appreciated. Jock, same thanks to you as I just gave to Ryan, mate. Solid contributor to the journal, and it's greatly appreciated. On to 5K, and we'll be back tomorrow night. What fucking day is it tomorrow? Tuesday. Back tomorrow night at 8:30. Doug, I didn't even know you were doing a squad review tomorrow night, but we'll be doing a squad review tomorrow night with Doug.
Yep, as always, got to run rule over the new team now that the transfer window has closed. So yep, that's everything for tonight. So thank you, as I say, to all you that are petering away there and have watched us all night. Thank you to the guys, thank you to the chats, thank you to Rangers for giving us some exciting things to talk about as well, because there's nothing worse than a deadline day without excitement. And we've gotten that's a good suggestion, actually. Maybe we'll put that up as the prize for 5K. Who knows? We might need to convince Ryan a little bit on that one. We'll see. But yeah, as I say, thank you everyone for tuning in, and do remember that every night is a Rangers Journal night. See you.